Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Great calling. Spot time. He's gathering information for the team. And time for Xfero to sneak up from the back to find the 4K.
Let's fucking go!
Resurrect Talon's life. Turn him into a phoenix.
Right there.
Swing out high. Good for 2. Good for 3.
Spike down A.
Okay, 4K.
ไม่ซื้อแล้วมันดอย
Aggressive pushes, those lurks.
Look down. Make sure you're able to confirm that it's not for real. Minor zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive to play. Gets the transfer. Swing around the side. And can he get it? Yes, he absolutely can.
나이스 나라요.
All of these abilities, the drone! Reverse Hyunmin's rocket! And he's just stuck into this one spot. Unfortunate as he's not able to come up with some kills, but Mako picks up the slack!
아니 저 알람도 이상하네. 좋았다 얘들아 좋았다 형.
Well, that Molly would absolutely wreck you in trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least. Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy 9 as well, but look at Ash, he's just wrecking up every single one of them. Looks for the ace as well, swings up, look at that tap!
목숨 걸고 하자 목숨 걸고. 신조 사사게요. 지효짱. 하이. 담비짱. 아왜 안 받아? 화나게 하지. 나 마이크 입에 붙이시고요 다들. 시원하게 가자. 가보자. 시원하게. 아 용섭이 너 계속 또 이렇게 뿔이 내려가 있으면 작전 타임 때 그거 시킨다. 그럼 어떡해요? 전방에 3초간 함성 이런 거 시킨다 진짜. 팔로 내기 함성 3초간 실시. 보여드릴게요 감독님 보여드릴게. 니하오. 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 大家好，我是第一的运动团。We dubbing fans for you. Dubbing fans. All the fans around the world. Oh, we have fans, bro. Where? Top left. We have fans.
Okay, guys, so let me go middle, you go 3 without me, okay?
Okay. I should smoke inside, okay?
No, I will call you.
We help Ilya, babysit Ilya. Ilya, if you throw rope, I cannot help you, okay?
Okay.
Mid fast. Mid a lot. First time fast. Hey, 3 aim in, boys.
I'm HP, Yoro.
Need that back.
One man. Dead man.
So shot.
Heaven on heaven. I just ulti, guys. I just ulti. 2 rope. One more rope, is it?
Spike plant.
One
Main two.
deep city one.
Nice.
So long.
I think it's 3, 2, 1.
Inside, 1 HP, Yoro 1.
One
One
enemy
HP.
remaining.
Shotty. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
이 무서우니까 후방한다. 아울로 무서워서.
내가 도와줄게. 이거 리콘킬 노려보자. 이거 앞라인 먹으러 나올 수 있을 것 같아. 앞봉봉 하자. 앞봉봉. 리콘킬.
에이메인 미사일에 요루. 빠질게 이거. 얘들아 에이메인 밀렸다. 3명 정도 있어.
팀 먹어놨어요.
비메인 가볼게.
오케이.
비메인 누구야?
비메 사이퍼.
저 잡으러 갈래 그냥?
안돼. 모일 것 같아요.
B 후방에서 볼게. 나 B 후방에서 볼게.
드론 까볼게, 얘들아. 세요 드론.
됐고.
선택 얘들 같이 벌려줘. 힘으로 해야 돼. 벌릴 거야. TP 보내봐.
레인으로 TP 보냄.
보내.
TP 보냈고.
삐가 잡혀오겠다.
팀엔 가려줄게.
밑에.
팀엔 가렸다. 앞에다.
형 빼고 갈게. 올릴 거 같아. 나다. 맨. 마이너스 55 태호.
나이스. 마이너스 55 태워. 나이스.
나올라 먹었다 얘네. 계단 나온다 하나. 야, 백 들었어. 미치겠어. 그냥 에이스는 다른 데서 뭐 해줘. 땡겨주던지.
맨 궁 있고 땡겨줄 준비할게.
시컨 TP다, 시컨 TP.
전지캠 깔게.
에이, 몰리. 있다, 에이 많다. 앞에, 그 쌀. 나가. 태호랑 에러 많이 찾았어.
수령 사이퍼.
ต้องมีตัววิ่งอ่ะมันเห็นกูอยู่นี่มันรู้ว่ากูอยู่สีรองนะ
รู้แล้ว
รู้แล้วกล้องมันกล้องเห็นป่ะผม
เข้ามาบีได้นะเนี่ยไม่ได้เซฟฟรีอะครับ
ฟังแทบไปแล้ว
ไม่มันมาจากเอเยอะเข้าซี
이 앞에 하나.
맛이 땡겨줄 수 있어 우주야
뒤 들어온 거 없는 거 같아.
ไม่ได้กูไปหลังเอาไป
ก็เรื่องกูโดนไปกูโดนไป
เอาไม่นอกเฮ้ยเอายิงกูเอาหน่อยสวย
เรากระหล่ำได้
ได้แล้วออกไปเล่นข้างนอกให้หมดเลยกูได้กระหล่ำ
방금 우리 A 그 뭐냐 3명 묶였어가지고 한 칸씩 땡기느라 못 들어간대.
กูเปิดไอ้เหี้ยมีทีโอให้เก่าๆเลยสัสเฮ้ยเกมรถ
いいワイパーだからまあミドライでキルするのが一番
B 액션 스토크ねB 액션 그래 좀 밑에 가라
어디 몰래 썼다 B면 몰래 썼다 얘네
센서가 파괴됐다.
걸리고 있을까?
아야야야 벌리지 마.
땡겨줘 나왔다 피해 빼 얘네 들어올 거 없어 빼 간다
삐서치 맵핑. 거의 천천히 침착해.
베드로 60ベンテテオとメール62ベドロ
レメイクは
헤메 이거 오케이.
ミッド3でいいよ
아 미드 하나.
들어왔다 야 이거 3위 할게 3위 떼와 해これランプいるかわかんない
で CT からこれバイパーあると無視してプラントにやって
上がるね그래줘 우리 A 딜레이 돼서 빰 땡겨 오멘 공 있어
확인.
괜찮아 야 3위로 막아
아니야 써줄게
일어나 됐어 좀만 더 집중 진정해 Money I haven't crossed maybe cross now
에민 요르
헛가 터리려. 밑에 칸터 주인.
3번 태워
잘해 man Kill me to B guys bantuin B mana okay satu doang only one he's alone guys hey I think they faking bro they faking okay just go A then guys
メイン取ってるよこっち
俺置いてる B 面
これでメインのオペ B コンタクトもらう
yeah no one marking guys hey Oli
Thorns down.
B 面
two B men jet here come B jet here
지금 몇 시간 나?
10 seconds left.
맞지 우리 한쪽
CT見といて I can ulti do guys
I'll wait sabar wait for pick ulti
I ulti
Sell nice
nice dark
I clap for it guys
nice
Oh, Cha, you start on C. If they open the door, try to kill him, okay? If OP open, just pop here and here. Then we take the B, okay?
ingat up guys pwede mag-slow down yan
scan ko lang ah
go hit lang
No one way C. No one way C.
Hey, boy.
Hey, one way C.
Pare.
Solid. No, but no.
No. Running B.
running B daw connect card
hey open
Nice.
on B boys stun B
Instack kami
Yes, I'm gonna plan an ulti, guys, okay? I plan normal.
Careful lang guys.
Leave, guys. Go out.
Jolan boys slow ako heaven boy play B main guys care behind you I'm all up
Let's walk up first. Ada Uncle Viper. Sama 7.
Healing isa, Omen.
coaching ajar forward
care yung heaven
left
Healing Omen.
Sama di naman
Dead.
Omen.
Bridge B main. Taho missing. Taho missile, boys. Ingat lang.
Enemy
missing na boys
Nice!
Wow!
ちょっと俺これパッキーがいかないね
俺もこれ木投げでここから見るね
で連ピックは腹も怖いから引いてきてここ入ってちょっと
了解
ベント
ベントサラベあベントあ外へこれベントわかんないもんあベルボ入った
サイト
ロあれロー死んだ
目見てるよ B 目見てるよベントワンベント 와봐. 뺀 떠나가.
오래 에이스 나 에이스.
뺀 떠나가네.
파라.
오 마이 갓.
에이코가리아 마카시 조시.
이번에 펜텐스 마크 넣자.
그럼 이번에 스모크 없다 얘들아.
에이맨 스턴. 어디까지? 나 빠질게.
피 오퍼자.
팩트기야, 에이맨 쭉 나온다. 아니야.
아니야.
아직.
야 A가 나 템 다 빠졌다. A 가면 돼. A 보여.
나 스모크 하나 8초 돌고 있어.
자 스모크 없이 하나 가야 돼.
갈게.
사이트 없고.
CT에다 스모크 하나 쳐줄게.
자 비봄. 안에서 하자 안에서.
엘보 내가 볼게. 그냥 왼쪽만 싸워. 엘보 벽 칠게 이거.
메인설.
설대 이거 엘보 벽 칠게. 왼쪽만 싸워. 왼쪽만. 이거 스크린 뒤랑 이런 데 써줘.
템 돌거든 얘네. 템 생각해.
됐어. 하나다. 이거 이쪽 나온 거야 지금.
깜짝.
김미에이.
내가 볼 때 스크린
어디
쪽인 거 같긴 해. 해븐이나 스크린이야 무조건.
야, 주야, 나도 같이 가줄게. 기다려봐. 잠깐. 야, 내려. 앉아. 알았어. 앉아.
야 끝났어 지.
오.
Hello. For second announcer.
We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play. Bang Da Phai.
짠이야.
ลองไปดูกันเอา1,000 Let's go boy.
Let's go.
Da Phai.
Bye dear brother. ก็ค้างรอบนึงอ่ะ Yeah brother.
Bye. Just kill him.
ว่าแล้ว
No shit look right
แล้วก็คลิกซ้ายค้างแล้วก็โดดยิงมึงอ่ะ
สอนใหม่
Release bang. What?
ไม่ได้คลิกซ้ายค้างใส่มึงก็โดดยิงใหม่ไม่หลบกันแล้วไม่มีกล้องผมจะสอนพี่ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้หน่อย
โอเค
ต้องนิ่งกว่านี้อ่ะบอกเลยจะยิงปัดโดนเลยมีเสียเชิงแล้วเนี่ยก็โซว่าเมน brother ชิลัวเว้ย let's go bro ให้มันก็ถือธนูค้างมาเลยแล้วมันก็ไอ้นี่ต้องหลบก่อนเว้ยขั้นแรกอะไม่หลบกันแล้วเต็มหลอดอะหลับบัดเดอร์ I think he หลับบัดเดอร์
Hey nervous ฮะ
อะไรวะ
Not even close ดีครับ
ก็ไม่โดนเสีย
Wow, you guys look like NPC 10 points from Auto Crazy on later when you want. Okay.
Go bro
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I win.
มึงแพ้นะมึงต้องเก็บบอมแล้วเอาไปไล่มันใช้สกิล
I want you. I need you. J.
ไม่ได้
สวยเพื่อนผิวจัด
Let's go Jong.
Let's go. Wang Qingzhe.
Can win better
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Perfect that better
JJ.
Throw him, J.
Dude, you should just run away from just now, no? Spike drop.
Oh.
Wait, you don't get it?
You fail, brother.
Bro, you fail, bro. Yay! Nah, no way, Dila.
Slow him.
Oh. Brother.
No. Nice one, Talon. Let's go, Talon. It's okay, Jay. Warm up, Jay. Warm up. I don't know what happened, man. Let's go. Wang Jing Jay.
Let's go, brother. Anh tỉ là chiều ấy, chiều đó. Ôi.
Spike drop.
Why he don't get the bomb?
I think you need to wait, bro.
Slow him, Jay. Alt him.
Yeah, you can use ulti non-stop, Jay. Just spam the ulti, yeah. Just spam the ulti, Jay. Yeah.
Come down, brother.
Jay. Ingat bang.
Wait.
Just don't use flag, Jay. Don't use dash, Jay. Don't use dash, just wait and then you go.
You don't have spike, bang.
Let's go, Thailand win, bro.
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
JJ, what? You try lah, bang.
Bang, you don't have spike, bang.
It's hard, bang. I thought I pick it up, bang.
This is what happens when you don't plant the spike most often.
Let's go.
How to give the spike, bro?
No way lah, this one. They just need to wait when he dash to you, then you dash away. They just wait to wait for him to reach to you, then you dash away.
Let's go. Đi bị thằng đây.
Spike drop.
Ôi, chứ phải đó. Có tí.
Spike drop. I got
Dạ. Cái thằng rồi.
Yeah, let it. Just wait for him to reach to you.
Đây, bro.
Comeback is real good.
Oh, that was butt clenching moment.
It was a butt clenching moment.
They already lost the moment they lose the third round just now.
Good luck, bro. We will win, bro.
Jing mania.
Oi. You bait him a bit, Jay. You bait him to dash, you know.
Need to alt him, Jay.
You act like you're gonna dash, Jay, but you don't dash, you know.
Jay. First dash. This is first dash, Jay. First.
Dude, you got
Đi
dash.
đây.
Jay, he got slow. Just chill out. Chill out after he dash, dude.
Ôi, go, brother. ก็ไปไกลแล้วรอบไปฝั่งถ้ามันมาใกล้ๆ
You
มันกด
running, You bring
แต่นี่มันเหมือนใกล้ปะวะไม่ใกล้
Bang Jing.
ไปสกัด brother ชิบหายละ
Wait, TP.
นานวะWe win, bro. T2, brother.
This guy, Jay. What? He already get ulted what just now.
But he dash, bang.
Yeah, but use your feeling lah, dude. He gonna dash what?
Okay, you genius, bang.
Yeah, go.
Nice try.
Fake comeback.
Disappointed.
It's okay. It's not too bad.
Disappointed, man.
Good. Yeah, he pay well.
Really, man.
Oh my god. Let's go. Oh my god. Wait, he practicing, eh?
You practice, no?
No battery cup.
Hey, no practice, no.
Oh, how to get up, bro?
No practice, no.
Not even close, bro.
Primi, go.
He win.
Why?
Check take a look
Bang.
Warm up, what? You.
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay. Oi!
You die?
Yeah.
GG, brother.
He's dead. No, I just play for the win.
Oh, you actually going,
No, I just play for the win. Huh.
Cheating, brother.
Huh? I go first?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hup. Ooh, not bad.
Not bad. No, not bad. Not bad. Oh, the enemy is working hard, huh?
What? Again, brother?
Kencana.
อยู่เฉยๆอะอยู่ฐานอันนี้แล้วต้องไปไหนแล้ว
Kalau aku di sini kan, aku taruh klon. Kan di situ aku.
Neng, song.
Kalau
Brother.
Oh, ready?
Dude, he's gonna try something funny, dude, this kid.
I win, brother.
No, I win. You see?
Huh?
Here, I'm here.
No, brother.
You look cold, brother. Bro, too early, bro.
No. Okay, what?
Bro, there's no way he's gonna beat your ass, bro.
เหลือ3 วิอ่ะ
ได้เลยดิ
Ready?
มี
Premium.
3 วิจุด 1คิว3 วิจุด 1
1.1นะ
1 2
ลูแมน brother
Lucky nong, you lucky nong.
lover
Okay, okay. It's about time, right? You guys have some?
Yeah.
yeah
We got this, bro.
The team is awarded the trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrate exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork.
Anjay.
Champion, man.
Champion,
Very good,
brother.
very good.
Yeah, feel good and night high, bro. Yeah,
You got one top 5 bro
yeah, champion happy, brother.
같이 기념사진 한번 촬영을 끝낼 건데요.
Just such a huge gamble. You're handing the keys to the kingdom over to this young gun, to Primi, and saying, are you going to rise to the occasion, conquer this series, get into champions, or are you going to crumble under that pressure?
That is the question.
First time I had heard about Primi was right after Champs LA. Cruz was telling me about this young kid he wants to try. He had success with the last young kid that he wanted to try, Jip Boys, and he was a friend of his. And I said, okay, he can trial.
I've always seen like videos of him, but it was so different from actually seeing him play. So the first time I saw him play was during trials back in 2023. We played really good teams and he was just destroying people, but he couldn't speak English and he was typing.
He's so used to ranked that like rather than communicate, he'll just type out, you know, I did 80 damage to somebody, or like this guy's one hit.
So Hector was having a hard time like, should I choose this guy over what we have? And then Hector didn't pick him.
Why I didn't accept it at first was quite simply, I knew that the way to win in Pacific was more game IQ rather than mechanics. And Primi very early when I met him was just not acclimating to tactics. It was all about brute force.
Talent indeed qualifies for playoff.
Fast forward to season 1, I started to realize, oh, now's the time. Pacific is a little bit weak.
And he was like, yo, can you go back and get him? So from 2023 until 2024 July, I've been like, yo, you want to come back and play? Is there a way we could sort this out?
Primi just kept ignoring him until finally Primi didn't ignore him anymore.
ก็ตอนนั้นเป็นช่วงที่เรียนอยู่ช่วงมัธยมปลายนะครับก็ประมาณม.4 ม.5 ก็เล่นไปเรื่อยไม่ได้สนใจครับก็เล่นเพื่อความสนุกแล้วก็เล่นกับเพื่อนเฉยๆครับช่วงหลังจบมหาลัยก็อยากจะลองสักปี2 ปีอย่างนี้ครับ
When he texted me like, yo, I think I'm gonna play. And then at that moment, I was eating sashimi and I threw my sashimi away and yo, you need a call? And I called him right away. And he's like, I think I want to play. So I'm like, okay, just let me know what you want to do. And he's like, okay, I need you to convince my parents.
ก็ช่วงที่เรียนอยู่มัธยมปลายก็มีบ้างครับเพราะว่ามีหลายทีมชวนมาแต่ผมก็ไม่ได้สนใจแล้วก็แม่บอกว่าอยากให้เรียนให้จบม.6 กันครับก็ตอนนั้นก็จะลองทำอะไรก็ได้1 ปีหรือ2 ปีอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
So I flew in the day after. This is before Zeta, so we didn't prepare for Zeta at all because I was not in Korea. Flew to Thailand, went straight to his hometown, which is like 4 hours away. I drove there with my parents. I brought my parents to just to try to convince them. Luckily, my homegrown came out and his parents watched it and recognized my parents. They just showed his parents how proud they were of me. I think they can feel it, they can sense it, that he could be up next.
Cruz, who is this new guy on your team?
So he's our newest addition to Talon, Remy.
Remy.
This is the wild card coming into today.
You know, and Abyss is in this weekend too.
And that's the big question because if we don't see it in the first 2 bands, one of them's picking it.
ก็มีตื่นเต้นนิดนึงครับประมาณช่วงก่อนแข่งแต่ถ้าเราเล่นได้ตามซ้อมก็ไม่ค่อยมีอะไรให้น่าห่วงครับ
So we get through with the vetoes. In my mind, I'm thinking there is not a chance that people are going to risk their playoffs on Abyss.
So Hector and I, they're not going to pick it. The map just came out, so I'm like, let's just take the chance.
Okay. I think it's happening. Here we go.
It's
When I found out that they picked Abyss, I'm just sitting there like, wait, what? Okay, all right, cool, sure. We go into the room.
Guys, we got Abyss. And everyone's like, I guess we're going to map 3.
And in the red corner enters Talon Esports, recruiting a rookie to play for the very first time.
Cruz, I want Primi to know that it doesn't matter if we win or lose. If we lose, it's on me and the rest of us. It's not on him. At the end of the day, just enjoy it.
Map live! Map live! Let's go, guys!
Let's go. Wait, you're on side already. On side.
ก็จำได้ครับตอนนั้นผมอยู่กับจิตบอย2 V4 ครับผมก็อันนั้นก็คิดว่าต้องรีเทคให้ไวที่สุดครับแล้วก็คอกับเพื่อนว่าจะเอายังไงอะไรอย่างงี้ก็เล่นตามนั้นเลยครับก็เดินไปยิง
Whoa!
Yo, Primi! Yes! Yes! Dude! That's what I was waiting for.
Go
Primi!
right there, Primi. Let's go!
All right, calm down, calm down.
We were like so hyped up because that round showed us that he's going to be the same like he was in scrims.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าเป็นราวแรกของการแข่งขันด้วยแล้วก็ทำให้ทีมชนะครับก็ดีใจครับ
The second pistol win was the one that I was like, oh, it's over, they don't have a chance.
Wait, nice. One door. 1v1. Last one should be 8 for me.
Last one should be AQ.
Oh, Primi! You're literally the best player, bro. What do you do?
This whole time I'm worried and concerned about him. Now I'm like, oh no, we're good. And then we go to Abyss, and the confidence in that room, they were laughing, they were excited for the challenge.
Are they checking for hacks?
Yeah, they're checking Primi for hacks.
Absolutely.
Yo, the police is coming, bro. The police.
Actually?
No, we're kidding. Hey, take control. No one here plays Abyss. No one.
No one be like.
So you tell us where you want to go. But just chill. Have fun on Abyss. We prepared for Haven. So don't even worry about it.
We can bid to B or we go B.
Let's go B.
Where's the orb?
The orb is right by the bottom. There you go.
Oh, I'm dead, bro.
ก็ตอนอาบิก็คือแผนที่อาบิเพิ่งเข้ามาในไวท์ใหม่ๆครับแล้วก็คนในทีมก็ไม่ค่อยได้เล่นแรงกันแล้วผมก็เป็นคนที่เล่นก็พอมีประสบการณ์บ้างครับก็เลยพอรู้ว่าแบบนี้ควรเล่นยังไงอะไรยังไงครับ
Start and go.
Quick left.
Right.
You made champs.
Thailand's Talon Esports is going to champion, taking this in a 2-0 fashion against one of the best teams in Pacific this year.
I just feel blessed that we actually made it and he's actually the guy that we thought he was. Thinking back, it was kind of crazy, but then if I had to go back and do it again, I'd do it again 100 times.
ก็รู้สึกเสียใจนิดนึงครับที่ไม่ได้เล่นให้แฟนชาวไทยดูก็แต่ก็ขอบคุณประสบการณ์เหล่านั้นที่เราไม่ได้เข้ามาก็ทำให้เรารู้ว่าเราพลาดตรงไหนอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
Thai player?
Pimmy.
I have Plimmy and Cruz.
I like Creamy.
Creamy. Yeah, he's like aimbot.
ก็รู้สึกประทับใจที่มัตเตอร์แบงคอกที่ไทยมากครับเพราะว่าแฟนชาวไทยที่เชียร์ก็เยอะแล้วก็ถ้ามีมัตเตอร์แบงคอกอีกก็อยากไปครับผม
Honestly, I think he gives Thailand a hope. Seeing him play on the stage, every Thai fan would say he's going to win Thailand a title, which I think is very true.
I felt that Primi, going from a ranked player to a guy that now knows how to play on a team and has people he can trust, I think he can be the best player in the world. My hope for him is that he wants to be the best player of all time. He's pretty much done a little of everything. He's been a duelist, he's been an IGL, he's been a flex. I think now it's more him finding where he thinks he's going to belong, perfecting that, and then also, inspiring and developing teammates. He's going to be undoubtedly the best player that VALORANT ever produced.
พูดถึงพ่อแม่ครับก็ขอบคุณที่ให้โอกาสแล้วก็จะทำตรงนี้ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
We got one life, and we won't go mess it up. We won't mess it up, mess it up, mess it up, mess it up. We won't mess it up, mess it up, mess it up, mess it up. We won't mess it up, mess it up, mess it up, mess it up. We won't mess it up. Mess it up, mess it up, mess it up.
Throw Dumby. Throw Dumby. Throw Dumby.
Oh my gosh, guys, what are you guys doing? 지금 뭐 하시는 거예요?
던지는 연습 중입니다.
Okay, guys are practicing how to throw Dambi. All right, put him down for a second. We need him. Dambi, but I thought it was your own decision to throw yourself, not the team's plan. 그 팀원들이 던지는 게 계획이 아니라 스스로 알아서 스스로를 던지는 거라고 인터뷰에서 봤는데 연습을 하고 계시네요. 어떻게 된 거예요?
모르겠어요. 저도 팀이 절 던지는 겁니다.
You don't know, but you're pretty sure that the team throws you in. Okay. Now we have the playoffs coming in. What's your plan for tonight? 이제 플레이오프 경기를 치르게 될 텐데 좀 어떤 계획이 있을까요?
4연승인가? 5연승하면 우승인데 한번 해볼게요.
Okay. You need 5 in a row to win the whole thing. Fighting. Roll, Dambi. Roll.
Danby. That's what we're seeing today. Hey, welcome to another week here at VCT Pacific. Things are getting a little crazy here for the playoffs, especially with only one slot left for Masters Toronto. And hey, if EDG can miss out on the first global event in a while, what other kinds of upsets are we expecting today? I don't know. I'm ready to cry here. Mika here on the desk with Pilsky and Big Time.
We're 10 seconds into the show and you've already done them like that. Unbelievable.
So harsh. I mean, hey, it's big news, okay? It's big news. It is. It's shocking.
I mean, not only Billy going over to Toronto, but also G2 qualifying, so they've had a pretty good run of things. We're still waiting for our third team to come through from Pacific, but a few EMEA teams. Isn't that where you're from? What are you doing here?
I just prefer working in good regions. You know how it is. You know how it is.
He's Mr. Worldwide. He's Mr. Worldwide here. Well, you know, of course, you're very much welcome here up until a certain extent, okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Of course,
you watch it, buddy.
very, very exciting indeed are our Pulsar Flicks of the Week. So let's take a look at many of these plays. Always, you know, such a surprise to see so many amazing plays here from Pacific. A lot of them leaves our jaws on the floor.
Yeah, fantastic mechanical skill. They were talking about throwing Danby. When are we going to flick Danby? That's the question. When he goes flying through the air, who will flick Danby?
Can you flick Danby? Is he
I mean,
too fast?
you can throw him, so
Yeah.
a flick maybe not.
I think you
far
might have
away.
to be flicking Danby today if you're Talon, although they've been doing a pretty good job of that thus far. Looking at Hyunmin, I mean, Hyunmin, one of the sharpest duelist players that we do have in the competition. Very consistent, so I'm not surprised to see some beautiful first bullet accuracy for him and Kushi to close things out there as well. I mean, Kushi's had amazing first bullet accuracy with that dot crosshair since he got here into kickoff. So look, I'm not surprised to see a few clips from him in there and in the mix.
Yeah, I'm happy to see so many new superstars, new names here in Pacific, right?
Yeah.
And hey, you guys can be superstars as well. We want you guys on broadcast.
Yes.
We want you guys to share your VCT Pacific moments by using the hashtag VCT Pacific moments, just like our good friend, oh my gosh, this is so far away, Periodista?
Periodista.
Yeah.
SC2, that shouter, okay, that's a real esports fan. That's some real stuff.
Wow,
Oh,
OG.
yes.
OG.
Into Valorant. I mean,
That's about
you
as
love
old
to
as you,
see that.
Pilsky.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really getting on at this point, but yeah, I can see why you're supporting a Korean team, but Nongshim is a that's a cool take, you know?
Yeah.
It's easy to support a lot of the other Korean teams that have been kicking around in Pacific for a little while now, but Nongshim, the new kids on the block coming up through Ascension by the bundle.
I know that guy. It's his birthday today.
It's his birthday.
He's turning 40.
Happy birthday, Clinton.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Of course, this is from Emily, who I don't know if you guys have met her, but she is so sweet. She is at basically almost every single event. Always see her, you know, downstairs after our games and everything. Hey, Emily, what's up?
Mad respect. Appreciate it when people travel to the games. Look at his signature.
She's got too many. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, the fan culture here is another level, especially coming from like a smaller sub-region myself. We have some interesting fan culture of our own, but the fan culture for the teams and around certain players here is fantastic. It's great to see these fans show up for their favorites here in Pacific and continue to support them over time. Here's another one as well. I mean, Lakia Genji, Esme, thank you for your submission as well, getting pictures with a lot of the players and supporting your favorite teams.
Other constant fans that we see. We have Esme, we have Emily as well. I feel like they're almost a part of all of these events too. It's like you see a Pacific event, you'll see both of them somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Of course, a picture. Is there a picture? I feel like Lakia Genji should have a picture with Lakia Genji, right? from yesteryear. Some of Esme's
photo
favorites.
cards.
Wow.
What a collection.
That's insane. That's so many. Oh my
Mad
gosh.
respect.
Wait, I'm kind of jealous. I am high-key jealous of all of this.
It's gonna be worth some money when they start winning.
We got a lot of signatures there as well.
Yeah, and of course I see Tens and Tarek too, two heavy hitters. Wow, that's quite a collection.
By the way, if someone has a photo with me and we get the photo on the broadcast, I'll give you 10,000 won. That's a promise. So if you got those photos with me, get them submitted.
Have you got 10,000?
That's a good point.
You didn't have 10,000 won yesterday, buddy.
We'll address that when I need to hand the money out.
You might have it next week or something.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Perhaps. But thank you guys so much. That will be ongoing, so please do just use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments.
Yeah.
And you could see yourselves on this broadcast. I actually wonder if it applies to us. if we actually posted and we used
we
it.
all got some Pacific moments.
Yeah.
We should get posted.
We should.
I'll do that.
Maybe we should do something.
I'll
and
I'll take the camera
then
roll.
we should get 10,000 won from Morgan.
No,
Wait.
you're excluded from the 10,000 won offer.
Per
This is
picture?
fans only.
Per picture?
Exactly.
I could make a lot of money.
We are gonna make a lot of money over here.
I got a lot of photos with Morgan. Not all of them safe for broadcast, though.
Well, this is the place, perhaps, that we're seeing that. But before this gets any crazier, of course, we have our playoffs bracket. It's going to be a painful day, I have to say. It's going to be a very...
Elimination day. You lose, you go home, you're on the next flight out of here. And we are seeing, of course, Talon, Nongshim, T1 and PRX on their last live here today.
Yeah, you've had a couple of teams down here in the lower bracket that have had multiple weeks to prepare for these games. Some have already had to slug it out through the upper bracket games. T1 and DRX, an absolute nail-biter there. And now they're going to have to take on another Pacific Titan who have been sleeping for a while. But when you've had 2 weeks of prep, that's going to be a scary prospect indeed. And that Talon Nongshim game, I mean, oh my god, we just saw the homegrown with Primi come out. So we want to see him keep on going through the lower bracket.
I know, guys, please watch that for me homegrown. Please do.
Shout
But
out.
wait, I was gonna say that T1 PRX match. That's crazy that it's an elimination match.
Yeah. In the first lower round. Like you could finish last place out of playoffs there.
Gonna be prepared to cry over here. I'm gonna be prepared to cry, but even more so because it's time for build diff. And I have been crying actually all week because of this. Victoria though, she's all smiles.
We've gone ahead and put up the best team already. So in case you guys knew what the correct picks were, because I'm done at this point. Like I've just accepted.
You've given up.
I don't know
we can't give up.
I
we
don't
can't
know
give up yet.
anything about VALORANT. I'm an absolute fraud.
It's not the grand finals yet. It might seem like that with the second series, but we're not done yet. This is Victoria's team for today. She's got Jing, Stax, Killua, Margaret, and Divide. This is very interesting. I'm gonna put up my. I am so okay. Like I know sometimes I say that like, oh, I'm not. I'm kind of confident. Feeling good. I struggled so hard with this.
I think it's a tough day. It's a tough day today.
Production will know. Okay.
Okay, what do we got?
We've
Duelist?
got Primi.
Based.
Solid
We've got
choice.
Primi. We've got Stax.
Okay.
We
I mean, Vic's
have
gone for that, so that's correct.
Margaret over
Okay.
here. And we have the Joman, I'm
Joman.
hoping, is coming out.
Joe Mama.
And we have Forsaken,
Forsaken.
Flex Saken, of
Yep.
course, the flex player of the entire Valorant world.
Don't mind it.
So,
Not bad, not bad.
I don't mind it.
Pretty
there was a little bit of struggle, and I feel like this is... Okay, yeah, I don't want to speak, and
not bad.
Oh,
I shouldn't be speaking here, but gentlemen, what are your teams
I'm going to
like?
put up my team. So we don't need that. So I don't need Stacks, I don't need Killua, and I don't need Divide because they're terrible.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Check out
Margaret,
Morgan's
nice.
VLR,
On the
by the way.
flex.
Margaret on the flex.
That's harsh.
The German's back again.
Yeah.
Primi.
I've got German in there.
German.
Primi, I think Primi is kind of a must pick for me.
Primity.
Every time he plays, his stats go crazy.
Gotta go for Primity.
Francis on
Francis?
the initiator.
Meteor.
on the
I like
center.
it.
Meteor.
I like it. I like
This
it.
is the winning team for
This
today.
is the one I
in
was
case you were
struggling
wondering.
with. This is the one I was struggling
That
with.
could go well. That could go well for me. Here's my name, Pilski. In case you didn't know it.
I'm gonna put Pilski
I've
on
been here
Flex.
for a little while, so
Cast on Twitter.
you probably should know.
Go give him a follow, guys.
Primi will be my duelist.
Do you
So
want
if
to
we
steal?
have Primity,
You're gonna borrow my Primi.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that okay?
Okay.
I think
no,
Primi's-
but
Primi's
I
just
guess we have to.
The most go-to choice.
Initiator Francis.
Yeah, excellent
I
choice.
think so far our teams are looking pretty good. So Meteor.
Yeah, excellent choice. Really solid team so far. I
Yeah,
have to
that's
say.
a great team. And this is where we've gone for Izu.
Izu.
Ooh.
On smokes?
On smokes. I can't remember if I put him smokes or flex. I think I put him flex, and then Forsaken I put on smokes. And really, those two could go either which way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because Forsaken was playing some
He's
Omen.
playing Omen.
He
Yeah.
was
The
playing
Foeman.
Omen.
The Foeman.
You don't remember the
It's the
Foeman?
Joman or the Foeman?
The Foeman. The Foeman's the way to go.
It's a solid team.
Well, hopefully we're winning. Otherwise, we're going to be foaming at the mouth here, especially since Victoria
I hate
has been... You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're
I mean,
welcome.
Victoria's definitely winning herself an Ace of Predator Lamp.
I think she's
At the end
thrown
of the
today.
day.
I know.
Victoria, you've thrown today. This is a bad team.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we should just be congratulating Victoria at this point, because even if we perform incredibly well with our rosters today and the rest of I mean, she has just such an immense lead.
What Victoria's telling me with that team is that PRX is going to roll T1, and the only one that's going to do anything is Stax. Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
I'm learning from that team.
Yeah, I mean, there was I mean, my earlier picks were kind of the same, but of course, we're going to be going into our matches for today and find out how exactly all of these players are going to perform. We're going to start out with Talon and Nongshim, and then eventually T1 and PRX.
Yeah, we're continuing the Korea versus SEA trend. Talon versus Nongshim, a matchup that we've seen multiple times. Nongshim knocked out of kickoff by Talon already, and then PRX versus T1. That is it's such a spicy matchup, but we got to leave that until later.
I know, but no, we're going to delve into a little bit of spice right now. But is it Thai spice or Korean spice? We're not sure. It's just always spicy whenever these two teams, Talon and Nongshim, come up against each other, and they have many, many times.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these two teams play twice already this year, and we know that Talon are 2-0 against this Nongshim team. So Nongshim really are the ones with the mountain to climb. We saw Talon finish second in their group, but they have dropped down to the lowest. I think arguably they're in one of the tougher positions because they've already have to play in the playoffs and now are dropping down to the lower bracket, playing Nongshim at exactly the same point. But I do think they'll be feeling good today. I think it's just about finding that momentum. And of course, if that win-loss trend continues, it's an easy W today.
Yeah, nothing else really matters. Apparently, they're just winning today based on superstition. I was reading the tea leaves. Sitting there with my morning cup of tea today, and the tea leaves said Talon, actually. It spelled out Talon perfectly. Look, it's an interesting little team that we've got going on for themselves. They're quite hard to prep for. So even though Nongshim have had a lot of prep time, they're going to be very difficult to prep against, and we're going to be seeing some different stuff from Talon here, I'd imagine.
Look, the win-loss thing is ridiculous at this point. I think it's been going on for like 10
matches or something.
Yeah, 10 matches. This is insane. There has to be something else going on here. But of course, it has to be up against Nongshim, and they have a history with Nongshim as well. Like the previous matches with Nongshim almost went exactly the same way.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Nongshim, they're in some interesting form. They're coming off of that game against Zeta right at the end of the groups to scrape through into playoffs. They're in the lower bracket already. They've had 2 weeks. They've been chilling. They've been prepping. They've been waiting for their opponent here in the lower bracket and trying to get themselves on a good trend to try to scrape a spot over there into Toronto. But I don't know. I'm not super convinced by Nongshim's form. They've had some shakier games. They've still been kind of trying to define their style. So we'll see what they're going to be bringing today.
The onus is on them to change. 2 weeks is an incredibly long time in Pro Valorant. You can make a lot of adjustments, a lot of changes. You can adapt your whole style if you need to, but it's about, are Nongshim going to do that, or are they going to rely on Danby on this Neon? Are they going to do what they've done before? Because Talon can change on a dime. You know,
they can.
They're incredibly fast to adapt, so it's about if Nongshim can do that.
I mean, you can see that they played each other in the groups as well. Yeah.
Of course, and you know, checking out actually those group stage highlights, you know, you have to wonder with Nongshim just what their next step is, because I don't think we're quite there yet. You know, we saw Nongshim Ascension, that worked perfectly during that era. We want to see what the next step in the evolution is for Nongshim, and I don't know how confident I can be with a team that is not exactly at that step yet.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, we were kind of talking about it coming into kickoff, that Nongshim is this team, they had such a good run through Ascension that it would just kind of be a stepping stone into Pacific, and then guaranteed they'd be a top team in Pacific. That hasn't been the reality. They've been kind of middling inside of Pacific. They've been a solid team. They've been a team that can push a lot of the Korean teams in those matchups and the solid teams within the overall Pacific hierarchy. But when it comes to Talon, they have not had a lot of luck against Talon. They were knocked out in kickoff by Talon. They lost to them in the groups, and if they lose to them here, that's going to be the second time that Nongshim's been knocked out of Pacific in 2 stages by the same team.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of history. It's something they really need to rewrite the script here to overcome Talon. But both of these teams have an incredibly high level, and that's what we really hope to see today. Taking a look at our head-to-head, as you can see, Talon have the edge once again, you know, 2-0 against them. But statistically, these teams are quite close.
Yeah, you know, a lot of different statistics, definitely close. I think Talon is going to be this team that, you know, is very difficult to kind of quantify when it comes down to statistics, because you just really never know what Talon you're going to get. You don't know exactly what kind of strategy they're going to use. You don't know what kind of form they're going to show up in. So that's why they're a very difficult team to quantify and a very difficult team for Nongshim to prepare for.
Yeah, even if you've gone up against them, you know, X number of times, you still can't really tell what this team has prepared for today, right? But we always talk about Talon's inconsistency, right? The 50-50. And even Frost said in one of the press conferences, does Talon always need some kind of miracle in order to win? Because granted, they do have Nongshim's number, but did they already use that miracle card, I guess, against T1? That's a big question, right?
I mean, maybe. This is the thing with Talon, where I think I've actually predicted almost every single Talon game wrong for like the last 10 games because they win and I'm like, they finally got it. They look great. They're going to win next week.
Welcome
then
to the
lose.
life of a talent.
and then they lose and the next week I'm like, yeah, they looked terrible last week. There's no way they bounce back. Then they bounce back. So this team is so flip-floppy, but when they're on, they're so on. I think they have so much potential. They shoot so hard.
This is the life of talent esports.
It
okay,
sucks.
this is the life of being on this team.
I just want to get it right.
I'm telling you, it's not hard though. Like, did they win or lose last? That's all you need to know. Like, British guy can't even read the tea leaves, brother. Like, come on.
Well, I think we need to read like the, I don't know, like the veggies at the bottom of like the Nongshim kind of cup at this point in time.
Never given that a go.
Have you never done that?
No.
Oh. You don't drink the broth from the noodles?
I mean, it's great. It's great.
Sacrilege. Sacrilege.
I won't say anything. I won't say anything.
No, we're
Get
going to
into
talk about the map vetoes instead.
Okay, so Split getting taken out there by Talon. I mean, that has been a pick a lot of the time for Nongshim. It's interesting to see that go out so early. Fracture, a bit of a respect ban. I think that the Fracture comp that you're seeing at the moment for Talon is super, super strong. That Waylay is something that a lot of teams are respect banning out. And then Talon just goes ahead and picks Haven after they got slapped doing this literally in the last series. They went 5-13 when they picked it against Nongshim last time. So look, since then they've changed comp.
Yeah, so when we previously saw them play against Nongshim, they were running that double duelist, right? They were running Yoru, they were running ISO. They since swapped that deadlock and things did look a lot better. So in a way, I'm kind of surprised that Nongshim led this through. This was a map where Talon started to look good since that comp changed. So they clearly and it's sort of the same with Pearl, where Nongshim have looked, fairly solid.
100%. The only time Nongshim have lost is when they did narrowly lose to Zeta. Other than that, they've beat everybody, and it's been respect banned by a lot of teams so far in Pacific. A lot of teams have said, I don't want to touch Nongshim's Pearl. It's one of the best maps in the pool. Ascent as the decider, before we go into more detail here at Haven, is one that I have no idea what to think about, because both of these teams struggled on Ascent the last times they played it.
I mean, with Haven, we do have, Talon saying that they had a lot of the breakthroughs, previously. So now that they are up against Nongshim again on this map, I feel like they're going to perform a lot better. The Pearl is the one that makes me a little, a little sus or a little nervous, I guess, for Talon, especially with how they performed on Pearl previously, which was... nearly a 13-0.
Well, here for Haven, we see Talon. They have recently dismantled two of the Korean giants in this region on their map. Haven being a strong map for Gen G with their Viper comp, as well as T1, defining an entire style that you can see even Talon have adopted to themselves with limited success, particularly against Nongshim with the Yoru ISO. With Talon swapping over to this Deadlock comp, they have had a lot of success against a lot of strong Haven teams, so you can see why they're backing themselves to pick this map again today.
Yeah, I love this new comp from them. I think it's a really nice fit. I think the Deadlock brings a really nice niche, and they want to run it back against Nongshim. They know that last time they underperformed against Nongshim, and now they're saying, hey, let's go one more time, because we can beat you here.
Go again.
Yeah. Win-loss, 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 and history says it's probably going to be a win, and I mean against Nongshim as well. You look at the previous times these two teams have faced off against each other, it's kind of the similar story every single time, right?
Yeah.
Even the way the series goes. So is it going to go exactly the same way? Everything points to one outcome, but is it going to be different for Nongshim? Is it going to be different for Talon? Who steps up this time around, especially under the pressure of elimination? Because once again, this is going to be the lower bracket run, the start of the lower bracket run for all of these teams, all the way to that one remaining slot for Masters Toronto. So let's kick things off with Talon Esports and Nongshim Red Force up on that stage.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Talon.
Expect the unexpected whenever it comes to Talon Esports. They are the team that dares to do what few will, and maybe against a familiar opponent, they'll get even bolder. The last time Talon went up against Nongshim, it was always Talon to claim the victory. Can they do that again and make a Cinderella run for Toronto?
Yeah, they've been knocked into the lower bracket by really informed Gen G, but Nongshim is a team that they have beaten time and time again. A team that finished top 4 in kickoff. If they go out in the lower bracket here with their full tie roster, it will be a disappointment.
Oh, definitely. And of course, they'll be up against Nongshim Red Force. And this is a team that has always made their mark in every single match. You know that when Nongshim hits that stage, they won't ever slow down. They've come such a long way since Ascension, and Nongshim have proven that they belong on the Pacific stage. Can the adrenaline of a lower bracket run fuel them for their first global event?
Yeah, this was a team with crazy high expectations coming into the league. A lot of people very, very high on them. They haven't quite hit that form that we've seen from them in Ascension, but they've certainly proven their strength. They managed to scrape their way through the playoffs, and now they've had 2 weeks to sit, think, and prepare for this Talon game to try and rewrite the script, where Talon have got the edge every time.
By the way, sending some love over to Chober's watch party over there. He is, of course, one of those people who are very, very high on the Nongshim Red Force team. So go and head on over if you want to see him potentially, raise his arms up in frustration or joy over on his watch party. Of course, we're seeing the two coaches here, and it's going to be really interesting to see what Process cooked up for today.
Absolutely. I know that he has sky-high expectations. You've seen it in multiple pieces of content. He thinks that this iteration of Talon is extremely strong, has an extremely high amount of potential, but arguably losing to a Gen G that's been shaky so far this year and already being on the brink of elimination will be a position that they may not have expected to be in.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. This is this team has a history of finishing almost above where they should, right? This is a team that people constantly kind of sleep on, but always manage to get those results. So I do think the pressure is on Talon to convert here. Talon are the ones who, with historically better placements, with historic wins over Nongshim, I think the pressure is on their side to deliver today. If they're able to do that, they'll be very, very strong, but, this team is up and down.
I mean, Talon has the veteranship as well, right? Nongshim is a team that is coming out of Ascension, and as you can see, a lot of us do think that Talon Esports is taking this one, and of course, history also dictates that Talon should win this, but Achilles and Komodo going over with Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, for my prediction, I just feel like this 2-week prep time for Nongshim, they won't be able to change as much as Talon will in 1 week because they practice changing things non-stop. And now we have our agent picks coming in. Talon aren't the ones making any changes here. We're seeing them stick with this deadlock, but it's been so effective on this map. This is a really new, defining style for Talon, and I love to watch it.
For Nongshim, changing a few things up, actually going back to the style that they ran over in Ascension Jakarta, where they were winning over there on Haven. Francis is back on the flashy net. Ivy on the Sova. It's a agent that he's had some massive performances on. So really, Nongshim, in general, it's full circle for this team. They've tried to change things. They've tried to adapt new styles as they played here in Tier 1 in Pacific, but it's always been circling back to the same success that has worked for them in the past.
Yeah, and will that happen here on this stage? Again, this is an elimination match. You have Margaret fans in the audience too. This is wonderful. You have, you're seeing him classic on the Cypher, and what a match to actually bring up those fans on.
Yeah, I mean, Margaret went crazy last time we saw him.
Live game.
He's got the weight of expectations on his shoulders today.
For sure, but guess who else has the weight of expectations? It's our casters, Komodo and Quack.
God, it's so heavy. It's so heavy. Komodo, Hamquack, the Singaporean caster, and we've got Komodo from down under. But it's more important that we talk about Talon versus Nongshim today. I mean, why is this match so important, Komodo?
Yeah, I don't know why we've got expectations on us. We just get to sit back, relax, watch some good Valorant here. But there is a lot at stake actually right now for both of these teams, right? We know that Talon are being very vocal about wanting to get back towards champions, for example. And for Nongshim, coming up from Ascension, they've got, you know, a lot of weight on their shoulders because they've got to get points. They've got to try and get the champions to stay in the league. Otherwise, if they don't even get to split 2 playoffs, they're, you know, having to go back to Ascension. And if they don't even make that, well, they're going to be biting the dust, turning into dust.
Very right. I mean, big stakes here for both teams, but especially a little bit more so for Nongshim, given the fact that they are that Ascended team. They need those championship points. But apart from that, what about the Agent comps, Komodo?
I do like the fact that Nongshim are going back towards the Breach instead of the Taeho. When we look at them, it's always better for Francis being able to set up Darby when the Breach is in play as opposed to the Taeho. I mean, it had its good moments, don't get me wrong, but it just always feels a lot more comfortable, and it's not the scenario where they're just sending in Darby, quote, throwing him in like they've been calling. Not actually throwing the games, everybody, if you're wondering with that one. It's throwing Darby in towards the sites and kind of being seeing him just left on an island by himself with no real assistance. So I think that the Breach coming in towards this one is really good for them. Should be back into some familiar territories. And to highlight as well, both of these teams currently on 3 championship points. The loser here will get no extra points. So you're going out with 3. That means stage 2, you need a lot.
Yeah. That's why it all comes down to this very first map as well. Talon on the attack, and we have kicked things off. So far, so good, just hovering around this A long position.
Yeah, of course, Talent. Idea with this composition as well is going to be great to counter the likes of Darby on the Neon, the likes of Yoru plays as well. With the TPs, you expect to see good things from Cruz with the Sonic sensors when things flip over onto defense, but on attack, passive approach, classic 1-2-2 if you want to call it as well. Really just spread default for Nongshim, eventually starting to gather a little bit of information. Our drone not spotting out anything, so you'll take some further information, some further space down sewers, and this is the time for Talon where they've got to realize that they're not being presented with anything. Now they've got to go looking.
Curious smoke bloomed up around A lobby as well, right? And this kind of puts Jitboys in a precarious position as he gets stunned up. The kill now heading over onto Francis, but also the site for Talon.
Yeah, look at the damage though that's already being delivered to these Nongshim members. 3 of them low, all going for the flank. A gate crash available, but right now it's the spike that Talon are not even, you know, caring to stay on the side itself. They want these fights.
And that was a really great flash coming out from Persia as well. It does keep Talon pinched into this B site where Debbie comes in, slays them down with a triple. Killua trying to fight for his life right now, but the spike getting stuck just does not do him any favors. The round picked up in a dime by Nongshim.
I think this is going to be my most mentioned statement ever this year in all of the broadcasts. You probably already know where I'm going with this one. Stuns are cosmetic. They do not exist in this game of Valorant. Darby has just delivered them death in this pistol round. And I got to say, the damage that was delivered real nice early on. I mean, I thought that Talon were at least going to be able to find 1 kill on the back of that, but unfortunately not. It's just damage. And Darby literally says, no, I don't care. I'm going into the site. There's a Sonic sensor. Stiff,
yeah,
I might just kill you.
It's a little bit arguable, because sometimes if you're a Jitboy getting stunned up, then you feel that pressure. But if you're Dambi, oh my god, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Stinger buy up though for Talon as the plant was there, and they favor themselves going for this, but against Margaret with a shotgun.
Oh, but he gets tagged straight through the cyber cage as Talon swarms this garage position. Just Francis to try to spray and fend them off, but to no avail. The spike still going down on the C site. Nongshim all around though, but the spams as well. Persia fighting one through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Cruz. He's been accidental there.
Spike planted.
Got the wall up now as well, just for Talon to hold. They're still trying to keep pressure around this garage.
Remember, difference, Breach versus Taeho. You got flashes and an aftershock for Francis.
And also the stuns, but the flash coming back out from Thigh. He's trying to keep Nongshim at bay, which allows for Primi to then spray down this choke point. 2 kills, a third from Thigh, and just Persia left. He's gonna push out of the smoke, the barrel spotted. Killua finds it, and Talon answer right back.
Yeah, good force up from Talon as well. You know, we've seen a lot of discussion and arguments at the moment of second round force ups, second round buy ups, especially with the Stingers. You know, you look over yonder and you got a team like G2, for example, that might be favoring it. I've seen a lot of great percentages in Pacific so far when you've got the individual Stinger in towards the second round, but I guess for Talon here, it's, you know, why not just all go in together? We've got an idea that Nongshim are playing quite slow already from the pistol round. They may not expect something a little bit faster for a C split, and it works a treat, you know. Unfortunate for Margaret, the judge is not able to, well, do anything, and now you have to take a knee as Nongshim.
what are you going to do? I mean, they're taking a bit of a knee, but they're also pushing out a C-Long, and it's just one where Thai has everything covered.
Yeah, I mean, a round such as this, shouldn't be reading too hard into it. As a viewer for Nongshim's chances, already losing 2 members, pretty easy. You just reset, play to the numbers, see no overextension, have an idea of individual tendencies in a situation like this as well, right? Ivy, most likely always favoring this A site on the Sova. You'll see him with Danby a couple times here and there. I'd be interested to see, you know, for later when there's proper rounds, you know, what sort of changes Margaret will have with these Cypher setups.
That will be quite crucial, Komodo, but for now, it's just Talon having their way with things into the site, trying to get the spike planted, but Ivy not too bad for a bit of damage. Just Persia now, heading back in.
Yeah, would have been good if Ivy was able to find more than one, because now gets just a little bit more problematic for the likes of Persia, where, I mean, you'd see maybe Thai look for a kill here to be one away from the ultimate on the Omen. Primi's already got the Dimensional Drift, which coming in towards the next gun round is going to be quite huge. So that kill at the end is just a bit of a consolation prize for him. Some padding of the stats, some extra creds. And now we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this game, where we'll have the buyout for Nongshim.
I like meat and potatoes. But more importantly, it's also just taking a look at the entire history back and forth, right? I mean, you're talking about how Nongshim has played Talon a couple of times so far in this year. Every time they've lost, and Haven was one of these maps where Talon always had their way with things as well. Talon getting that great read against T1 from before, a little bit shaky against Genji last week for sure, but right now, so far, this is getting a nice feeling tingly.
Yeah, immediately, right now, this will tickle you a little bit if you are Nongshim potentially, when you've got a Dimensional Drift going your way in middle. Oh, it works out, but it's immediately back, and that was the kill that Danby needed. The fact that Jitboys gets 2 here turns things a little bit upside down for Nongshim, but maybe, just maybe, Margaret and Ivy can bring it back.
Hey, a little bit too early into the peak of B site, but it also kind of alleviates pressure onto A for then the spike to get delivered over. Primi, though, looking for the 1v1s, and he takes them. Just Margaret left. He's been having a great game for the recent matches, but right now, 1v2, can he live up to these expectations? Kind of walks into the crosshairs, that one. Tough situation, and Primi just locks it down.
A little bit unfortunate for Ivy, pushing too far, I think, for the duel against Primi, where you flip it on its head, and that's a really great duel for Primi to be able to just dig deep and win, right? A massive kerfuffle in mid that ultimately gets won by Talon. Some stability looking to be brought back by the Nongshim lads, but I'm looking at Ivy here, and I'm thinking to myself, you've got a drone, you've got a dart, you've got 2 shock darts, right? You can actually wait for Margaret to come to you and play a little bit more passive and potentially go in together, right? You get the information with the standard kind of oversight dart and a drone if you want, but didn't happen. One of those things. Teething issues potentially. Adjustments, more importantly, to be made for Nongshim coming into the depths of this round of this map, where there's some damage already delivered around A.
Okay, that is a lot of damage, Komodo. Look at that Sheriff shot. Good spams coming through for Talon as well, just to keep Nongshim away. Danby pops the overdrive.
I don't know if they recognize that he can get through this one, but he has to be shifted here. He has to be silent.
Snuck over, and he's slowly creeping up from behind. You still have Jitboys just hovering around the bottom of window, just in case, maybe. Talon, though, already in towards Garage, creating some pressure, pulling rotations over onto the C site. And here comes Danby. Overdrive might have expired, but he's still got that Sheriff, and he's good for 1. Jitboys trades right back.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Ivy is gone as well. And now with the neural theft, that's all the information that Talon need to book it towards the A site. However, they will be met by Persia there nice and early. Disrespect this smoke and look for the lurk of Primi.
It's decent timing, though, but that GravNet still landing the shot square on. Killua to trade right back as well. And then for Primi on this lurk position, just completely cutting off rotations. Margaret left, and this is not a scenario where you want to find yourself in.
Nope, this would definitely be a doom spot for Margaret. If he can potentially even pick up a rifle here, you'd just be looking to save that in towards the next round as well, because you're not going to tickle the economy of Talon really whatsoever here. Again, building up some better things, getting closer towards some of these ultimates. Thais picked up his. Cruz is one away from the Annihilation. You set yourselves up in a post plant like that, and it's going to be pretty good for Talon. They've already been showcasing early and mid-rounds. Decisioning is looking good, and the pace that they're changing up on this attacking side. This is sort of the scenario where I'm thinking to myself, you might need actually some early coach intervention from Nongshim.
Quite possibly. I mean, this is several rounds now where Nongshim have been caught with their hands down. You know, they're not keeping their guard up, and at the same time, if you're looking at the future rounds, Cruz is now close to his ult, Killua as well, and that could be so darn impactful. Nongshim, though, trying to find ways back into the game. I see an op being picked up, and just with a bit of a glimpse.
Yeah, I think when you're looking towards them, they need to do something a little bit different, right? Getting an operator out, if you can put them on the proper line, and I think right now, if you're able to remove the likes of Primi, who's multi-frag and up a storm, right? Yeah. Finding some great duels here, feeling confident.
There we go.
I think that's going to be, you know, a step in the right direction. But as I was just talking about, right, you probably are looking for an early timeout here for Nongshim to settle some nerves, get some great ideas, because I'm looking in towards this veto scenario as well, and I'm thinking and I'm agreeing with, you know, what Pilsey's saying. It's like the fact that Pearl is snuck in towards this veto should be a massive boon for Nongshim. But the fact that Haven comes in towards this one as well, when we're looking at Talon having some hit and miss results in the early stages of this year, switching up the comp to incorporate this deadlock and then getting some, you know, quite good results, right? They're looking more positive, quite good, better. You know, not bad. It was the right idea for them to continue on with this comp. So I think if we're looking at the veto, I wouldn't be surprised that you can see an argument go for both of the teams.
True. I mean, it still is one of those things where it kind of could be anyone's game. You know, It's been a week. Who knows? Maybe Talon comes in with some improvements, massive improvements on a map like Pearl as well.
Well, that's it, right? If they are leaving it open and not banning it, you surely are expecting that Nongshim would be picking it.
That's the thing. You know, we're all on the outside looking in. Right now, this is what we can see. Smoke's up. You got the op watching down A.
Fancy a Persia operator posted on the Omen.
Just in case Talon decides to get antsy, to peek out.
Well, he is at the top of the B side at the moment.
And that would be an angle that's so unexpected. Talon hasn't really dealt with anything like that so far, but right now, keeping things close and safe. Alt Orb's picked up.
They haven't dealt with an operator, they haven't dealt with an elevated spot at B, but they have dealt with many members in mid. Using the stealth drone early on means that mid is a little bit more vulnerable of information. The camera, of course, already used in A lobby as well, so it's going to be this dry information spot at the moment. And if Jip Boys can pull some of this utility away from the likes of Ivy, that would be really good at the moment. So drone used, Dart still available, but Hunter's Fury, if you're thinking about it, that's on the other side of the map where Talon are now posting up for a C hit.
Right, and Jit Boys just evaded that drone as well, so Nongshim don't really have a good idea, and Primi just opened things up onto the C site. Flash already drawn out as well. The hit's still not committing.
30 seconds to go. Ivy needed to win this duel against Jit Boys. He was doing really well for the lurk a little bit early on. 20 seconds to go. Spike to make its way here. Darby's in the heavens. Persia's with this operator. It's not the greatest weaponry for a retake.
Not too bad, though, with the spam so far. Darby, a bit of damage over, but Primi just fires right back, and now just down to Persia. Primi's already gotten him spotted. How quick has all this happened? Quad kill in round 6.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, Primi, he is activated in towards this matchup. He wants to make sure that there's a lower bracket run for Talon to get an international appearance happening. You know, it would be really awesome for the likes of Killua and Dai stepping in towards this roster. Imagine, you know, season 1 of play. You get straight in towards an international. I mean, it's a little bit far away, don't get me wrong, but the way that Primi's playing at the moment, he's certainly looking to be doing the lion's share of damage, and that's why I'm talking about needing to remove Primi nice and early. We need to see a way that Nongshim are able to isolate him. I thought the operator might be the right weapon to be able to do so, but it just didn't align that Primi was challenging in through towards mid.
Rather unfortunate, and that's why it was such a good call by Cruz to take that round rather slow as well, but this time with the confidence going a little bit quicker into C.
Yeah, Margaret just risking it for the biscuit by himself up through C-Long, trying to get in the cubby with his camera back on site. It makes it quite problematic at the moment for Nongshim when they're in a player deficit. Yeah, they might have some A-Long control with Darby slotted up deep and Ivy available in the backlines with the Recon, with the Owl drone still, but the stealth drone is just gonna, well, I would have said remove all the info. Destroyed by Ivy early on, but it's the false sense of info now, isn't it? Rotations away from the C site, where if Talon hit it, it'd be free for the taking.
So with that drone taken down, it's a bit of information. You feel that there's something fishy around this A-Long. You just commit into C. You find that nobody's here, especially the Annihilation for extra cover. If you're Nongshim, this is a tough retake.
Yeah, and you've still got barrier mesh, you've still got sensors as Cruz. I mean, this should be a pretty hard retake for Nongshim.
It would take a royal fess up, a royal blunder from Talon to mess this one up, but still, decent chance. Off towards the fights around the back lines. Danby initiates a bit of utility into Garage again. Not too bad, though, but still the trades from Thai now, and it's a 3v1. He might have an ult, but I don't see how Ivy could deploy it in this round.
Nah, gotta call it. Some really great decision-making from Talon. Again, beginning of the rounds, not going too far, but if you are together as a unit, as I said, a bit of a misstep from Margaret, right? You see the blind side, you're not able to dodge it. You try to sneak in towards the cubby, and you're just dead to rights. You've got no escape route.
And if we just take a little breather of things, Komodo, right? I mean, just so much pressure against Nongshim right now. Yes, in terms of the stakes as well, but in the game, on this map, Talon's been keeping things up all towards this A site, as well as C. Extremities on the map because of Jit Boys on the lurk, because of the whole team peeking down C.
And, I mean, who have we seen change positions on Nongshim so far? What differences have we really seen from them so far, right? It's been Omen in the middle of B, it's been Darby and Ivy over at the side of A, it's Margaret setting up C, and it's Francis, you know, kind of frolicking between a lot of the map, right? He's dancing around, he's spreading his wings. But apart from that, it's been just a little bit stale at the moment from Nongshim.
Yeah, same thing right now.
Yeah, setting up for the breach fault line down the sewers, trying to set up Darby for something who's again once away from his overdrive, but it's just a heads-up decision from Talon into the C site, layer down all your utility, something that you just try again and again in scrims to get down right, and they're going to have a free site for the plant, a lurk again from Jit Boys, and he's just always good for one at the moment.
I was just going to say, Francis had found that one kill, that would have been rolling thunder, but Jit Boys just keeps Nongshim on their toes! Second kill, Persia to trade. Not too bad, but still a tough position to be in.
I mean, you got to consider that Killua has an Armageddon, Salvos eventually will come back online. It's just another round where you're not doing anything, and Premi's found one again.
Well, Davi's certainly going to try at the very least until Cruz denies entry. Wow, Salvos as well. Persia knows that they're kind of on the move for him, so he's going to back off. No real exits found. It's just Talon going all the way.
Talk about on the move. I'm seeing them in the groove at the moment. Talon, they've got the song that's in their ears, and they are not
What
stopping.
would that song be?
What would the song be?
Yeah, give me a song.
I'm not that fluent in Thai music.
It doesn't have to be Thai music.
know.
Come on, it could be K-pop.
I mean, the way that they're going right now, it might be "We Are the Champions."
Hey, that's a good one.
I don't know. I mean, Talon are playing pretty damn good on this attacking side at the moment, and I look towards, you know, what we've seen so far in this league for the likes of Nongshim. They are the team currently, albeit slightly, with the highest defensive round win percentage. We're not really seeing that at the moment, Quack.
No, that was actually one of the more interesting things. We were talking about this from pre-game, right? Nongshim had higher stats overall compared to Talon, but Talon so far on this Haven have been taking their way with things. Back into it again, and it's Jit Boys with pressure down A.
Well, I'm going to say it again, folks. It's the same setup for Nongshim.
They do the ults.
Yeah, they've got the ults. They changed their trapwire setups towards the C site, though. Still standard garage one and kill trap for Margaret at the back of the site where, you know, maybe Premi's been taping into, or you've got it from the shadows from Dai. At the moment, though, dimensional drift, you know, it definitely could be an angle for Premi to pop that and gather all the info.
Slowly. At least to throw the utility down to bait reactions out from Nongshim, if anything.
It's good timing, actually, on the dark cover. Spotted out Ivy, and you just found him.
Once again, Jit Boys slip through the cage and spots Davi's back as he tried to reposition. Now Thai creates some pressure onto C. If you're Nongshim, where do you rotate? You're not entirely sure. Neural Theft comes in as well, and oh, Killua, don't do it. No. Oh! Another kill! Just Francis left, and you just feel like you're down in the dumps.
It's timing and understanding at the moment from Talon. No one's really overstepping from them. They're being very patient, aggressive when they need to. The lurks from Jit Boys have been sensational. The timing from Killua there, impeccable. They are kind of just not faltering on this attacking side really at all. Not giving Nongshim a chance to set up for any of these ultimates because they're removing these pieces really early on. I mean, you just look at the positioning and pathing that Jit Boys does around the cage, finding all the information. You can't falter them.
You just have to hand it to Talon on this one. I mean, on this Haven map, they've got everything almost perfected.
Yeah.
And it's just such a beautiful recovery from last week's games. You know, I kind of have to bring that one up.
They've read the script.
Yes.
Talon have read the script at the moment. I'm looking like a fool on my prediction with the way things are going here.
Right?
But
both timeouts being called down in the first half.
I mean, you've got to. Like, if you're considering that this could blow out to an 11-1.
Yeah, that's a thing. But you know, if there's anything to look forward to, you do have the next upcoming map. We were talking about the map veto. There's still a decent chance. I know the mental game can be affecting Nongshim quite a bit right now.
Are we already thinking about Pearl? Is that the scenario that we're at right now?
You look at the scoreline.
Yeah,
Tell me.
but it's first half. You know, they could turn the monitors on.
We were also kind of theorizing that the second half with Nongshim on this composition would kind of work against the whole Dampy Neon thing,
correct.
right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're seeing, you know, what the change up of the sides will do, you're going to be expecting crews to be at the A site more often than not with a lot of these deeper sensors to stop any TP aggressions to come on out. You'd need some good shock darts from Ivy. And I mean, we've not really seen the utility be successful for Nongshim at the moment, right? We're thinking about combo moves, we're thinking about fault lines and darts and getting Darnby activated. None of it's really been able to come into play. You're looking at this round again, and it's the same, you know, spots essentially for Nongshim. Slight difference in the fact that you've got Francis more towards B yet again like last round, but you've got Danby going down the sewers instead of long.
I don't mind it too much. At least they're still trying to work with what they've got, right? Breaking the camera.
Yeah, but it's playing into Talon's hands. They're happy to play very passive at the beginning of the round, wait for any oversteps because they're hitting their shots. Their first bullet accuracy in this map so far has been impeccable. And this is about the time in the round. They've used the drone. They see, all right, Ivy's over towards the A side again. Danby's probably going to be here.
Speaking of first bullet accuracy, that's all at the hands of Primi as well as Jitboys right now. And both of these players are around this A site. You got 3 from Nongshim though, and they're going to peek into Primi at any point. There it is.
Finally, there's an opening frag the way of Nongshim. They've taken down the raid boss in Primi. With 40 seconds to go, you're pivoting to this C site. You're tempting with Margaret. Francis is there. They could deploy a Rolling Thunder with 30 seconds to go to stave off this round.
Very good chance for it. Oh, Francis, what's the call though? He's already hovering around site. He's up towards logs right now. Persia finds one out down middle. Armageddon ripped through as well. And there's the Rolling Thunder. Timing now, 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and Dai, of course, no ultim as well, so they are locked in to stay at their C site.
Oh boy. All of them holding these grand positions. The call has been made to go for a save instead. Jitboys though, still silently skulking around. Another kill for Margaret. Why not? But oh, Jitboys.
Nongshim need the guns, essentially. I mean, they'll have a buy in the next round. They need all that they can get. So 3, the pass mark, I guess you'll say. More importantly for Nongshim, it's the round. But at that point in time, that can even just be like a respect one from Talon. We've taken 8 off you. You can have another one. It'll be fine.
Certainly feels that way right now. You got a lot of confidence, but do want to still note that single mistake, you don't want to get too complacent. Nongshim could still mount a bit of a comeback. Right now, though, that's a great recovery and certainly will do wonders for the mental side.
8-4, best half result that Nongshim can hope for, but I think hope is not what we need to rely on. They need to be individually hitting the shots, coming out with a lot of these calls. They've been holding some of these ults in their back pockets for quite a little bit now, wondering when are they going to put themselves in a situation to be able to use them, because Talon aren't giving them space. Talon aren't giving them the light of day.
And Talon are just reacting and calling so quickly off of the extremities of the map right now. Back into it again.
You can't be missing those shots as Darnby.
Can't even find an escape route either. Tough luck. And off to the C side as well. Talon still.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just reset altogether towards C, dimensional drift in, which is exactly what they've just pulled for all the information. You're either getting from the shadows or annihilation for Dai and Cruz respectively here.
Noting all the positions. Nongshim maybe setting themselves up for sort of a retake. Decent kill now from Primi. A second one going his way. You don't even have an opportunity to use the Hunter's Fury to deny Spike Plan at this point.
You have to save. You honestly have to save here as well for Nongshim. You need to make sure that your credits are deployable for the rest of the team next round. So Persia's going to be dropping something. You're again not playing with the economy of Talon whatsoever.
All Primi.
Yeah, you take him down, but it's still a 2 versus 5 now. 1 versus 4. Like, yeah, it's just not achievable for Nongshim.
I'm worried for his stats. That's why I said Primi.
Primi's stats? I mean, the way that he's going right now, whoever of our analysts and hosts predicted Primi on the Duelist, they put him in their build diff team. Nice. Now Ivy is probably going to be put 6 feet under as well.
Okay.
Maybe not.
No, kind of keeps himself afloat. A little bit further.
Where were these frags earlier, Ivy?
Well, we might see them a little bit more in the second half now that he's found this little moment. The round might have gone over onto Talon, but we'll keep ourselves invested for Nongshim.
Yeah. The wheels are still spinning. They're still going forwards. I mean, there's a lot of traffic lights here and there that the lights are red, but they're still going.
Warning signals here and there, but we're still chugging along with the Chober hype train right now.
One enemy remaining.
We'll see, though. Somebody check in on him. I hope he's doing okay.
I mean, knowing and looking at this, it's Haven from Talon. They've been on an upward trajectory. Pearl is in the pool. You're probably looking at an angle of ascent. That might be the thought process. But it's early. It's the first half of the first map. And now it's the last round of this half. An Operator out for Primi, an Odin for Cruz. I talked about the ultimates in the previous round for them. They're now online. So it gives them a couple more options, but it's going to be the first frag that really needs to go Nongshim's way. And it might very well, Jit Boys, quite low.
Decent shots, but also the slide already spent. Meanwhile, Talon once again back in towards C, where it's just Persia.
Yeah, there's actually a bit of difference now, isn't there? You've swapped Persia and Francis's locations around the map. You've got a little bit of this Cypher utility at the front of B, and an Operator echoes out towards this C side of things, where now Persia, yeah, the right player to get out of dodge with that Shrouded Step, but still maybe gonna be cocooned up. Oh, it's Margaret instead.
So no neural theft. He does get away, though. Gilua from Garage, unfortunately not able to come up with the goods. Down to the site now. There's the Hunter's Fury to buy a bit more time. Neural theft too.
Yeah, but the neural theft was used after the Hunter's Fury, so they're not able to combo those ultimates on the back of the information.
Yeah, not fully, but at least they are aware that there might be a player looking down the back of Garage. That said, though, Jit Boys will regroup with his team just to mark down these angles now, trying to block them off at the choke points. Or here comes Dambi with the overdrive as well. Relay bolt in, and they're trying to keep themselves alive, but still gunned down, placed down by Nongshim now. Just Primi left, and he's low HP. This round should be having Oda the other way, but Primi still keeping Nongshim on their toes. 2 kills. He's still good on the 1v1s. Nongshim, though, will be able to stick the defuse all the way through.
2 kills, not scary enough at the end there for Primi. Certainly a little bit of damage. 9-3 at the half. I think you're looking back at this one, there's a lot that you can learn for Nongshim, hopefully in this little break here on what they need to deploy coming in towards the second half. But attack versus defense can be a bit of a fickle thing. I don't really think they've given themselves enough space for this second half. But if they can get out of the gates, you know, you get your pistol round, you're getting a bonus, or you're dropping the pistol round, you get a second one back like your Talon have just done to you. Maybe they can start to have a little bit of a comeback at the moment, but I'm seeing a couple of worries. All right, what have you got for us, Jen? What have you got here? Every match has gone to map 3 so far. What about today?
She's thinking.
She shouldn't be thinking. It should be definitely going to map 3 here, Jen.
Just based on trends, right? Come on! She's still deciding. Okay, there we go. She's picking into a 2-0.
Yeah, but that's a 2-0, and the players in the picture are Nongshim there. So she's saying 2-0 Nongshim, which means there's going to be a full reverse sweep on Haven, and then Pearl goes their way.
Jen is the prophet. Things have happened before. We might see the comeback. There is still a chance.
See, that's the right prediction. Map 3.
The more logical prediction, especially with the win-loss record of Talon so far.
I'm looking at this, the logical prediction is probably 2-0 towards Talon. Let's be real.
Just based off of what we've seen so far, but sometimes you gotta believe.
Needs to be the wake-up call, though, for Nongshim at the moment, right? A half is done. They can stew in this little break at the moment. They need to shake off any worries, shake off any nerves.
Majority of the audience just went for the three-mapper.
Audience knows.
They know what's up.
Yeah, I'm Talon, though. Primi, first half, 19 kills. That is absolutely ridiculous. Jit Boy's up there as well. Cruz is just laying back. He's doing his calls. The team's shooting. And Primi is... Oh, I thought he got darted himself, but he didn't. You're scared, though. You see Primi down sewers. That's going to scare Nongshim a little bit.
Well, scared, or you'll take more members into this one fight, and they do just that.
Yeah, but he still takes one down with him, and it's Darby first.
4v4. You still have your initiator. You can kind of cook things up somewhere.
This is interesting for Talon. Running the double senti, choosing to go for some little bits of information in the mid rounds here. Ivy, I don't know how he's gotten away with that one. That was risky business. But
close.
Now you've got a 4 versus 3, and again, Talon want to still go in mid, and it's gorgeous for them. They might get a double here.
They have the numbers, they have the confidence from the previous duels being won, so why not go for it? Cruz now finding the headshot. Got Killua spotting them out towards the back as well. The double kill one that Nongshim did not expect.
Yeah, just absolutely catching them on the timing there through the sewers and wrapping around. They would have had to contend with the barrier mesh as well that was at the top entry choke of A, so it would have been quite difficult for them to even get on in. Just a lot of duels being traded here and there, some a little bit interesting on how it actually goes the way of Ivy, but traded out in the end. You know, a different round if he's able to dispatch of Cruz.
It's, you know, pushes that Nongshim didn't quite expect.
Oh, for sure.
Speaking of things that you don't expect, though, yeah, I just caught a glimpse of the Judge, the Outlaw being pulled out. Stinger as well for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, Talon were able to get the Stinger round successful. So going against the 148 shot, Primi. He's essentially just won the round with those 2 kills and even the tag onto Danby. You can't slide in with 10 HP on a Stinger, you would assume.
Absolutely not. Clapped through. Your entire force buy hinged upon this, but it just got broken apart. Decent kill from Ivy, though, but you still have Primi around the site.
Yeah, Primi still here, calling for the cavalry as well.
Die nearby for flashes if needed. You got this little edge around the smoke. Margaret, though, will be able to play close range.
Smoke's gonna fade.
Primi out through the other side, and Danby looks to equalize. Cruz up from the top. And, well, Jit Boys with the Judge. It's a little bit tough in terms of range, but down the drops. It's going to be Margaret trying to trace through. It doesn't quite go all the way that he wants. Margaret now with an Outlaw. One shot is all it took, but still the low HP. Tough again, but decent economical damage.
Yeah, it's a nice try in for Nongshim there, but unfortunately, as I mentioned, right, 10 HP for Danby. They're trying to duck, they're trying to weave out the dark cover through the cyber cages as well, and it's just not able to get the job done, unfortunately, for Nongshim. Look at the replays, it's a cheeky one out from Margaret, but just not able to get it done at the end, you know. There's 2 duels that they're trying to fight almost individually as Margaret at the end, and just not able to find any. That might be the nail in the coffin with a bit of a force up for Nongshim there. They have to dig deep in towards the pockets yet again here.
11-3. You really need to make a deep run with every single buy from here on out.
Yeah.
The Outlaw can just certainly delete a couple of players as well. 2 of them on light shields for Nongshim.
Well, at least they do diff Primi this time. I say diff, not really a massive diff. It's just removing the head of the duelist of Talon, and that's from, unfortunately, highlighting the least fragging member in Francis at the moment. Has to adjust between the Teo back towards the breach, where I was expecting a lot more setups from him for Danby, for example.
Thing is, do you expect there to be a Judge inside of Garage, or for Talon to continue pushing out of B as well? Cruz.
This is a risky one, but I don't mind it.
Oh, and he sidesteps in with the second kill. The Stinger doing wonders. But he walls himself up just to keep himself somewhat alive. Nongshim then to play with caution. Shrouded steps over. Margaret to receive. And Ivy to find the final kill. Nongshim will keep themselves afloat for one more round.
Yeah, for one more round at least here. A bit of cushioning, but all it's going to take is one little faltering and Talon would find map point here. Is this the time for Nongshim to start to make an attack and train happen, though? Hey, look, maybe, right? They're starting to have a couple of opening frags. That is the first round that they get here on what generally would have been the bonus round for Talon anyway, but with the way that those first 2 rounds went, it means that they're going to be down on the pistols come this next round. And I'm already seeing a lot more changes of position, of utility from Talon on this defense's side as well. They're not scared to waltz together through mid.
There you go. Changes in the player's demeanor as well. Certainly giving them a lot more confidence, especially for the later maps right now. Talon trying to keep themselves alive.
And Ivy's using the drone right now out through mid, so you're not going to be able to use that towards the alpha side of the map, which if he did, you know, and was able to spot out 2 or 3 members, you just call an audible there and absolutely leave the site. This time though, Nongshim just going quite slow together, waiting to see any over-aggressions from Talon. And
could reckon kind of fair enough. You've seen Talon push out B a couple times now.
Yeah, but Nongshim, if this is the call to go to A, you're going to be going into a potential Killua Armageddon if you're spotted. If that goes from the top of A lobby toward long, well, you're shreked.
You just removed Killua, so no need to worry about that for now. Great place shot from Danby, who has been the star duelist of the team, needing to put up huge numbers for this map as well. Hot flash from Primi, stays alive, still skulking around the site. Francis, though, coming back in with the entire team, just decimates Talon. But you have sussed out some positions now.
It's good to see that the layers there didn't wreck them in the end. So Nongshim, again holding on. But remember, that was just the pistols to come through for Talon.
Now you've got the full buy.
Now you've got the full buy and the backup of the ults as well. And I say backup because we know that Talon might not necessarily need to even deploy them. Team that has a lot of great decisions on the early stages. You know, if they're able to get Primi on the right spot with this operator as well, for example. See where that one's going to be poised over towards the C site where you've got your Sentinels set up. I say Sentinel set up, it's your Cypher set up rather, because the Deadlock traps are going to be towards the A side of the map from Long, which means if Darby decides to overdrive through there, well, he's getting stunned up twice.
That would just be great anticipation from Cruz. We'll see how it all works out, though, Drone.
Yeah, it's the timing right now as well, right? It's what can you hear on the utility mark. Killua with the stealth drone. Smoke's really quickly deployable by Thai. Do you get the sensation as Nongshim that there might be a little bit more of a stacking towards this A site? Seen one sensor removed by a shock dart. Still one at the front of the site, however.
Those are a couple of tells. Nongshim trailing off of Alpha now.
Yeah, and remember this operator too. Primi, head on a swivel to go between Garage and Long. Trapwire not broken by the Owl drone. And I don't even know if it was actually spotted out with the positioning that Ivy has just shot. So that Trapwire can still be played with a little bit later, and that's timing to be bought with the Armageddon and the barrier mesh deployed as well. So Nongshim, 30 seconds to go. They can't end here.
They're feeling the heat, though, and the Annihilation called out as well.
Now you got to contend with Primi, who has Dimensional Drift, but the Operator and Flashes to dance with.
We'll see. If you're able to throw Primi off, that could work wonders for your team. Primi, though, just steps into the right line at the right time.
Wait,
Dimensional Drift as well.
Dami actually got picked up by the Annihilation.
Uh-oh, that just does not bode too well for Nongshim Persia, though, trying to keep themselves alive, trying to stick the spike down as well, but Primi out for the clone, in with the angle being held as well. Cruz then, with the grab net coming back up, that could work out huge, but 2v3, the kill's not going their way. Primi and Kill have fallen, just Cruz left.
They might have just done it here. Nongshim surviving through a pretty hefty ultimate round. Cruz now looking for some potential exits.
And that's just an incredible save coming out from players like Persia, Francis, Ivy a little bit as well.
Absolutely. Talk about getting some confidence. Oh, okay, hang on, baby, no, never mind.
Cruz still got some kick in him.
10 bullets and ammunition. But
he's gonna
might be able to just escape on this one.
Spike will just blow off.
More importantly, it's another round for Nongshim, and I'm looking at it, right? Primi ult, Cruz ult, Killer ult. I gotta say, Cruz popped the Annihilation on the A side itself really early. He's just ricocheted that one to mid-window and picked up Darby.
Just in case.
When, by the way, Nongshim are in the C site, Darby the Duelist is lurking mid-window.
How big brain is that?
No, how unexpected is that?
I mean, he knew Darby was somewhere around the A site, just based on like timing rotation of things. I think that's just such a smart call. And he's kept himself up to 9-9 right now.
That was a little bit of luck.
Sure enough. There is an element of that in there.
Rifles, though, for Nongshim.
That's right.
To the A side of things, forcing a gate crash away, starting to slowly gather some space. It's another eco scenario for Talon. Holding on to a bit of this Sentinel utility, by the way, as well. 2 trapwires, 2 sonic sensors.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, if you are able to cycle through with your ultimates, you can definitely string a couple of rounds together, especially the ones where Talon will be able to come back in with the full buys.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Nongshim, you want to try and be kind of 100% in these sort of rounds, right? If you have to use an ultimate to be able to pick it up, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Reminds me of, you know, Americas at the moment where the likes of a Vice, right? Steel Gardens are used on these anti-eco rounds more often than actual rifle rounds. No Vice here, but ultimates, you know, as I'm trying to say, use an ultimate if you've got it, and you might need to with 4 players at this A site for Talon, 30 seconds to go. If you're not rolling Thundering as Francis, this is rough.
Yeah, no info yet either. Hopefully the recon
you're gonna get
gives a bit of a
done.
tell, but yeah, the grab net right on through. TP's away, 20 seconds then for the hit. The barrier mesh coming up at the right time. Yeah, the right clicks through as well, but not too bad. Nongshim able to just absolutely overwhelm the entirety of Talon all throughout this part of the map.
Neural Theft used at the end there. You throw your hat in the ring, so to speak, as Margaret, but the bell had already rung, so nicely done. 11-7, 4 in a row for Nongshim. A better identity on this attacking side at the moment, where we were highlighting earlier, they have had majority of their success over on that defensive side. Flawless variety though, against the little half buy, half investment, sort of investment. Call it what you will, it's a round for Nongshim. Now they have to try and do it again against the proper weaponry of Talon.
Talon is also kind of cooled off for the past several rounds now, no longer peeking out aggressively. This time though, C.
Oh, you say that, yeah. A little bit of a creep up together, holding each other's hands. It's something that Margaret maybe should have done on the defensive side. Have a buddy with you.
Key info.
Trade ability.
Nongshim still just hovering around.
It's risky though, because Primi wants to do it off the back of the camera. That is gorgeous, and they can get out of this one as well.
Oh,
Job's done. You've taken out 2 members.
Just around Garage, and then the drone out. 3v5 just as the round started.
And
Nongshim are just left wondering what happened.
And this is the scenario now where that halftime result of 9-3 really becomes a problem, right? Because you got 1 round that you sacrifice over towards Talon in this spot, and then you have to push us into overtime. You have to get 5 in a row, unless you get a 3 versus 5 conversion as Nongshim here.
That's why this is just such an incredible call, incredible teamwork coming out from Talon once again. And what a way to splash cold water onto Nongshim's 4-round win streak. Still though, the 3 members trying to scrounge something up together towards this Charlie site.
If they can get the plant free of charge, they'll have a recon for Ivy. There's 1 Shock Dart and a Hunter's Fury. But you have to see Danby, you have to see Persia doing a lot here.
Well, in position so far. Side steps, got the flash as well. Primi coming back in, and Danby, he's equalized the numbers.
Okay.
Ivy down towards the back as well.
And now you switch to post plant. You still got that ult. As I said, you got a From the Shadows for Persia. You can one-way the site.
Really good chance. Just got to spam right through. Hunter's ripping out. Oh, and it's just thigh left. And he's just trying to keep himself alive.
He got tagged.
70 HP. Danby slips through the net, and he sees that no one is on the spike. That's key information. The round is done.
And they've really dug deep there. Oh my, Danby, Ivy, Persia, a 3 versus 5 conversion. It doesn't matter that Thai has survived there with the operator. That's just a bit of a saving grace for Talon. That is a huge round for Nongshim that may very well save them in this map, depending on the next gun round that we see. If this operator saved doesn't deploy anything substantial in this next round, it could actually be the round that has just saved Nongshim.
A clattering round of applause from our Korean home crowd right here in S-Plex as well, just giving so much acknowledgement to the efforts of Nongshim in that very round. Meanwhile, for Talon, still looking for that map point.
I'll be honest with you, Quack, they're looking for 1 round at the moment. It's attacking side deja vu for this map.
At least they've got those 2 timeouts. We'll see if Jovi and Frost can cook something up.
Have they swapped spots? I actually don't know.
Not entirely sure. They've kind of, you know, actually, it kind of looks familiar.
Well, at least the hat's on Frost's head.
Yes.
That was...
that one time.
It was all it took was 1 time to recognize immediately, oh my god, he's not wearing a hat.
You see him not wearing a hat in the Homegrown documentary as well, so that, you know, it's Frost. Hector Rosario. But that said, yes.
Hat on means business.
It is.
Right now, we've got a very
mode.
Loose handshake at the moment from what we're seeing for Talon. 11-8. Shambles in their camp. So they call the timeout to have a bit of a discussion.
That's where you got to take a look at how Nongshim's able to play around this as well.
Something I want to say as well. 19 kills for Primi on the first half. He's had 5 in 7 rounds now.
Right? Some of them holding on to his off. Getting clapped by Nongshim, finding first contact with numbers.
Yeah. Do you still want to try and regain something towards this A site though with the operator?
Yeah, repositioned.
Cheeky from Killua too. Has the stealth drone. If he wants to pop it down sewers or down long, I mean, it might have been a bit of a bad scenario because all of Nongshim are pretty much here now.
Okay, gate crashes away. A little bit of information for Nongshim to then really collapse into the site. Great timing on the barrier mesh, but Persia just slips through. The rest of the team as well, but Killua finds the first kill. Off to the next as well, though, as Dambi now slides back in.
Remember, an operator for Premi, you'd need to be given a duel almost, you would think, and then with the 2 rifles of Dai and Jip Boys, I mean, 3 versus 4, you kind of consider going for it, but remember, Francis rolling Thunder too.
Yeah, I might even think to a save unless you can find an opening kill. Watching for at least while Thai as well as Chip Boys methodically clear every single angle. Dambi first done, Rolling Thunder baited out, and unfortunate for Chip Boys, he doesn't get away alive.
That's got to be the call now. You want to take this operator into the next round. You cannot reinvest in towards that one. Jip Boys, unfortunate you lose your life at the end, but you will take a rifle and that sniper into the next round. It's another successful one for Nongshim.
6 in the books.
As I said though, right, using the ultimate on these rounds where you feel like you just have to try and win it, because that's the important factor at the moment for Nongshim. It's winning. It's not giving Talon the space, the opportunities. If you're off-putting this operator time and time again, you're giving yourselves enough rope to be able to hang on.
A lot of rope, in fact. I mean, 6 rounds in a row, and you just hear the crowd continuing to cheer and applause. It's getting louder and louder, Komodo, with every single round going towards Nongshim.
But again, all it's going to take is one. It's not too excitable at the moment for Nongshim. They know that they have to just keep their head on straight and into the C site. Potentially, it would be where Premi is. You would think generally you should be good for one in this here.
At least one. You got the gate crash to
like that
out as well.
Progressive smoke at the moment for Nongshim to just make sure the sniper line isn't available for him. A bit of a difference as well, right? Playing on a Yoru, you're generally not going to see it elevated on the top of the C site. You'd have to see Dai pick up the operator, and are we seeing Dai pick up an operator?
No, not so far.
Not really.
Great recognition coming through from Nongshim, and right now just to lurk into several positions just in case as well. Cruz deals with the camera for now.
You see a lot of the center U-tilt towards the A side as well for Nongshim. It's where they've been kind of leaning towards a little bit. And a bit of a different look as well. Forward trap wire, kill trap in the site, sensor as well.
Over there.
With more time bleeding off this clock, you start to consider that if you're going into an angle and the judge is there, well, it could be a little bit problematic for Nongshim.
Especially if you've just seen Cruz in such a forward position.
Yeah. Oh, they do want to contend with going to this A side though, so it's going to be Jip Boys. It's going to be Dai.
Yeah, it comes down to the utility as well as the smokes. Possibly close range kills as well, but you're working against Dambi.
Salvos though, sub 30 seconds to go to try and get this plant down in towards the trapwire as well.
Oh,
the judge is just going to echo on out. This might be hard for Nongshim.
The TP cancelled as well. Unfortunate for Persia. Now Nongshim just trying to trudge their way forward, but the judge brings justice. Francis and Ivy though not backing down. Smooth criminals in their own way, but Premi to fire back. They're all blocked off at this little toe point, but Ivy still bringing things right back to the 1v1. Jit Boys getting the spam forward, and he brings Talon up to that crucial, much coveted map point.
Yeah, you unfortunately had to go for the stick there as Ivy to extend your chances of winning the round, and when the neural theft comes on out, you don't know where Jit Boys has slipped in towards as well. It becomes a little bit difficult. As I said, sub 30 seconds for them to get in towards the site. The fact that the From the Shadows is invested from Persia and just absolutely read and heard as well makes things a little bit more difficult. 5, 4, 3, not even to the 3 seconds on the clock. It would have been really difficult for Ivy to have won that one, but as you said now, 12 on map point for Talon. Already locking Nongshim out of A lobby.
And you also got Premi pushing up as well. Further information gained. Nongshim, though, just throwing caution to the wind. Straight into B site for the quick TP spike plant play. But Thai has spotted ahead of it.
No one's protecting him. He's gone for the plant and then to try and get on out there. And now how do you get the spike back? It's Persia.
No chance.
This is probably done. This is absolutely an unheard of situation for Nongshim to get back in.
Oh, and they're just continuing to spray a hail of bullets going all the way through at this one little gate. Nongshim unable to scratch their way back in, still close off onto the other side, grab net, and that just confirms positioning.
I mean, they've got 2 kills so far, but can you get more? I mean, Spike in the site, disrespectful play from Dai to deny the plant from going down. Faultline and Recon to at least clear the front of site, but Talon, they recognize with 30 seconds to go, all right, let's just disconnect from it, have a bit of a flank potential to come on out.
All right, play with numbers. Got the flash, possibly GravNet coming back as well.
And if you keep pushing as Ivy, you would probably assume that Primi would have been good for one, but now you've not expected a reflank to come out from Cruz, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Francis.
Uh-oh. How could you possibly know? Francis still trying desperately to keep himself in the game. A 1v3 would be monumental, but it's so tough. He hears the footsteps. Cruz just crouch at the very last second, and we end the first map 13-9 in favor of Talon.
Yeah, they came out of the gates with a great idea after that first pistol round that goes the way of Nongshim. Just 9 or 8 rounds in a row, rather, to make it 8-1. Finally won back, but I mean, it was really the heavy lifting that they did on their own attacking side. Gets a little bit of hold under the collar on the switch up. Pistol round, second round going Talon's way. You think, yeah, maybe this map's done. A wake-up call on the side of Nongshim. They start to collect together. They start to have some good timing and spacing. But really, when you're looking at that 9-3 turned into an 11-3, there is just no space that they had to work with.
That's where you really got to wonder, right? There's still a decent chance. I mean, this little comeback, that was, what, 6 rounds straight in a row picked up by Nongshim. It certainly could do wonders for them in the upcoming maps. Talon, meanwhile, you take a look at the recent matches, the recent games that they've been playing, it's gone 3 maps every single time. And that's sometimes where they falter as well. Do they have a problem with closing out the games?
Well, I mean, they broke the curse the other day on their first map of the series of a best of 3 as well, right? Now they've echoed that yet again, but whether or not Pearl is going to go their way for a 2-0, or with Nongshim going into that and that being a very confident map for them, maybe they can tie it up and push us to a center.
That's where things get a little bit surprising for sure, Komodo. I mean, just thinking about Nongshim, this is the first time they've picked Pearl against Talon. We'll see how it shakes up, because for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk to break things down.
Haven is a place on Earth. It certainly is for Talon Esports that take the first map of the day. They're all cringing at me.
How long have you been
saying on that one?
Cringing. No, I think you need to understand what I just went through watching this on my coaster, and the first thing I hear is Haven is a place on Earth. Like, what am I doing here?
Well, welcome back. Chobra here on the desk as our special guest. I do have to, how are you? How are you feeling?
I'm upset. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at... Well,
You're not at yourself.
I'm kind of mad at the boys. I'm mad at Frost. I'm mad at everybody. I'm mad at EDG for losing.
Yeah. You're mad at me now for saying that line as well. But and I quote from a while ago, I think somewhere around round 18 or 19, Chobra did say,
Persia is back! He's not back. He's been gone for a while.
We did hear that though from him from across this area.
This is the bar is like someone gets a 2K and they're back. Like that's where we're at now.
Will is regretting coming on the desk now.
I thought this was a safe space.
No. You came here for therapy, but he just gets bullied.
I mean, with a match like this, come on, how can you not, right? It's Nongshim. They had us believing a little bit, especially towards the end over there.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had your hands up in the air so many times, so yeah.
Were you believing in the comeback by the end there?
Yes, but I'm going to be brutally honest, all right? And I don't care if Nongshim sees this. I was 40% believing in Nongshim bringing it back, and I was 60% believing in Talon throwing it.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah,
so,
no,
like,
that's a good point.
That's where it was. That's where that map was.
They were doing a pretty good job of that, to be fair. There was so many like 3v5s and things like that. I mean, yeah, we'll go into a little bit more detail about it later, but I think at the end of the day, it was interesting again to see Haven come back into the veto after the last time the comp change. It's now 3 in a row that Talon has won with this comp, and they're beating Korean teams every time.
I mean, when you have Primi with a performance like that, how can you not, right?
Electric.
Absolutely electric versus Dambi on the Neon, right?
I mean, especially this first half. I think he ended this first half on 19 kills.
Yeah.
He absolutely took over. Multi-kill after multi-kill. This guy, he could do no wrong. And I mean, as a Nongshim fan, it's got to be frustrating watching this guy be on the other side.
Well, yeah, because there were so many other things that I was like, oh, like Nongshim, you know, some of the players haven't warmed up, etc. And then I'm looking at what Primi's doing, and I'm like, maybe it doesn't even matter, because he's just going around fragging anybody anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just couldn't die. It's, you know, in this, he's constantly getting kills he shouldn't get. He's constantly getting away with his life, just making an absolute nightmare of a time for Nongshim.
Yeah, you got a lot of really good opening kills. I think on the attacking side as well, fragging out that hard on the Yo when you're the solo duelist is really commendable, because a lot of the time you have to be that space creator that isn't actually always set up to frag. A lot of the time you're trying to make space for the middle of the pack to actually get into a post plan or get involved in the action, but just Primy things. He just goes and takes aim duels and wins them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7 first kills. That just shows just how much of a beast Primy is.
Who's saying he's baiting? 7 first kills.
We're quite happy. We're quite happy. I also had Primy on my team, by the way. So I think we're doing okay. And I think, you know, props to Talon for pulling out some really scrappy rounds as well, especially at the beginning of that map too.
If you compare to kickoff, I mean, Primy's taken more than double the amount of opening duels that he was in kickoff. I mean, part of that is switching back over to the duelist, but what I was kind of alluding to before, if we get into the next set of replays, is the amount of 3v5s that were converted to Nongshim, and part of that's down to Talon. I feel like there's just not good enough freeze protocols. You get an Annihilation pick and an op pick from Primy, and then you're in a 5-on-3, and you just give Persia way too many opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, this round was a little bit crazy. We saw Talon invest 4 ults into this and managed to lose it. You must have been feeling hyped on this one.
That was the round when he was back for that round.
he was back in that round.
That was it.
He showed up for
I
one
know
round.
that moment.
And then it happened again here. Like, that was another 3-on-5 that Nongshim was able to win. And Talon, they've got to be kicking themselves because they were dominating. They were front-running this game on the attacking side. And it's worth mentioning that Nongshim opted to start out attack last time, and they had a pretty good time of it. But this time, they chose to start defense after Talon picks Haven again. And then you did see a little bit more of a comeback on that attacking side. Partially, I feel like that was down to Nongshim's game plan. They did a really good job playing slower and conditioning like the rotations initially, and then got him with some really nice sight hits. But part of that is down to Primy, who's got the MVP here, gets an opening pick or gets an opening kill. You're in a 5-on-3, and then you're just not able to actually convert that despite a lot of ults invested, or maybe not having good enough freeze protocols and allowing these really solid mid-rounders who, you know, maybe haven't been in good form lately, like Persia, to actually pop off.
Yeah, once he gets that opening duel, right, you can't, your game plan kind of falls by the wayside, and suddenly you're stressing, and you have to adapt and everything. And Nongshim, they're still trying to find their ground into doing this, right? I can actually see Will is actually stressed. He's like, there's like a twitching vein on the side.
I've never been this stressed in my life. This is like just beating out my own wedding and how stressed I am. Right?
Oh my god!
Like, this is insane. Like, I don't know what I signed up for, but this wasn't it. This wasn't it.
I do think there is hope for Nongshim still. We're going into Pro.
You didn't even prep Nongshim.
What are you doing, you traitor? I'm not a believer. I'm trying to give you some copium. I'm trying to help you here.
We are here as friends. We are here as friends. We are going into Pearl. And no, I do have to side with Morgan here, because this is the map that kind of makes me a little nervous as somebody who did predict Talon.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I was to summarize it for all the viewers, Nongshim good on Pearl, Talon bad on Pearl.
Okay.
No good.
I mean, it's kind of a weird dynamic here that I have to kind of be the devil's advocate. But honestly, what I am a little bit concerned is that I still see the same bad habits from Nongshim. Like, every team has their own bad habits, right?
Yeah.
Like Talon has their, we're going to give 1v1. So Nongshim, the same bad habits showed up on Haven. And while I trust that they have reinforced their Pearl, if they sat there and thought, well, our Pearl is good, let's work on the other maps, then I think Talon could come and prepare it. So in all honesty, like, I don't mind losing that first map. Yeah, you're expecting you win Pearl, maybe it's a 1-1. But the way they lost that first half, I mean, a little bit concerned.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I still believe, just so we're very
Look, I think Talon, they haven't had a good run on this map, especially the game against Gen.G doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence, and it took a pretty inspired Zeta, despite the fact there was some like degree of misplaying in that game for Nongshim. They still barely lost that game, which shows you the quality that they have on this map, right? Like, even a Zeta that is kind of peak performance plus some good preparation to beat Nongshim on this map, I think you're feeling pretty safe to go through to a third map.
Yeah, you gotta remember that 13-3 against Gen.G, right? Which Gen.G were able to take on Pearl.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And Pearl has always been very, very strong on the side of Nongshim. You mentioned that they're not really changing anything, but for this map, is it one of those maps that they probably don't need to?
I mean, listen, if you get the pistol, maybe you don't need to, right? You get the snowball, you get the tempo rolling, and they're very good at that. Like, Nongshim's a very streaky team, both winning and losing. So I think let's get a pistol, start off, let's
not get stingered.
Yeah, let's not get stingered, because we know Talon does it every single map anyway. I was losing my mind. Okay, I gotta chill.
gotta chill.
That one
Yeah.
definitely stung.
The ramen is heating up over here. The ramen is cooking, and we gotta let it simmer just a bit as we're about to step into Pearl. What are we expecting here? I am expecting though that Talon doesn't make that same mistake that happened against Gen G last time, and they're coming in a lot stronger here on Pearl, especially since they left it open.
Yeah, as you said, Chobra, I mean, I do feel like this is a map that by leaving it in the pool, you sort of know Nongshim are going to pick it, right? Of
course,
so
yeah.
that very much means we know what Talon are like in terms of how they like to prep. So Talon will have an idea here. They've not let this through entirely on a whim. It's not a mistake for this, you know?
Absolutely, and I think we could let Chobra get back to his watch party as well, because I do think that we are stepping into Pearl right now, and we have some very interesting updates.
Nongshim not changing up too much, but similar to actually what we saw on that previous map, we're getting rid of the Teo and bringing the Sova back in, so minor changes there for Nongshim to start out here on the attacking side of Pearl, which means that Talon has chosen to start defense.
Yeah, but we are seeing Talon play this kind of double sentinel that, you know, we just saw it on Haven with the Deadlock. Now we have Vice and Cypher with that solo initiator Teo instead of the Fade that they previously liked to use. So this is definitely a slightly different look. This seems very well prepared and a much more holistic style that we're seeing from Talon.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, I think I did like the Fade being the solo Enit, especially on the attacking side, but, you know, Teo will be a slight change up, so both teams only opting to really change their Enit.
Hey, does the series belong to Talon already, or are Nongshim ready to make a comeback here on Pearl? One of their best maps. We're gonna find out as we toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika and Big Time and Pilsky. Yes, this all comes down to it once again. You have some slight change-ups in terms of the initiators, but I just got to remind everyone, right? We kind of have to do it. Again, the Ascension team needs to find these wins. They need the championship points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna, what's the word here? Did Pilsky watch how they piloted the Fade last time? There wasn't that much against Gen G, let's be real. So
they got shut down every step of the way.
Yeah, they did. They couldn't get anything happening as Talon in that game, nor really against Team Secret as well, if you cast your minds back towards that one. But hey, different scenario, different standings right now. We're in towards the pistol round of map number 2. And Nongshim, they need to win this one to try and send us into the third to be in with a chance to win this series. They have already gathered B-Long control at the moment. They would have to contend against Jit Boys, who was pretty sensational on the Cypher over on Haven.
Certainly have to see if he's able to keep that up so far onto this map. It's a lot wider this time. You do have the Trip as well as a Star for some added support. Nongshim just kind of drawing out the utility early on.
Yeah, Jit Boy's taking a little bit of that damage early on with Margaret fighting an opener. You can't quite navigate a secondary one, though, as Nongshim, so it's a little bit evens here. Margaret down for the count. Of course, had a bit of a life map last time on this one. Great shots out from Ivy. If map number 1, he was a bit silent, well, he started to wake up a bit from that second half. Who hasn't? Jit Boys. That's an awkward one.
Really tough for Cruz now as well to be put in this 1v4 on the pistol. Then again, Talon were able to kind of bring things back on towards the subsequent rounds. Right now, though, just Nongshim to collect very cleanly on towards the next win.
And now this is the second round where we need to see what Talon is going to do. Are they going to present us with stingers yet again and potentially win out the round, or are they going to play quote-unquote normal Valorant, go for an eco, and get out a proper bonus round, buy round in the third? Because they didn't really get much in this pistol round. A little licking of damage, a single frag, and apart from that, a lot of bullets going haywire.
Yeah, if you do buy up the stingers for the next round, you're not gonna be leaving yourself with a lot for the upcoming ones. So it's going to be the full save, Komodo. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, oh, the snipers aplenty. That's going to do a lot of penetrative damage.
Yeah, you'd expect. Timing, Primi afforded something here with the pistol, potentially, but just with the classic and a gate crash to get out of dodge, you would generally hope that Nongshim would not overlook a position like this. And with the drone going through, he's going to have to skedaddle on out of there. Meanwhile, Jit Boys is down for the count already. Again, just pistols here. So you were generally just looking for the pass mark for Nongshim, maybe even the flawless.
And that's what's curious about this entire veto as well, right? I mean, you left Pearl open intentionally.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, also just recognizing how to play around this map as well. The long-range duels right now, everything favoring them. He can close range Marshall, though, kind of using it as musket. So far, so good. Reloads, but Cruz back in with a right click.
I just have in my head in a situation like that, if Margaret is there, he needs to be doing texture. Help, help, help. He's missing the shots of the Marshall or any gun. Needs someone to bail him out. But this time, right now, there's an unexpected location of Primi and Killua. And this, I'm talking about needing to be a flawless round, Quack. It might be a 1 versus 1, but no, Darby in for the 4K.
So clean, still good, and with those kills and ult points going his way, certainly pointing towards an upwards trajectory for Nongshim so far, but decent kills for Talon as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of highlight for me in a round such as this, right? It's the classics, it's the shots coming out. You're looking at a round such as that, carrying over these Guardians, carrying over the Outlaw to make sure that you've got a lot of these pieces for a puzzle in the next round to try and come out on this attacking side. Kind of flawless, right? We need to just see some domination from Nongshim to build some confidence on this map. Of course, a map expected to come in towards the veto with Talon not banning it. So I would be expecting a lot of counterplays, a lot of anti-strats.
Especially in terms of how Talon have been playing the mind game so far. It's a lot of early pressure around mid. If you're Nongshim right now, you're a little bit paranoid. And that's why you have a couple of players just to investigate around Art this time.
Oh, waiting for flash.
So close. You got the kills going through towards Talon, though. Numbers and spades, and it's just, who is that? Francis to trail off with a spike in hand.
3 versus 4. Maybe a 3 versus 3 if Cruz had overstayed a little bit, but now you've got a slight gap around the map. Killua dead, so the shear is down, meaning you can funnel some information up through mid for Nongshim. But
trips though.
What can you do? You need to see something come out from Ivy, from Margaret, and the spike gonna make its way out of the A site.
At least for now, they're trying to keep Talon invested towards this alpha site, breaking the trips.
I was gonna
players rotated over.
I was looking at mid as well, and I was seeing that Margaret's turret was still there. He's just retracted it, so I don't know if Primi would have heard that go down and confirmed anything. They are still putting a lot of their eggs in this A side of the map, Talon.
You got numbers, you got guns.
Exactly, they're okay to do so. They've got the drone on Cruz to still spot info, they've got the clone on Primi to throw a spanner in the works, and they've got salvos as well. So.
Here's the thing though, they gotta do it together as a full team.
And I'm looking at Francis actually. Your Recon has just come online. You've got 2 Shock Darts and a Hunter's Fury. I mean, how nerdy is he going to be with lineups?
Precisely that, Komodo. There's still a good chance that Nongshim could come away with a bonus win this time.
Nanos too.
Okay, at least Talon now swarming in together, but the first shot goes great for Ivy. Primi then to trade right back. Now Francis and Margaret to hold up, trying to play for time. Recon in, Hunter's Fury out.
Half defused.
And that's tied down to half HP as well. He's trying to jiggle back and forth onto it, but the kill comes in. Just Primi left. On towards Francis. He's trying to stick it all the way through. The shock dart comes in, but it's not enough damage, and the Red Bull clutch picked up by Talon.
That just looked like Francis didn't really have a full idea on where the spike was planted. I mean, in a map such as this one, if you're going for a bit of an open plant, you need to make sure that you're, having the timing down right, making sure that if there is a smoke, you're kind of having the numbers to go for the sprays. When the nanos expire, when the Hunter's Fury goes in, but a little bit too late, it's also looking like, a half defuse. You can just get on that while the Nebula's still up and go for it.
Yeah. So it came close, there was a slight chance, but, recognition, especially in the heat of things. But that said, though, catching a glimpse from it for before, the economy on Talon's side completely down in the dumps.
The shock dart, by the way, wouldn't have even finished off Primi, so it would have had to have a spray.
But playing the long game, Nongshim with the full buys, Outlaws as well.
Yeah. I mean, those sort of scenarios, you see a couple of, post-plant teams, for example. They are throwing these double shock darts first and Hunter's Furying and waiting with the bolts in between and doing all this nerd stuff, which I like, personally. I like post-plants, but...
Yeah, it just kind of really shows you why they went back to the Sova right now.
Yeah.
Also recognizing for Talon to possibly push out mid again. I mean, look at how both Margaret as well as Ivy are watching for this middle area of the map.
I mean, a little bit of paranoia as well around this B site, right? Needing to clear all of the angles, seeing no Cypher util, seeing no Vice util, now getting info from Ivy.
And that's where Ivy kind of plays around with it as well, just to keep Talon on their toes. They have to spend some time now just to check him out. Talon, of course, it's a round where they're kind of throwing things away. If you can find a kill, if you can pick up a rifle, that could mean quite a bit as well. So all of them trying to swarm down this one player right now. They take Ivy down. Margaret, though, not too bad, standing tall. and you have more shots coming in with the Outlaw as well. Talon have to run away.
I mean, they're going to have to go up with the spike, essentially, or die to the rifles, so they do have to just charge on in. And if you're Nongshim, I wouldn't even mind them just disconnecting from this one.
My soldiers rage!
2 from the ult.
Suzume! Just run in! Throw your bodies against Nongshim and find as much as you possibly can. That's it, though. Yes, Nongshim, the Titans in this round, will be able to crush Talon outright. Jitboys with the Soul Rifle being picked up, keeps it in his hands.
Has some good damage at the end of that one, and actually kind of keeps the credit to Nongshim a little bit honest going in towards these next few rounds, but if they're able to still bring a lot of stability, it shouldn't be too harmful to them. Again, these sort of rounds are just the pistols to come through from Talon, so an idea of some mid-control, and I'm looking at Nongshim on how you're adjusting in a anti-eco environment as well, right? Still having Margaret play solo there, Ivy play solo there. These are the things that, if Talon are able to best those bodies a little bit earlier on, you know, what could that look like?
Now you've got Danbu with an up as well. Talon, though, all of a sudden, okay, this time it's going to be the A main push out.
Yeah, you got the deep shear wall towards A. You would expect that one to be popped a little bit early in, but now you got all the information as Talon that things are heating up around this B long side of Nongshim, and there's a trade in the kill feed. You've still got advantage as Nongshim, but look at the little lurk that's coming through from Margaret. They don't need to stick around.
Somewhat unexpected. You do have some utility just in case, though. Killua, especially with that shear wall up. The rotations, though, of course, it's going to be tough for Thai to be able to hold all this down by himself.
Well, the thing is, he's still got that shear for information that Margaret will have to pop, and then the thorns where he can't see them just yet, peeking where he is. They've actually just been popped too.
Big responsibility on his shoulders.
No stars yet.
Just popped. Talon then trying to reconvene towards Art stairs as well. Thai trying to spam desperately forward. Decent kill from Jitboys. But then the Steel Garden coming in. Talon then having to back off because of this. Buys so much time. Nongshim still just keeping Talon away. Jitboys trying to fight back in, buying time, attention for Thai to swing on up, but then another kill. Jitboys turns it back into 1v1, but he's low HP. Does he have the headshot? Persia off to the classic right clicks, and that's just the perfect way to deal with this fight. Time as well, working against Jitboys. He tries to go for the tap. Persia in for the right click shots. The scatter round right in. And Nongshim upwards, forwards to 4v1.
Yeah, they hold nicely from the beginning with the operator shot to get rid of Primi on the little jump spot. That's a nice one from Danby. And the reason I'm highlighting, you know, there's a lot of things building up around B long is because I'm waiting to see what Margaret's lurk is going to be able to achieve. If he can call for the team to come back over towards the A site, they can set themselves up with that 4 versus 3 advantage. And at the end there as well, I was looking at Old Mate in the clutch, you know, waiting for when the Gravwell's going to come back online. Use the Gravwell, but Jitboys just not sticking that one on the low HP. A little bit rough. Talon not able to start off on this map like they did on map number 1. But Nongshim, they are out of the gates nice and early here.
Very swift.
Yep.
Talon, meanwhile, it is pistol, so I could see why, but again, you're pushing out.
On a map like Pearl, I mean, you're generally using your salvos and stuff to gain some of this A main control, right? So it's not the worst idea for them to change it up a little bit and go together as a team on this eco round. A deeper shear wall as well, where you're either putting all the bodies together through it, or you're just baiting it out. Yeah, verticality, you're still not getting over that one, unfortunately. So now it's a lot for Ivy to just kind of hold.
Oh, not expecting that many players.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I highlighted a little bit earlier, right? Ivy and Margaret have been playing a little bit more solo on this map in these sort of scenarios. So if you are able to find one of them and get a trade, you pull for a rifle, you give yourselves an option to be able to clutch around such as this one and steal it.
Yeah, again,
I mean, a risk with a Steel Guard and a Cosmic Divide, imagine.
I don't know about that.
One.
Yeah, you gotta get close enough, and yet Margaret will really push him off of that line. Into the site, though. Cosmic Divide now coming out from Persia as well. Talon might have snuck in, but do they have... Well, the range is one thing. The accuracy is a whole other aspect as well. Now just the positioning from Danby and Persia to clean things up.
Alrighty, 5-1. This is where we get the rifles back in the possession of the Talon members. Quite of a large difference as well, as Primi is not finding a lot of these successful openers at the moment, or the team isn't finding openers and trades to...
Beginning to recognize the individual plays from Margaret and Persia, though. I mean, Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Pearl and you think of the last installment of this map, Margaret had a sensational one. A bit of a life game, but still, you know, when you look towards Nongshim, not able to get the job done. Timeout for Talon here. Recuperate, have some thoughts. What you want to do, gathering a lot of this A main control, looking for some fights in towards mid, not pushing too far up B long, for example, not getting a great operator line either at the moment. Credits have been toing and froing. So it definitely feels like Nongshim are set up nicely in the driver's seat at the moment. But of course there can be some roadworks, as we saw from map number 1, the tail end of what was happening there.
There's always a chance. That begs the question, what's the possible solution going to be? Frost as well as Jovi certainly trying to cook things up. Meanwhile for Silkanon, keeping the team's spirits alive.
Bit of a frustration for Frost here. By the face mannerisms.
I mean, that's kind of one of the things that he has been mentioning before, right? Sometimes when a team starts to run away with some rounds, you know, comms go down. And you can never have that. Primi coming back up with the op this time, but we'll see. He's up against Dambi.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm looking in the beginning of this and I'm seeing no salvos, hearing no salvos again. So if I'm Ivy right now, I'm considering what are they doing differently on the line? Do we need to invest a drone? Do we need to invest a dart? No information on the Archros in towards Art, but you'll still silently creep on up. You've got the shear wall as protection for Killua. And you wouldn't actually mind to see Talon even be okay to go for a retake when you've got A main control, when you've got a Steel Garden, the team can rotate Flowers, rotate Secret, provided that Nongshim don't overextend into those situational spots.
Nongshim, though, I mean, if they're taking this carefully, just tripping that shear wall, it does force some question marks into Talon's minds.
It's a really early pop on the stealth drone from Cruz, but not seeing anybody out through long, not seeing anybody through club. You know that it's got to be a mid-angle at the moment, but whether or not it's through street, so you pop the camera for the information, you see nothing, well, you know it's outside art.
So they're all around this spot now, set up perfectly for Killua to find at least one, but tough luck. Dambi not able to make it out alive. Primi then with the Dimensional Drift to retrieve all that beautiful info. Survey complete, he says. And the smokes come up. Hunter's Fury to possibly allow Persia to sneak on through, but it's not going to happen. Cruz says no. Ivy, though, out from stairs. It's undetected. Thigh still kind of turns back around, but it's all down for Cruz, who spins around 90 degrees to find both kills. Triple kill in the round to bring Talon up to 2.
Yeah, the informational game in this round for Talon was actually a bit more superior than the likes of Nongshim, I'll be honest, right? Timing to get all the info at B long, recognizing that with the A main push and seeing nothing, that, well, they're either going to be mid, as I've said, either through street or wrapping through art, and it is the latter because you've got the camera available up through street as well. So just really nice, you know, kind of defaulty with a little bit of aggression style from Talon there.
Something that they needed a lot of.
Now a bit of a different scenario where you hear a little bit more of the utility over through A-Long. You hear Darnby just sending it, an overdrive angle you would expect here, given that the Stinger is the purchased weapon. Timing. I don't actually know if they spotted Persia, and they have absolutely did not. He has just timed them into oblivion. Cruz. That one hurts.
Yeah, that's certainly one where the Elder Scrolls will kind of scream your name down into doom. Jit Boys left to pick up the pieces.
And what can Francis sell over here with a single drone? A dart to become available soon as well. They now actually recognize the camera. So you got to think, as Nongshim, if they're getting information from the camera and street a lot of these rounds, we should be destroying that to remove info from them, because that has been a spot that Talon have just commanded in this map so far. Like, if Nongshim went there, they would be dead.
So kind of broken or recalled. And then the sudden peek out off of timing.
30 seconds though, Quack, and you've still got a Steel Garden as Killua. He is at the wrong site, so it's down on what Primi can do with the operator. If he misses a shot or dies,
he doesn't have the gate crash out. And up around dugout, it's ooh.
Are they going to smoke that though? Generally, it's, you know, when you've got this small position, you do.
Well, it is Primi. He's going to flash himself into another peek, but shut down by Ivy. Now Killua on site, but not in position to deploy the Steel Garden. This is a tough a hairy position to be in.
Yeah. Is Jitboys now going to save a 1 versus 4? I mean,
probably.
You're still contemplating credits for Talon 2. Dai, Cruz, Killua, they can invest in the next round. Jitboys saves. I mean, he could potentially even drop something for Primi. So it's not the worst save, but it is a bit of a hurtful one, given that Nongshim will elevate their score onto 6. Dami also holding on to the overdrive, not needing to invest that one. Have that available for the next. An operator to be taken over into the next round as well. So I'm looking towards Nongshim being able to potentially extend the lead. See what damage Margaret may find, and it's going to be the 3rd to close the round.
Yeah. Footsteps, shots in the back. What you gonna do? And that's kind of
do when they come for you.
Nongshim. I don't know if that's the song that they will go for, but you know, this replay right here, it's one of the problems that has been plaguing Talon for now, right? Always trying to push out. It's not quite like Haven, especially though.
Yeah.
Secondary plan.
The thing is right now, Nongshim are really bleeding down the clock, right?
Yep.
And they are ultimately winning the Talon duels in crossfires, in seeing some overextensions from Talon.
Precisely that. Well, early salvos this time.
Yep. Situate Premi on the line, but is he going to be able to find the opening kill? It's a bit of a more shallower off angle that Darby would have to stay scoped in. Or for Persia to just absolutely book you.
Peeked into it.
I was talking about the credits a little bit earlier and what the expectation was going to be from Talon, that they would be able to force into this round. Now, oh boy.
Flash. Well, decent on the dodge, but still kind of leaving Killua alone in the cold. Jitboys now getting gunned down as well. Still, once again, back up into the B-long position. Dambi is just having a live game as well.
And they saw Thai run back, tail between his legs over at the A site too. So they know where he's going to be able to come from. You can plant anywhere you want. Margaret's just going to pick up the ulti orb first, because with the plant, he'll get the lockdown. So you've got that available in the next round. This is a very well-adapted round for Nongshim here, Quack, because they've seen some aggression from Talon up at A-Long as well. This time, they set the Archros ready to flash and swing together as a team, right? How often have we seen just Ivy peek there by himself? This time, changing it up, finding a very clean round against Talon.
Stupendous. If you're thinking for Talon, yeah, it kind of also looks like the mentality affecting them a little bit somewhat. Repeatedly looking for the duels. Thaya now at least able to fend off the first assailant. Not the second one.
No longer for this world. That's another one going the way of Nongshim and Talon. Do you consider the second time out in the first half like your counterparts in the previous map?
Depends on the coaching staff, perhaps.
Depends what Frost and Jovi are hearing in the comms. You mentioned a little bit earlier, sometimes when there's a lot of these losses happening for the rounds, Talon can go a little bit flat. You know, it's on to Cruz, essentially. How excitable can he be for the team to get back into it?
Not just Cruz, but for the rest of the boys as well. Like, how are they... You gotta understand what they're feeling like in their heads. Why are they peeking out so much? Well, at least for now, giving them the freedom to do what they want. You got another A peek, but it's the outlaw for Dambi.
And we're expecting this map to come into the veto, right? We're thinking to ourselves, all right, you've had a week to prep. If you're doing veto checking, you know what's happening. You're thinking, all right, there's going to be a scenario of counterplays. Not really seeing too much from Talon, unfortunately, at the moment.
Oh, that's a little bit greedy.
Yeah, you're just expecting on the back of an Armageddon that Nongshim are going to respect that and fall all the way back. Not that they're going to re-peek into that one, so that's just great realization from Darby. Some great timing there. With Primi down, with Jitboys down. This is just an eco to come through from Talon, so you're not going to read into this one too much. I mean, an Armageddon on an eco as well is quite costly when you're not going to have that for the remainder of the half.
I know. You're at round 10, 11, 12. If you don't have the ult, what do you have?
Well, you've got Killua with the Steel Garden who's been protecting that for the next half at the moment. Hey, we've seen a lot of these rounds in Pacific where someone has been holding an ultimate and they don't use it for the half, and then you're just wondering, well, what if you invested it, right? You know,
it's also tough for him. I mean, you haven't really been put in a scenario where
use it,
you
yeah.
can't.
Which I was a little bit surprised. Like when it was the 4 versus 2 in the previous round, where he's on the back of A site and he's toing and froing between the church side of things and the art side of things. Cruz, see if he can get something here, which it won't. You know, all the members of Nongshim are on the site. He's got the rifle. He potentially could have used it there, but the expectation is that as soon as you rip that back sight, you would just be overwhelmed by 2 rifles at a crossfire, you're done. So I understand why he's not using it in a couple of scenarios where he may have been able to use it, but it's also a scenario where you do have it. Nongshim are getting into these sites. Talon have shown us that they're capable of playing post plants. Just realize a little bit earlier, let's just switch into a post plant and use it.
Exactly.
Gain a bit of strength with that.
We haven't really seen that so far, though. Now we have what could be a last-ditch effort in this first half. Primi out with an op.
And I highlighted a little bit earlier, this camera has been quite common from Talon to Overlook Street, so you would expect it to be potentially destroyed by Nongshim here.
A main formation as well, so we'll see. Steel Garden for both sides. Wow.
Stacked Steel Gardens. Oh, Margaret, though. Yeah, no lurk held, but now information is there.
Yeah, decent recognition from Cruz. But still, Nongshim have quite a bit of freedom.
There could be a world in which Margaret wants to meet up with the team and drop a lockdown here for this B site. I mean, they would still have to contend with all of the Sentinel util that's going to be here, but the way the positioning is going from them, if Francis can keep some eyes towards the A site with this start, that's all he needs to do with that. Remove a body from this B site, use the lockdown, set yourselves up a great opportunity, because now you're thinking for Thai, he's either going to have to Cosmic Divide or drop the Nebula.
Your Talon, though, you still have that camera, but yeah, the Cosmic Divide. Tough position for Jit Boys. We'll see if he can kind of unearth himself from this one. The relay bolt, though, the stuns. Still, you got decent support. Assistance out from Killua now, looking for the 3rd kill, but denied.
Plant, eventually, has to go down. Margaret's holding that one. Cosmic Divide starts to fade as well.
Okay, oh, the drone keeps Primi offline for now, but also Cruz to set up a long flank. Spots out the first. Couple of bursts in will remove Margaret from the equation. Just Francis and Persia left. And if you're Talon, you should have a decent idea of where they are. Cosmic Divide to block off Halls. But Nongshim, they're nowhere to be found. Persia, good on the first. Francis for the trade. And it's just Cruz oscillating back and forth into the crosshairs of Francis. What a 1v1.
Yeah, that had to be a pretty swift shot to come through from Francis there with 33 HP. But the job gets done in a deficit position on that retake. I'm questioning, right? I'm saying Talon probably need to shift themselves, their mentality in towards a retake scenario, which they kind of did, right? You're expecting the numbers of Nongshim around this B site when they're trying to get the Cosmic Divide down, when they're after the lockdown, you're generally expecting a plant to go down, you've got your numbers, you're retaking or you're catching them off guard just before they're planning or while they're planning. Great shot at the end there from Francis. Like, I like the adjustment from Talon, just not able to get it done. So in the last round of this half, it's either 9-3 again, or it's 10-2.
10-2, certainly on the cards right now as well. You might have a full buy, but Nongshim have been getting away with daylight robbery. Look at the elevated angle now.
You still got Darby holding this overdrive with an operator to Leadstead over at B now. You got Francis as well with the Hunter's Fury.
Ooh.
Inside of Talon. Well, they don't have a Cruz. They might not have a Thigh.
Okay, they have a Thigh. Well, they have a Killua.
Yes,
they do have a Killua.
So they're one away from Dimensional Drift, one away from Neural Theft. These can actually be quite large ults in maybe a retake scenario, in a defendable scenario towards this B side.
It's the overdrive quickly and swiftly dealt with. Hunter's Fury allows for some cushioning though, but now gotta watch out for the spike plant. Razor Vines keeps Talon away.
A couple of stars as well for Persia here.
To continue blocking off potential sight lines. Meanwhile though, Talon still dicey, but Primi now coming online. The heaven position, the dimensional drift into the peek out from Persia where Thigh finds the final headshot. Decent recovery coming alive from Talon, but it is still a 9-3.
Yeah, it's those duels in mid that really finally going Talon's way work a treat, isn't it? The fact that Thigh gets it and Killua gets it, the newer rookies towards this squadron, and the fact that, well, Darby is just, this time, throwing himself in.
This time,
yeah. 9-3 on the half. I mean, we were saying the story in the previous map, right? There was not enough space given towards Nongshim to be able to try and mount a recovery in the second half. They started to do so with the 6 in a row before ultimately losing the lasting 2 for the 13-9 score result. This time, though, will Nongshim start at the pistol, or will Talon start to mount the comeback? So let's get on to our trivia, our questions, and our selections. What's been more impressive recently? Primmy's mechanics or Cruz's IGLing?
You got finger hearts versus bicep bumps.
I mean, last map, it was kind of both, with Primmy just absolutely shooting and Cruz having some really good movement around the map for the team. But I would probably say Primmy's. Oh, in this one right now, none. In this one right now, none.
You got snacks.
Which snack is the GOAT?
These are
Is Ivy and Margaret a snack?
True, maybe.
Are they a snack? What are they even holding?
Nongshim snacks, I'm assuming. I believe Chobra would be explaining that on his watch.
For the Aussies out there, Ivies kind of look like chunks of saladas. I like saladas.
Okay,
so.
then what about Margaret? I believe those are the fruity pie things.
Like fruit mince pies?
No, not mince pies, but they've got some
fruit mince pies. You know what those are?
Yeah, sort of.
I like those.
You might
but
like Margaret.
Which snack is the GOAT though? Ivy or Margaret? I'd say Margaret overall, but Ivy's kind of stepped up this series.
You're my snack, Komodo.
Although, to be fair, there was a point in where Margaret, Francis, Ivy, and Darby all had 11 kills, and now Margaret and Francis got one more. So it's a big effort by committee, and I did hear that, by the way. You calling me a snack. Okay, we've got confirmation. There are Korean snacks named Ivy and Margaret. Oh, there you go.
Wait, they actually
are named them. Imagine if their IGLs are named after the snacks.
Oh my god.
Imagine if that's the law.
That would be pretty wild. Still, though, we are kicking things off into the second half right now. Talon slowly meandering forward on this attack towards middle, where you've got a lot of Sentinel utility.
I mean, how great has Margaret always been around holding down Connector, holding down the straight on this Killjoy?
Individually.
So if you're going to try and counter anything, it would definitely be him there.
Got some support with the Stars and Francis as well now, but the pathing for Talon suggests for them to possibly push through.
Well, it suggests a little bit of awkwardness for Francis, so needed the timing of this smoke. It's a fake, and it's gorgeous. Persia Francis with info as well.
The
More
stun
kills
from the
to be
back.
collected, and this round is just turning upside down for Talon.
Just lie. How can he possibly turn this back around on its head? Back in towards Link, and he's got so many targets. Now spotted out by Ivy. There's no chance in hell. Nongshim picks up the pistol on the second half, and it's just tough for Talon to recover.
I mean, you may very well expect it, but we did see a similar scenario on the previous map where there was a 9-3 lead for Talon. They picked up the pistol the second round, and then things started to go upside down. My neck of the woods. So we'll see if Nongshim are going to get upset in this next round, or with only the single kill coming through from Talon, that they just go for eco in the next one and then have to play for a bonus.
Nongshim have a really good chance at rewriting the story. The tables have turned around, and if Nongshim can prove that they are the team to really shut things out decisively, quickly, well, it's going to be dark days ahead of Talon.
I mean, you technically already knew that Cruz was there with the salvos. It doesn't really matter that he got scanned.
Nothing really much forced up either. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, oh boy. Outlaws, judges.
Yeah, Margaret with a judge at that position. I generally would say that's like an ace waiting to happen if they all flood him again, but
thankfully.
Didn't happen on a garage in our first map.
True that.
Well, seeing what these pistols are going to be able to deliver from Talon here.
Not finding too much, and that just suggests to how Nongshim are playing disciplined around this one as well.
Yeah.
Possibly anticipating the judge on the other side of the door, so Talon flushed over into these.
Good timing on the drone, actually, from Francis here.
Yeah, definitely spots him out.
Oh,
Ooh, the foot.
So he's got two infos. There's an Arc Rose available, already set up for a good flash. You've got Thorns as well to make things a little bit tricky with 30 seconds to go. You know the Talon are going to end here.
Yep, all the rotation straight in. Even with some shots whipped past, it's okay. We've got the judge. We've got the shots. Every single semi-automatic rifle straight into the sight.
And you're taking 4 into the next round as Nongshim as well. So things are looking hunky-dory for him. But this is the round. This is the scenario that we started to see Nongshim come back at 11-3, where we're copying and pasting with flipping our team names. So let's see if Talon's buy up in towards now round number 15 is going to net them another one on the board.
That's the deal, isn't it? Can Talon turn things around from here on out? They've got the buy. I see you looking over to see what's happening.
I'm looking a little bit to see how Trobra's doing. You know,
is he smiling?
I think he probably recognizes it's not over just yet. So let's just be calm.
All right, all right. So far, so good. Talon picking up the alt orb.
Yeah, getting a little bit closer for it, but the opening duel, Francis nearly caught out. He can start to get spammed as well. He's definitely locked in towards the dugout here, but they don't know that Ivy is also here to assist. A sheer to be baited out by Killer. Oh, yeah, needs to make sure he properly does that one, which he does. So an avenue a little bit later on available for Talon that they don't have to contend with. Meanwhile, not a lot of shifts around the map from the rest of the Nongshim lads.
Yeah, chipping off so far, not a lot of information, so Nongshim just happy to stay tucked back in.
And there's contingencies at play as well from them, right? If things go towards the B site, Darby's there to spot some early information with the Outlaw, do some damage and get out. They can refresh that Nebula at the front.
So it all comes down to A.
Yeah, you're trying to funnel them into A as well. Alarm bot to play first info, and you can pop the Thorns, stave them and hold them back a little bit. Francis finds Primi too.
And that pulls down the attention to the rest of the team. They have to launch a quick assault into the site, but it's being halted. The drone, the players all marking the positions, darts towards the back, and a lot of paranoia for the players on the side of Talon. They're checking their sixes, they're looking towards their front. Jit Boys then pushing out, and Killua suddenly finding the lineup. Off towards the back though, Margaret with the Ghost. He had a judge, so looking for the range. Just Ivy left, who hasn't really been spotted. He's got nothing but a Ghost in hand. Talon will be able to find the final frag necessary to possibly mount a comeback.
Maybe. I mean, Talon, they took it slow and steady in that one. They lose Primi first, who's not been able to really find some opening kills in this map. But the fact that they do get in towards the site, they get the plant down, they can start to shift into just making sure they're removing heads from shoulders. And they do so quite convincingly at the end there. I think every single one of them was a headshot. So it's good to know that the crosshair placement's still there for Talon in this game. Just needs a little bit of the timing and decisive decisions, it feels like now, to start to really stack on top of each other.
That said, though, that was a round where Nongshim, again, didn't have the full kit. Not all the weapons available.
Yeah.
So this allows for Margaret to play, a little bit safer towards Connector.
Getting a little bit closer towards Hunter's Fury, too, for Francis.
Playing closer up towards A main as well.
Information that Primi blindsiding towards Art. Alarm bot too, but they're going to go for a peek together. Not popping the Thorns too early as some extra utility invested.
A lot of pokes. Dambi though.
Oh, this is risky for Primi. You'd hopefully see him get the kill, or either traded by Killua.
Meanwhile for Margaret as well. Look at how he sidesteps the angle. Primi though now finding Dambi.
Got the kill.
Good
now,
chance.
The onus is on Nongshim to be able to bring it back, so it's going to be an unconverted opening kill. Untraded, rather.
Given the movements on the map, though, already, Nongshim shifting weight over onto its alpha site now. Connector position, as well as dugout. Francis. Salvo's coming in for the hit, and that's when Killua finds his mark.
Yeah, we've seen Francis really favor jumping up on top of that half wall to try and do some things, so this time an expected one
again
for our Talon.
Yeah, this time they've got the lurks all around as well. Even if Ivy wants to try, he can't really make it out alive. 2 left. And Talon, much more careful consideration into this execute.
Much more clinical in this round as well, right? The fact that it starts off with Primi finding the first kill on towards Darby, the rest of the team just together as a unit, making sure that crosshairs are there, not being too overzealous with their utility and trying to sacrifice bodies and get the trades out. Just kind of dotting I's, crossing T's, so to speak. And they will be rewarded in this bonus round. Oh, sorry, the round after the bonus to come away with 5 alive.
If you can do that. You got the alts beginning to cycle up. Always got to dot your I's and cross your T's, because if you don't do that, then they're just lines on paper.
Hang on, I've got paper right here.
Okay, what are you saying?
1, 2, nope, that's an X. That's 2 lines that make an X. And you know what? X marks the spot. And this time, it is the spot towards A that works out again for Talon. So whether or not we're going to see any sort of adjustments for the likes of Nongshim now, we kind of need to a little bit, right? Being more on the passive variety. Though, I look towards what they come in towards this round with and what they've got soon. If Ivy is able to get one away from the Steel Garden early and he picks that up with Death or an extra kill orb, you also have the Hunter's Fury. Those can be pretty potent come your next round. You know, we're in the sort of mindset now where Nongshim need one to at least push us into overtime. They've seen Talon more often than not trending towards this A site, so stack some extra numbers here.
Utility as well, possibly into different spots, and then to allow for Danby to slither through. Decent shot coming out from Francis. Margaret as well, and the numbers have turned around.
And now it's down to Persia. How early do you spot out this information to drop your Nebula, to ask for some assistance? Well, now you know.
Oh. Will you stay alive long enough as well for the rest of the team to get into space?
Cruz is just going for the plant,
Whoa!
and his shoulder was sticking out. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Killed down into 2, thanks to the shoulder peeking out, and he snaps onto the last as well. That's map point!
For all intents and purposes, that was the thrifty for Nongshim. They had no business really winning that round, and Talon have had a bit of a blunder. I need Persia vision in this round. Straight out from Francis, great one from Margaret. Yeah, there's a couple of rifles, okay, so it's more of a half pipe.
Oh
Look
my
at that,
God!
the shoulder stuck out. That's why I'm questioning, why is Cruz going for the plant on the corner? The Nebula is in a spot where your body may get seen if you're turning, and yeah, it was. That was a round that really Nongshim had no business in winning.
Your heart aches on that one. Big blunder if you've ever seen it, and that could spell the end for Talon on this map, which would quickly send us into map 3, but for now still trying to put one foot in front of another into the B site this time.
Yep. Everybody changed together on Talent to go in towards the B site. You
Quick
need to see
rotation
something big from Persia again.
Oh, and he's playing hooky around this smoke. Jit Boys, though, so far so good on the recognition. But the spam is now coming out from Danby. Even odds. Hunter's Fury just gives him a little bit more advantage in the retake as well.
You're going to have to see something big come up. I mean, Premi, do you even consider a dimensional drift here? Because information, yeah, but you need kills, man.
He's done it, though. So it comes down to Jit Boys and Killua if they are able, indeed, to hold around halls. The sheer at least buys time. And then for Ivy to look for the shots with the elevated position. Fastlane now out. Where is Primi, though? Oh, good on the first and the next. Now down for Francis and Ivy to try to look for a bit more spacing, but also considering the save as well as the exit. Francis out of position. And that's just going to be Talon obtaining the kills in spades. Primi, despite the ult just spent, picks up 3 more.
I said he needed kills, didn't I? I said he needed the kills, so finally he's able to shoot the opponents when they're on his screen. And he will meet up to double digits. I mean, you know what Persia's trying to do there. He's trying to play anti-flash to double on down, to get multiple. Just right in there.
Remaining.
Still came close, Dion.
Yeah, baby. I mean, Primi certainly needed to do something individual. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're lacking at the moment. Talon's individuals, we're not having any superstar moments.
As well as the reads and the calls. Call this time, though, having 2 successful B hits thus far. Into A this time, Talon. But you got 3 marching up B long from Nongshim, and that immediately deletes Jit Boys.
Yeah, what are they favoring on the orb over there as well to get closer to any ultimates? You've lost Ivy now at this A site. You've got Margaret surrounding it, but he has to wait for this Nebula to fade.
Cosmic Divide as well, possibly, but we'll see if Killua and Gang are able to create more space towards back site. The shear wall instantly placed. Steel Garden at ready.
Yeah, be big.
Spots him out. He's not going for it just yet. There we go. Finds the kill, and then Steel Garden ripped away. So less chance for Nongshim, but they've avoided it so far. So back into position. Primi did not expect that whatsoever. Killua, can he hold down with just the Phantom now? Tries to reposition and regroup with his teammates, where Margaret then springs out from stairs! He's lined them up! Just the last one left alive, and it's Thai. The rookie has so much to do in this one spot, and Nongshim are not letting him come back into the fight.
There's no time.
Nongshim, though, can't get the defuse all the way through, so time bought just enough for Talon to hang by a thread.
Thai's timing on the gravity well there was actually millisecond perfect. I saw the body block coming through from Nongshim to try and get it to half, because if that got half, they get the round. But a Red Bull clutch from the grave to come out through from Thai. I wonder how much the replay is actually going to be able to show us on the timer. A lot of kills to be collected upon. Margaret with the double there. I don't even know knew Killua was there. We will miss it at the end. He thought it was done as well.
Oh,
he thought it was done. No, your timing was there. They literally by the millisecond.
It's fair.
Just missed the half.
Another one of those scenarios for Nongshim, isn't it?
Oh, may very well be. Is that, you know, the scenario in this map, though, to have Talon start to mount the comeback?
The straw that breaks the metaphorical camel's back. Nongshim onto a half buy. Well, they still got decent rifles.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, you know, an opener or a good call here from Nongshim that can clip the wings of Talon.
Talon, though, for the first time in ever in the second half, full force, 1-4 split down into A main. Nongshim have no real idea.
I think Nongshim are still fine with how they're wanting to play this defensive side. Persia spots info at B. Utility to stave off any aggression. He's not seeing the likes of, you know, forward drone or anything like that. Cruz has just got salvos back online.
Players around stairs as well, which is always handy.
And I mean, Margaret's turret, for example, has seen nothing at mid. So I think you're still all right for Nongshim. You're getting a little bit of an idea that you may have to play post-plant. Now with Persia playing towards the tower of B, I think that's going to be the avenue for Nongshim regardless now.
So pressure into gate crash, B site hit play.
30 seconds left.
And it's just Margaret alongside Persia to try to play spoiler around the site. The spike goes down regardless.
Oh, Ivy. See what the Steel Garden might do here as Jitboys finds Margaret.
Steel Garden, there it goes. In for a chance for Danby to really wreak some havoc onto the site itself. Thaido with a shorty, so quick. Still the gun's not available to Talon, and this could end it all. Just Jitboys who, unfortunately, up around by the pillar. It's a tough obstacle in his face. He needs to find and land the shots, but it's not going to happen. Persia ends it all. Francis as well as he finds the shots. Final scoreline 13-7, and Nongshim will stay alive to push us into a map 3.
Yeah, we've just seen some pretty massive dominance from both of our teams in the first half of their own map picks here in this elimination series. So we're getting a good series, I would say, until I cast my mind that Ascent is the third map, and I have absolutely no idea what is going to happen on that one. Of course, I don't need to worry about that one. That's our analysts that have to use their brains to try and figure all that sort of stuff out. But I am keen to kind of see what their thoughts and take were on this map. Of course, one that we're, you know, expecting that Talon would have thought would come in towards this series. But we're not seeing a lot of great decisions from them. We're not seeing any counter plays. These are the sort of things where I'm thinking that they would be prepared for.
Precisely that. Map agent comps or not, you still have to acknowledge the first half on this map for Talon just looked absolutely haywire. They looked as though they were in disarray. At times they thought to push out, but they kept on getting shut down by Nongshim, but they didn't change up their game plan.
Yeah. I wonder what is going to happen on the next map as well, right? Clean slate. The option for an Icebox or an Ascent for Nongshim as well to have a little bit of a ponder about, but it needs to be, you know, back to the drawing board for, I'll say both of these teams, right? Because we've got some real greatness from both of them on each of the maps, and we've seen a little bit of sloppiness. So getting everybody ready for this next map, adjust that.
One way or another, what is for sure is the fact that this win will definitely push either one of these teams past their developmental stage. Is it going to be Nongshim? Is it going to be Talon? Our desk will answer that question.
We are going to a map 3, and I don't know why we expected any less at all. Neither of these teams are ready to go home just yet. They want to take it all the way, and for Talon, unfortunately, this is what we expected on Pearl. This is what we were worried about.
I mean, for me, this was almost the exact inverse of map 1. We saw Nongshim really run away in their first half, and then Talon tried to claw their way back, but they just couldn't manage it. In my mind, it's very obvious why Nongshim seemed to pick this map. They're very, very comfortable there. They did a great job of getting the spike down, winning 9 out of those 11 post plants. Just a very, very dominant half.
This is why people respect ban Pearl against Nongshim. Like, the only team that's been able to topple them was Zeta. Peak performance, barely scraping a win. It took all 24 rounds for Zeta to get that done against them, but even some of the best teams in the league respect ban Pearl against Nongshim. Talon left it in here. You could see them start on the defensive side. It did not go well for them. Nongshim really ran circles around them on attack. Francis changed things up to go over onto the Sova, and he was really dominant in this game.
Literally running circles. You could actually see Nongshim running circles all over Talon. It looked like Talon were a little bit lost of what to do once Nongshim actually found that momentum and were actually able to get that one up on them, especially on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I also think a big thing is the Nongshim players came in shooting in this map, where in the first map, I felt like Talon were walking all over them, winning that aim duels. We saw how crazy Primi went. We also saw Jitboys get so many lurks in, but on this, you know, this map, we see Francis, we see Margaret up there, who were not able to have a performance really at all on Haven.
Yeah, Nongshim, I think it was an interesting kind of game plan for them on attack. Very 3-2 heavy, really skirmishy. They had double lurks in play a lot of the time. They would leave behind the Killjoy as well as the Vice. on the attacking side, back towards top mid or backside of A main, and they would get double lurks in play. Half the time they were kind of conditioning different things of like, is it my Killjoy lurking up Art, or is my entire team standing right there with him? It was pretty hard for Talon to read, and they did a really, really good job isolating and kind of picking off Primi. Primi couldn't get any opening tools going on the defensive side like he was able to do on Haven. He started out that game 0-3 in opening tools. Either he was getting, picked first, or he was getting, found by the Sova utility, which is not something that they prep for. If you've seen someone play Sova before, rather than something like a Teo, you're going to be ready for certain util sets and play around them. But then when they swap even just an initiator, it actually is a pretty huge change of how you adapt and approach map control. And when you're prepping to play against that team, you're not pre-aiming a lot of the recons that you're ready for, and you're getting caught off guard and you're getting scanned a lot more often. And that happened a lot on that attacking side of the game there for Nongshim.
I mean, bringing up how they were able to deal with Primi, right? Primi was such an important part of how they were able to take Haven so easily, right? So when we look back at some of the replays, we can actually see how Nongshim was just so ready and just so comfortable on this map compared to Talon.
Yeah, you'll see them first pick Primi quite a lot. You see one of the recons there that I was talking about over on B long. That's just a nice shot from Danby. I mean, Primi's not doing anything, poor there at all. He's just going on a little bit of a jump spot, but you can see them skirmishing, pushing in, picking off crews, and the whole time that these skirmishes are happening over towards B long, I mean, Persia's read this one perfectly as well, dodging the drone, and then the TP comes off there from Primi and picking crews as he tries to pick up that orb. Once again here over towards the B side of the map, they're able to find a pick, and the whole time these skirmishes are happening on the extremities, you've got Margaret and Ivy lurking in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and then on the flip side for Talon, we keep seeing them do this aggress into A main. This was a huge part of their defensive strategy, but fantastic mid-rounding and understanding from Nongshim. They came back and dealt with this A pressure constantly. As you say, that mid opens up the map, they're able to go back clear A, just dominant in the macro. And of course, we have to highlight Francis. I feel like he was so switched on this game, especially compared to Map 1. I love him on the Sova.
He's had such pop-off games in Pacific thus far. Like, he has really been, for me, the best player on Nongshim, stepping up from Ascension. I've said it so many times, but I'll say it again. From Challengers Korea into Ascension, it's Danby and Persia who are the ones you're really looking at. These are the big hitters on Nongshim. In Tier 1 here in Pacific, Francis has been by far the best player on Nongshim and the most consistent for me.
Oh yeah, and you guys must be very, very happy to have him on your team, of course, especially with this performance. But we are going into a map number 3, and we have to bring up the fact that both of these teams, they both are dealing with a little bit of that rookie kind of syndrome, right? Because we do have Nongshim, of course, their first year here in Pacific, and how can they deal with the pressure of such big matches like this, especially since this will eventually lead up to Masters Toronto. On the other side, it's easy to forget that Talon, they also are dealing with rookies, right? Yeah. You do have Tai, you do have Killua as well, and even Primi is still a rookie. It's easy to forget, of course, but they just brought him in last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that we're going to Ascent this map through, I think so far this series has gone how we would expect, right? So Talon won their map pick of Haven, now Nongshim take it back on Pearl. Yeah. As we head into an Ascent, this is almost a completely unknown. We've only seen both of these teams play at one time, and both of them got absolutely rolled by RRQ.
Yeah, both got 5 and 13, 5 rounds off RRQ, who have been kind of trendsetters on Ascent. They have been looking fantastic on that map, so we really don't know what to expect for Talon. What I remember about their comp is they played very Senti heavy. They have the Astra instead of the Omen. This is a stronghold comp that on the defense they didn't really get much done. They were constantly aggressing in front of their utility, so I don't really get the sense that they played that comp that well. For Nongshim, this was one of these waylay disaster maps. 17% win rate on attack. They got absolutely nothing done, and Danby was getting thrown into the site and killed for free.
I would very much be expecting a change from Nongshim here. I mean, we've seen them move away from this waylay totally, but will they go back to the Neon? Because even in Ascension, even in Ascension, when Neon was absolutely busted, Danby was the best Neon in the world, they didn't play this map. They didn't run Neon on.
They didn't play Ascent in general, really. They only left it in one of the games on Ascension. I think it was against Riddle, and they threw Margaret on a Yoru. It was definitely not the best looking Ascent I've seen from anyone, so I just don't think it's been a map that Nongshim has really played that much. They played a little bit in Challengers Career, if I remember, but they definitely didn't play it in Ascension, and you haven't really seen it too much. They tried to go towards this Waylay style when they were going for that earlier on, but since then we can see the Waylay really hasn't worked well at all for them. I'm glad they moved away from it, so that really begs the question, what are they going to play here?
I mean, I think, in a way, comps obviously matter, but composure is going to be the biggest thing for me in this map 3. As you say, Mika, this is a team, both these teams have rookies. This is an elimination game, essentially of best of one to live your life in the playoffs. And I think both of these teams are very streaky, are very momentum heavy. So I think we have to look to this first half, the opening of the game. Who is going to win that pistol? Are we going to Stinger Force? Are we going to convert that bonus? I think in this, if I was coaching these teams, I would be looking to simplify. Use the strongest rounds, get ults online fast, and get rounds on the board. I think that's what you need in this, because the pressure cannot be higher for these players.
Definitely. And when we talk about pressure, again, you might go into that map 1 thinking you have a little bit of that safety net. We'll come back map 2. You might go into map 2 saying, okay, we're going to bring it to map number 3. We are here now at map 3. Yeah. What is it going to be, especially since both of these teams, they really want that. Talon Esports, they were one of our representatives going into Champions Seoul last year. They want to prove that they can still make it on that global stage, that wasn't a fluke, or they weren't just lucky because they brought on Primi, right?
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, I do think Primi has some work to do. You know, he wasn't really there in that map 2, and I think everybody knows this about Talon. Primi is a fantastic player. There's a reason we both picked him here for our teams. Yeah. He has to come alive. He can't have those middling performances. He's at his best when he's out in front leading the charge.
Yeah, well, Talon will start out on defense, so hopefully that can help him get rolling and get involved in the game. This is what I'm really intrigued by. Agent comps do come out.
Oh, wow.
What on earth is going on here? Dambi's on the Yoru. I don't know if I've even seen that before. And Harbor coming out for Francis, so a little bit of spicy comp coming out for Nongshim for sure.
Talon sticking with that Deadlock. Deadlock Vice, I think this is an incredibly strong composition on this map. The only thing I worry about is that we're missing any real hard flashes to get through this Harbor and Omen double controller.
They have changed things up though. Primi's over on the Jet. Yeah. I think last time they were playing Yoru, and they've thrown Thigh on the Omen rather than the Astra this time around. So a little bit of a faster comp. They're going to have some more dive potential. They're going to have a little bit more of that maneuverability coming out for your Omen. So be interesting to see how they're going to make that work on attack. On the defense though, they are going to have a very, very strong comp and a difficult one for the boys on Nongshim to attack into. Yeah.
This is going to be a very, very interesting map indeed. We're seeing a lot of changes over here. Is it going to pan out? Is it going to work well for Nongshim? Or will Talon pull through? We'll find out as we step into Ascent over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. I'm gonna do a little bit of a big-time impression, though. I mean, what is this comp? What on earth? I just don't understand. Nah, that's horrible.
Yeah, let him continue with that one, Chief, I gotta say. Yeah, Sinprissa vibes. Gaming back at its finest for the likes of Nongshim. Francis back on the Harbor. Of course, for those that might have missed the games during the Ascension run last time, this sort of comp was pulled out to counter Riddle Order specifically. It was their one-and-done comp. They never did it again. And for really, they never touched Ascent, and they probably shouldn't have, considering the RRQ game where they got a little bit destroyed.
But that's why it's so strange to leave this map as the final decider. It's such a curveball, not just for Talon, but Nongshim a little bit as well, because Talon hasn't really played this map that much either. But right now, a bit of a standoff. Primi watching down arches. He's got that little high tide blocking so far. Dami has snuck all the way in. Will Primi expect it? Does he have the flicks? The shots are peppering over, but he's still keeping... He's playing keep away.
Oh, Margaret has just found Chip Boys going for a bit of a jump spot over towards B main, and with Primi falling too, maybe this round might be over. You stretch out through market, you get towards the B site and cruise. It's going to be cascaded off.
He does push into it though. But Dami, quick on the draw. Just the 2 players left alive, and they've got so much space to cover.
Camera's going to be available soon for Margaret as well. You've got the high tide now, but it's the information from Ivy. There's both of them. Can he get out? Okay, he's bailed.
Salvos. Decent kill for Killua, but still, yeah, you know, Nongshim had numbers in spades in this spot. There was no way Talon would have been able to fight out.
I mean, you think about this map, you think about this series, I don't think there's any universe, whether it be Alpha or Omega, any of those Earths that Talon would have been expecting this sort of composition to come through. I'm trying to cast my mind as well and think, is there actually anybody running a Harbor on this map currently in all of our partner teams? There's not a single team is actually running the Harbor. So yeah, it's definitely the curveball where Nongshim have provided the goods on it before, but yeah, not expected.
Well, we will see the Cascade, the Harbor once again coming into effect to block off A main for now. Both smokes up around this spot. while you've got Margaret, Marshall in hand, and just Primi.
Yep. Bit of silence. See if the numbers do sway in the favor of A or not, because, well, if they don't, then it's just an unfortunate series of events for Talon in the round.
It's already beginning to look like it's building up to that. You know, you got the smokes both going in towards A, and Talon were not entirely sure if the hit was going over. Just Primi on the A side, and it's quickly dealt with.
Gotta be careful for the overextensions, though, for an individual member on this Nongshim side, but now you start to piece things together, maybe. Oh, we've seen a Teo jumping across, we've seen a Vice, we've seen nothing at B yet. Maybe they might be surrounding A. I mean, eventually they'll start to consider the orb will be heard by Persia.
Let them have one.
But apart from this, just the pistols. So for Talon, you're either going up the spike or you're trying to find, you know, some liquor damage, which is probably not going to be plausible.
I mean, you gotta make a move at some point.
Yeah.
One way or another. Certainly considering that someone might have pushed out in towards spawn, so it takes some time.
And to answer Pilski's question a little bit earlier, Darby's played one instance of Yoru in his career.
It's going to be the second?
I mean, I don't remember it. I don't think they got the dub, judging by stats, but I may be wrong. Maybe this is where we need our resident Nongshim expert in Chobrot to have the lore. But this sort of round,
fair enough.
It doesn't take an expert to kind of consider that Jitboys is not going to win.
Wow, even with the grab net, yep.
And now we'll get the buyout to come through for Talon in the next round.
And this is where I do have to agree with what Morgan, Big Time, was saying on the desk as well. I mean, you can talk about the comps for sure, but it also comes down to composure, right? The mental game between both teams into this state. Because adaptability matters quite a bit, and if you're just completely surprised by this curveball and that tilts you for the rest of the map, the rest of the rounds, then you kind of just have to kiss your chances goodbye. Well, just don't want to have that happening.
This is the map that one of the teams will kiss their chances goodbye, potentially for you know stage 2. You got to have more weight on your shoulders, because if you're going out here, you're not getting any playoff points, right? You got to get top 4 for that.
Oh boy. For all the hype that has been built up, now we've got the high tide, the execute into A. Talon, it's going to be a catch-up rotation being played. They've got 4 players already somewhere.
Salvo's in. Jitboys does have Gravnet as well, but the high tide starts to fade.
Oh, and Margaret towards the back. Spotted out by the stealth drone, thankfully, but still the outlaw shot all the way from A main, blocking off the first point of contact.
Oh, Margaret's lurk.
Oh my god.
Depending on timing.
Oh. Okay, just around the back of the crates, so Jitboys has information to go for the kill now, but in towards A main again, still Ivy, Persia, they're both able to block things off. It's a pseudo crossfire considering hell, and it's a tough position for Cruz to fight off of. Pushed out of the door, and it's just thigh left. Oh, look at that. Pepper shot's over with the classic right clicks. Francis from the back. It's Nongshim fanning all throughout, and they've picked up the bonus.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous round for Nongshim. And again, this is the sort of scenario which absolutely tests your team's coordination, your IGL's mid-rounding game plan decisions, your coach intervention to recognize what can be plausible. Because with no one running a harbor, with you probably not doing your research all the way back to the one instance that Sinprissa did run the harbor, it was, you know, highlighted. I think they said it in the interview that it was like against Riddle Order, I think. So yeah, this really comes down to a lot of that mid-round decisioning and what you can kind of recognize throughout the rounds.
Right, how much you're able to gleam off of these little utilities thrown in your face. Meanwhile, for Talon, you might have the double Sentinel, but how much can it really do when you're being tossed with so many uncertainties? Right now, it's Dabby down middle, but you have no idea that there are players all across the map. Oh, the shot's whiffed though, but Margaret will be able to recover at least one. It does get a chuckle out of Dion. Oh my god.
That's a hurtful laugh as well, because that one just looks absolutely just disgusting from Margaret, and not in the good way. Now though, maybe some stability, as it's just going to be Thigh left with 60 HP. Gun to be retrieved, but hunted maybe by Ivy. They're going to put more of a premium on just making sure the plant's there. The orb is already gone as well. You want to maximize getting this Reckoning for Francis.
Thigh TP's away.
And now we have the podcast.
Well, one thing's for sure, if we're going to launch this podcast episode, would be that Nongshim gets to, you know, certainly build up towards a lot more for the remainder rounds of this first half. Meanwhile, if you're Talon, though, Mental form has been something that's affecting them. Oh, look at that. Even
not able
the
to take the
sweep
gun.
from Francis.
Nice hunt at the end, remove the bird.
Ay.
So now we'll get the proper buy up to come through from Talon and Annihilation available for Jit Boys. Still waiting to sort of see what Primy's value is going to be back on towards this Jet as well. Not really given too much space around the map to play with. And these are the sort of scenarios where I'm also wondering, it doesn't really matter what agent comp that you're going up against. I still want to just see some sort of tandem plays come in on this defensive side, right? You're still running the Teo, you've got a Deadlock, you're expecting some sort of util combos. You've also got, you know, the availability from Killua with the Vice, you know, trying to play with some timings, trying to play with some stalling. Like, these are the sort of things that I want to see from Talon, right? Coming up with some sort of combinations. But a timeout to come in right now, and this is a really elevated Frost. This is... He's seen enough in 4 rounds, maybe. Because if you're looking at Talon, defensive side, double Senti, you know?
It matters a lot. And another thing that we do have to consider, I think it's not brought up enough, is the fact that he's relaying this to Cruz. Cruz has to translate then to the boys, and he also has to lead them. He has to get them to listen to him. Sometimes that might not always be the case when your mental is down in the dumps. So we'll see how it all shapes up now that the timeout has been burnt. You have the double Senti. You need to work around it. And what we're seeing is, okay, the sheer wall towards tree once again.
Yeah, a lot of those center util towards the A site. You've got an operator in the hands of Darnby right now. Neural Theft and Reckoning. I mean, those can be some pretty good ultimates in these sort of scenarios that, again, as Talon, you're not really expecting what a Reckoning is going to be able to do. Now with the High Tide cutting across short, cutting across Pizza. Start to gather some further information with the drone as well. And this is the time where I think, what traps are you setting up? Center util at A. Leave Primy there. Rest of your forces towards B.
We'll see what the forces can do. So far, so good on the off angle. Killua off of the blooming cyber cage as well. Down onto A, where once again, like you mentioned, it's all that utility.
Yeah, and now it's 2 unanswered kills as well, right? So it's the 5 versus 3 scenario for Talon. These are the ones that you cannot afford to drop. You don't give Nongshim a way to find an advantageous duel.
Trying to hold tight. Ivy, though, slowly trickling forward until Cruz goes in for the sidestep. At this point, 50 seconds remaining on the clock, sure, but surely not Komodo.
I mean, damage, really. The credits aren't in full control of Talon whilst they're, you know, around the 1500, 2k mark, but they're pretty gorgeous for Nongshim, so any damage you can potentially find here would it be good. Get closer towards an ulti perhaps as well, but now with just Persia and position locked in from the Archros, he'll just take the ulti orb on the map for his,
they can hear him.
For his takeaway.
He's going to try to at least play for the crosshair flick, but yeah, not going to be found. Primy detected on the A site. And it just shows how effective that one little timeout can be again.
Yeah. And now I'm sort of wondering as well, where the operator doesn't work out for Darnby, do they change things again and instead of using that, go back to a normal rifle and try to adjust the game plan as well? Because if I'm looking towards a way that you're going to put pressure on Talon in this map, it's changing the way that you're playing the attacking side a lot. I mean, you're adding so much to, you know, their mental scape that they have to contend with. Like, if you're changing things up time and time again, it can really play with them.
Possibly, but again, they had 2 weeks. Yep. For all we know, this was fully well prepped, but you also have the studs. Ooh,
the perfect
on the gate crash.
The perfect player to get out of dodge in that scenario. Combo between Salvos and Gravnet, but it's Darnby to get out of there.
And then for the smoke to block off A short as well as mid. The drone out towards B main, but it's somewhat slipped away by Margaret.
High Tide eventually to fall. See what Thai can do with the operator.
It's also a good call for then Talon to push out B main alongside that drone now to possibly just hold space. Not fighting too much against Nongshim. Maybe hearing the clone.
Yeah, it's got to pop the Shear, then the Thorns to buy time.
Oh, Primy.
He is the only one here at this A side as well, by the way. So you'd be looking at a situation where if he falls, it might be a post-plant. Killua with the Steel Garden, Jit Boys with the Annihilation. Oh, but Reckoning in.
To where? To B.
Yeah, to market for a bit of a B split. 30 seconds to go. They don't need to stick around here. I mean, I'm looking at Persia, who's still towards this A site.
Right? Forces Talon to scatter and Try to pick up the pieces because now you're not entirely sure. Just Primi to try to hold for the angle. He does walk away with that one kill, the stray bullet catching square on Francis's head. So controller gone now, and that could help out in the post-plant scenarios, but...
I mean, Killer was gone, right? As well, so no Steel Garden.
Oh.
Bit of a sleeping Ivy means it's a 3v3.
So not too bad, Jit Boys. Good on the flank watch. Dambi low HP as well, but he is in tree, and that's a spot where, unless you check it out, you might not know.
Gravnet comes online for Jit Boys now. Cruz does have salvos. Can they isolate a player?
Trying to. They throw it in towards Generator where no one's hiding, so maybe some information to then collapse in towards Hell. Margaret, he's got a good chance, but full swarm. Now Dambi out from the flank. Not detected so far until he gets a shot at the thigh. 2v2, but good shots from Jit Boys. Dambi desperately jumps and dives in with the shorty, but still Jit Boys able to block it off.
Yeah, the fact that you're able to remove the flanking player in Ivy in that sort of scenario, it makes it a little bit more tenable for Talon to get that retake happening. If there was a kill in towards unders, yeah, maybe it goes Nongshim's way, but a couple of good adjustments, and when you're in a retake scenario in a 3 versus 3, I mean, you're just playing for a audible call and to go together as the team, right? So making sure that Jit Boys has the lasting protection at the end there as well, very well needed. So there's a secondary round gathered up by Talon. There will be another full buy across the board, however. And Army this time can secure all of the information with the Dimensional Drift. Flip it over though, Quack, and Primi with the Operator. No one's looking for him to push on out, and he does get away. There's a second from Cruz. Nice opening double for Talon.
Nice might be underselling it, Dion. 3v5 now for Nongshim, and they are, well, trying to scrounge up whatever they can find. They do have the creds for the upcoming rounds, though, so still able to march forward with whatever confidence they have. This duo now challenging Killua. The Cove to block things off. Killua opts to play it silent.
Yeah, you don't want to give them an option where they could W and look to bring it back into an equalization scenario. So it's 3 versus 5. If Talon want to allow the plant to go down, they can. But now, I mean, Ivy, please don't be doing this one. He bites off more than he can chew.
And the Steel Garden ripped. So if you're Francis as well as Persia, not a lot of chances left. Paranoia to block off A main as well. And it's just Francis hiding inside of Hell. Certainly detected soon enough. Primi thankfully saving his teammates from certain doom. Francis to spray, but Primi coming back in once again. He's back again.
Yeah, just making sure that when there's numbers advantages for Talon, they're settling down a little bit. You know, you would expect in that sort of scenario, IGL crews to come in, come up with the decision, the team to be all aligned and how they want to go for their retake. But more importantly, that sort of round, it's having a good idea in the beginning, something that you haven't deployed just yet, to catch Nongshim off guard.
Certainly poetic. Now this will be Talon reaching the 3-point mark. If they get one more, that would be breaking that curse from the past 2 maps.
Yeah. Well, another big old buy. So these rifle rounds, we've seen Nongshim be able to get a plant, just not able to be successful in the post.
Firing now. Cruz, though, this time with an op in play, in for the Gravnet combo for Jit Boys. Cruz then holding the angle. Does Nongshim expect it? Certainly not. They haven't been here before.
Yeah, hard to get him off that angle. Surprised that there was no, salvo investment from Ivy first to push him off a line, but irrespective now, 5 versus 3. Another 5 versus 3 for Talon. And these sort of scenarios, as long as they don't overextend and give opportunity to Nongshim, they've been successful in winning them 100%.
Fake progression smoke to draw out utility now.
Yeah, you still got the showcase of a double sentinel, though, on this sort of scenario. Sheer to protect over in tree.
Also for Thine to possibly slip around with the TPs.
Jit Boys now, again, with the Gravnet available. You got Cruz with the salvos online and an Armageddon. This sort of scenario, by the position of Nongshim, it's just a respect save.
It's also the fact that they would have to take so much time and effort just to clear every single position if they were to march back into A. So,
free timeout. Have a discussion here as Nongshim. You do survive with enough as well, where Ivy's going to be able to drop over a gun to Darby, you would expect. Francis is going to be able to be buying for himself. this next round, I'm kind of looking at it in a scenario where you probably have to dimensional drift, maybe off the rip, maybe you wait a few seconds and use it, see if there's any over push from Talon. You know, you've been holding on to that one for a little bit now, and well, if you were considering using it in late round for a sort of execute, maybe you need to use it early because you've been losing the first duels.
And that's sometimes what it comes down to, right? At least what we've been seeing for the past 2 maps. The first duels, so pivotal, paramount to both teams. Of course, on a map like Ascent, then you got the 3 clear lanes, and at times Talon pushing out onto them.
Yeah.
Nongshim get caught off guard.
And they're always changing up where they're pushing, right? It's either through cubby and a little bit of bottom mid, or there's some B main control. We're not seeing too much towards the A site, which you know, are fine with in the scenario that Killua's setups are generally over there as well, right? You don't necessarily need to. They're happy enough and confident enough that they're winning the mid duels, winning the B main duels. They can potentially keep on going for them until Nongshim show us an adaptation that they're no longer able to.
Still, though, that once again brings back the question of composure. How then does Nongshim find their way back into the game?
Yeah.
The timeout from Silkanon.
You got to remember as well, in the grand scheme of things for the 10 players in this lobby, there's a couple of young'uns that are new to this atmosphere, right? So it can play with the mental.
Across both teams,
yep.
Absolutely.
And it's a map 3 in a playoffs game for your survivability in a lower bracket with Masters slot on the line. Yeah, you got to have a bloody big gauntlet run. But,
I know.
You know.
If you bring that, though, yeah, logically, you kind of want to back Nongshim just given how they were able to persevere throughout that entire Ascension run.
I mean, they were kind of untested until the final one, though, the grand final.
True.
As I mentioned, though, Quack, using the dimensional drift off the get-go to try and get some early information was probably what I expected to come out in a scenario like that.
Oh.
Primi has just absolutely booked Darby.
He's got the hot hands this time.
Oh, and no one's
spotting out Margaret, but yes. 3 players.
Not expecting him, and it's another 5 versus 3 where the plant goes down. How successful have we seen Talon in these retakes? 100% of the time, and what do they have online now still? Cruise with an Armageddon that can absolutely rip you a new one at the right spot.
Jit Boys for the flank as well, but he's currently being marked by Persia.
Yeah, but Persia's really deep. He'd need his paranoia to come into play.
It's good information, at least, for the rest of Talon to then throw on more utility. Francis trying to survive inside of the Cove. Killua to bring out the guns, and then for Persia as well as Ivy. Counter Armageddon back in onto the spike to buy some time, but it's been halved.
Yeah.
Killua hiding inside of the smoke as well. They're sticking it all the way through. Killua springing out forward, trying to swap over onto the shorty. Ivy for the kill, but the round nonetheless headed over onto Talon.
Yeah, when it's half defused and the salvos are not immediately from a close position, right, there is some trajectory, distance that you got to consider as well. How long do the salvos take to get onto the spike? Well, they've got to fly a little bit of distance, so really heads up from Talon to just stick it for the remainder of that one. And again, another 5 versus 3 scenario where Primi comes online for the first shot, just going through the wall when he recognizes that Darby has to equip the gun out of the dimensional drift. 5 in a row now for Talon on this defensive side.
And now all of a sudden the potential A contest deterred by the op shot.
Yeah, and you've already still got, forward positions at this B main spot as well, where no one's contested you on the line. There's a smoke, so you put in a drone to further gather some info.
Oh, and then the annihilation.
Oh, it's just missed.
Comes close.
But it's full control for Talon, and they kind of want to go for this. I can't blame them. I mean, how many times have they been getting opening duels? Ooh. This time, Darby answers back, but immediately Nongshim lose their smokes.
Off towards A as well. At least, though, information then for Talon to regroup.
Oh, the timing.
Damby, they found him.
And that comes down to maybe some inexperience and timing on this Yoru as well. Pushing all the way through the guts of mid like that. You're turning around at the wrong moment. Now Francis is in the open, and it's just for a trade. All of these shots have essentially been individual as well. Nongshim not able to get any trades happening. Meanwhile, Talon, every fight has essentially been a buddy system.
That's where we really got to consider as well. I mean,
yeah, the spike's above you if you did want it, Ivy, but with 20 seconds to go, it's the...
Probably not, yeah, trying to...
It's the save.
Tuck himself into this little cheeky corner. But that's the whole thing, Komodo. once again, you might find some of these dots, right? Kills being traded or found all across the map, but being able to connect them together, that's where, especially with Dambi at the helm of things, things can kind of get away from the team at times. So 6-4 so far, and Talon still haven't really broken this streak.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this was a very big risk for Nongshim to allow Ascent into the pool with the way that these rounds have kind of been played out now that Talon have an idea of what they need to do to look to close things out as well. On the back of that timeout, it's kind of been flawless from Talon. I mean, it was a bit of a different look when you had Ivy on the Fade back then. You had Dami on the Neon and Margaret on the Yoru. That was what they buddied up this Harbor pick with.
Well, also now that the economical situation is turned around, Primi opts for the Outlaw. Margaret has been playing B main so far, but ooh, the shots somewhat whizzing by.
Ah, but it's another opener. Killer on a Francis this time. Nongshim have not been able to get any lead, any advantage, and I'm seeing a gate crash go towards Hell on the A site for Dambi. He needs to be the hero maker if he wants to try and do it himself.
He's getting tagged, but at least infiltrates the site. With the clone, try to force a fake. So more reactions out now from Talon. And Dambi kind of calls it clear for his team to sneak in. He holds space around tree.
Oh, he's
Hot flash over, but yeah, that just definitely shows inexperience. Unfortunate, but still fantastic chance for Talon to launch themselves back in for the retake.
Another 5 versus 3, man.
We'll see. Off angle for Persia, possibly. Margaret to assist. Still, though, with all the utility coming in, the numbers and spades as well for Talon. You got possible grab net, swings out for Primi. He obtains 2 more. Chip Boys to finish things off.
That was really nice timing on the arc race from Killua. As soon as the smoke starts to fade, you pop that one out. Anyone looking to catch you when the smoke fades, well, they're just blinded. They're not dodging that one. Flawless round to come through from Talon. Another 5 versus 3 post-plant scenario that they just look really great in working for the retake.
Replay ops doing Dambi dirty in that one.
I mean, he's found the wrong timing. To be fair, if he dry walked through the smoke, it would have been better. They wouldn't have expected that. Potentially, who knows?
Potentially.
another scenario, another universe. It's 7-4. It's a 7 in a row for Talon. It's the second time out used by Nongshim because they recognize, well, we need to try and win this. We'll lose this 7-5 at least.
It is still close, so yeah. Nongshim believers still definitely kind of themselves in the game for that.
They were celebrating at the beginning, 4-0. You know, you're winning out of the bonus round and everything. You're thinking, oh yeah, we're cooking good tonight.
7 rounds in a row for Talon, though.
Yeah.
Oh man. That's it, though. Again, anything can happen. Both timeouts being spent once more in this first half. Last round of the first half for Nongshim, so that means Silkanon is going to have a way with a statement, really, to prop them up for the second half as well.
Well, this is where the value in the double sentinels is also working a good thing for the defensive side. I am keen to see how they're going to change it up on attack, but I mean, it's just
double op. Judge. Thigh.
They're rolling in money, Quack. They can have other guns on the floor ready to hot potato.
Yes. Oh, wait. Hold,
triple up setup.
Hold up.
Triple snipers.
Hold up a minute. Seriously? Well,
one of them's got to work.
Angles.
Yeah, Darby's just dry peeked out of bloody tiles. No one's watching him. Like, brother, protect your boy.
Brother.
Literally. Dami dead first yet again.
But that's the thing. Nongshim would have no idea. Who does this?
I mean, it's a staple thing. Having an operator peek for a tiles push. Generally, this is why you are smoking bottom mid on a map like this or smoking up towards short. It was a deeper high tide that you just disrespect as Primi.
You might not expect the second, the third op. Primi re-peeks, gets spammed through. Great shot by Francis.
And now you got to contend with Killua, who rips the Steel Guard, and in respect and in answer to the Reckoning.
He swapped off his op, thankfully.
As I said, there would be a gun that he could switch between, and that's a bad TP from Persia on top of the shear to get over it.
Enough ammo for possibly a second, maybe a third kill as well. Tucks himself into the corner, spots the barrel, and that's instantly ripped away! The last one now, Francis, and he's stuck! tries to look for the escape plan into B main, but he gets spotted out by Jit Boys.
8-4 at the half. That's a flawless run in from Talon to really dominate the defensive side. 2 timeouts invested for Nongshim as well, eventuating into nothing. Just so many scenarios where there's a 5 versus 3 position that Talon are already having the numbers game. They can let the time do its work. Killua, great round in that one. Good coordination from the team as well. I mean, Angry Frost was here in the timeout earlier on, and it certainly whipped them up.
It definitely was a wake-up call. I will say that. 8-4 is an incredibly good scoreline to start things off in the second half. The main thing is the team's got to keep this together. Things have gone a little bit off by the wayside from that first map where Nongshim found 6 rounds in a row. There is still a scenario in a world where Nongshim is able to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking towards a little bit of the differences that this side switch up is going to have, right? How are Killua deploying device? How is Jit Boys deploying the deadlock? I mean, I would say it's a little bit more mainstream when you look at Nongshim's composition. If you remove the harbor, for example, and you put in something like another initiator, that's a more common style, right? Where you got an Omen, a Cypher, a Taeho, a Yoru. Like, this is playing in towards sort of a shifted meta with the new Taeho, but a harbor in there. You're flipping it onto the defensive side. You can certainly see some things that'll come out from Nongshim, but I'm kind of wondering. We're not seeing opening kills. We're not seeing shots allocated for them, really. There was a lot of individualness from Nongshim on that attacking side. Can they adjust that on this defensive side early? Is Darby going to be finding any opening frags here?
You would assume he has to, especially with the gate crash that he has right now. Just a dump of utility all around A main, but sidestepped by Primi and Gang.
Ooh. Shots do pepper out. When the dark cover does fade, they can reimburse that with the Cascade. Doing nice and early, actually, from Francis there as they go looking for something different.
No bogeys on the radar just yet, though. No, Talon still playing discipline around the corners and angles.
Of course, no gate crash for Darby now. Just a Sheriff and some heads that he's hunting.
The repositions from Nongshim currently.
I wonder.
Right, a slight gap for Talon. They just made some noise towards middle.
Yeah, it's all 5 for Talon, though, towards this A side, and it's go time. Primi, gone.
Peppered through the smokes.
Dies low as well.
Still, opportunity for Nongshim abound. Talon, they might have the sight, but this is where that utility comes in. The double Sentinel.
Yeah.
All-around generator, and they can potentially buy so much time. Now Killua peppering his own shots for it, but what is this? The wallbang for Margaret!
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, repositions in towards Hell. Hiding inside of the survival smoke. Killua needs to find the shots. Jit Boys comes in with the assistance. Margaret dropping down, but the utility not coming in alive. It's just Cruz, and he doesn't have any salvos either. The defuse getting stuck all the way through, and Nongshim answers back.
So Nongshim have now found both pistols. Cruz getting a couple of good cheeky kills at the end of that one, but both pistols for Nongshim, and they are still trailing, so they're going to have to do some heavy lifting at the beginning of this half. They completely relinquish control of the A site, allowing Talon to get on in, but then a couple of shots come through. That's disgusting from Margaret. It's wild that he's able to find that one.
I reckon that's where the kind of problem comes in, right? The pathing of the jet, and it's so familiar now.
And I'm looking towards Jit Boys on the deadlock as well, right? That sonic sensor that he places at the corner or the top of generator. I've seen a lot of Cypher players when they're able to set up towards a post plan at the A site, they drop that one because it's one that if you're running in for a retake, your feet will trip and you're generally dead. You can also see some adjustments by putting the sensor under Hell and it will trip anybody running on the top. So I'd be interested to see how much depth Jit Boys has on this map with just the deadlock utility for post plants.
Seen it drilled by Cruz from other maps, Haven, for example.
Yeah.
So hopefully Jit Boy's able to pick up where Cruz left off. But right now, though, at least with the pistols.
Well, we're looking for Nongshim to pick up where they left off on the beginning 4 of this map. Getting more.
Well, picking things up with the drone, they will find just that.
If they find 4 rounds, they're only tying things up, Quack.
That's
right. There's still more to go.
Still, though, I don't want to count them out. Now spotting so much information in towards B main, surely the rotation soon enough.
Drone going out.
Talon, though.
Yeah, they're going to start to gather some information towards A, but if they do stretch their legs up through mid, they're going to have to break the trap wire, and this is where Darnby with an Outlaw, if he wants to go for the challenge there, potentially could get overwhelmed.
His Gate Crush has expired, so he's going to play for a different position, but that's when then Persia comes in with the out-dueled position on the Bulldog. Okay, Darnby back in.
Yeah.
Talon looking to recover.
Margaret's trap wire not going to do anything for him as Ivy
So far,
gets
so good, though. Repositions with a Spectre!
Okay.
The last shot going through, and Darnby nail in the coffin. Rounds answered right back.
Yeah, 3 alive. I think you'll take that as a pass mark for Nomshim going in towards the buyout round for Talent. See what sort of bonus is going to be here. I mean, they did win the first one when they were on their attacking side, but it felt like, you know, there wasn't just a adjustment from Talent, right? It took them a little bit to figure out how they're going to be countering the aggression of Nongshim. I think it may very well be another scenario where they've got to figure out how we're going to get throughout these defenses when we're a little bit lackluster on the initiator ability, right? You're going to have to see a little bit more come out from Vice, who Kilowatt is playing a little bit more of that pseudo in it as well, right? You got the flash on the Archros that can certainly do that. Now though, Jip Boys, you're done. And that's an opener, which Ivy technically pilfers with the util, but you'll take that one as a opener that's not traded.
Fantastic calling. Meanwhile, yeah, that's where you really want to see a lot more pressure on towards B main, but so far nothing found.
But this is the time where I'm, you know, saying it's a couple of rounds in the beginning for Talon where they have to get ready for what Nongshim throw their way, and then they might wake up.
That's where the adaptability comes back into question. All of a sudden, the swings from both ends, and Talon caught unawares.
This may very well be a flawless bonus to come through for Nongshim, unless Cruz has something to say.
1v5, Komodo. I don't know. He's running straight back through spawn into 2 players from Nongshim marking tiles. Persia spots him.
Yeah, just don't give him the solo duel here. Make sure you go in together as a team. Somehow Cruz finds both of them.
But he's solo.
5 HP. Maybe he gets closer towards the Armageddon here. He's one with death. And he gets another one, so he's got it for the next round. Okay, I think you're kind of okay. Like, that's a bonus round. You probably should be winning that one as Talon. But the fact that, again, Nongshim have a clear idea on how they're wanting to play the beginning of that round. It's the stuff that they practice in either scrims if they've tried this one, or it's the stuff that they're theory crafting nice and early on.
Right, and that's why you see this very specific composition. You love to watch and really get enthralled by how the utility combo comes into play, but we gotta see Cruz as well.
Yep.
Dude has, you know, some kind of an arm injury and he's still able to walk away with 3.
Yeah, but this is the strange scenario now, right? Where you've got an Armageddon, where you've got a Annihilation. If you're able to get a couple kills off that one, I mean, maybe you steal a round back as Talon. Full 5 towards A main, however. Orb to be gathered up.
Don't know how much that's going to do, though. What is that?
That's just you shall not pass A main wall, that one.
Are Talon's a Balrog in this situation with just stingers?
I mean, that one's been prepared specifically by Francis for this sort of scenario. He's done his homework on the right wall placement.
How he's like, you know, you got to calculate the trajectory of how you swing your mouse when the high tide.
I mean, low sense gamers.
True.
Rise up. Stingers, though, here for Talon. Let's see if they're going to be able to make work of this one. Again, Armageddon and Annihilation if they want to try and contend with it.
Gonna have to be a monstrous flash play. Grab net right now, though, against Darnby, and unfortunately he will bite the bullet. Francis, however, bailing his team out of the tough situation. Just Cruz left, and he swings into his ultimate doom. Nongshim tie up the score.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay from Darnby there with an Outlaw, where the no-scope ability of that gun is generally not too accurate. He does get taken down, but it's good to see that Francis stamps his feet and gets a couple of trades in there. Valiant attempt for Talon with the lesser equipment, the Stingers, to try and get something done there. Maybe with the end result, you might say a bit of an overinvestment with the Annihilation, but they start to get a little bit closer to a couple more of these ultis now as we are tied up 8-8. This is where we start to see some depth in this map.
This is where you need to see Talon try to find an answer back as well.
Yeah, for sure.
The op from Darnby, though, I don't know if Talon are prepared for it.
I mean, you know that the credits are available to come out with a gun such as this one, a shorty to destroy the stealth drone. So a bit of a spot out too, but I mean, you're rinsing and repeating a lot of this Harbor utility where you've already used the drone to get in front of it. You'd have to sacrifice a body to get any farther forward. You do have your shear there as Killua as well to just make sure that nothing afoot happens in B deep.
But with
Start to put our attention towards the A site, don't we here? No more Harbor utility until that high tide comes back online, and Francis... Oh! He won't know that he's done that much damage to Killua, but I don't think you can call for the team to come back to B, can you?
Yeah, not enough. Killua's got to do a little bit more. Meanwhile, towards the A site, just a full hit, and down with a TP, the corner left unchecked. Jit Boy's finally coming up with the goods, but still, it's not enough. Killua,
he got Francis, but can you... I mean, you're going to have to call for Cruz to get over here.
That's
How much
right.
time can you buy by yourself?
That's the whole thing. He might have flashes, he might have vines, but...
They could technically leave and try to cut him off. This is why Killua has to go back and help Cruz get across. Ivy, he actually could give them an opportunity here.
Oh, Killua, he's peppered Ivy down by a bit. Cruz!
There's the opportunity. He's given them a 2 versus 2.
Overstayed, you're welcome, Ivy. And now there's a chance still, though. 2v2, 10 seconds for the plant, and that offers some opportunity to Nongshim to close in onto market, at least until the stun comes in. Cruz then has 1 second left until the salvo is back, so gets himself into a position where he sends it over. Further time being bought.
Arcros 2.
Killua hiding inside a boathouse, both players trying to play it safe. Oh, and off the flash! It's going to be a great kill! Just Dabby left, and he marches forward until the phantom shots from Killua finds a round back in for Talon.
Yeah, the difference if Francis is able to finish him off through the spam in the beginning of the round, or maybe if Ivy doesn't go for the cutoff kill, the neural theft to secure that information. But I'm seeing in this sort of scenario where you've got the first opening kills, right? It's a 5 versus 3 for a mere millisecond in time that gets converted back to the way of Talon. It's a 3 versus 2 that could have been. But just going for the kill a little bit too earlier on. Always going to understand the risks to try to win the game there, but sometimes just doesn't work your favor, and now Talon will reclaim the lead.
Majestically, yeah, put together. Spots out Francis as well. Now Talon very aware of what could happen around A main after all that util combo.
I mean, Francis is just going to keep resetting all of this utility, making sure that he's staving them off for quite a little bit of time. Yeah, that is a clone. You're correct.
And he still hasn't made a single peep, so still a chance for Killua.
And nice work to bait out the sonic sensor as well. Reclaim control of A main. You got to be too careful that you don't get flushed out by the salvos, for example, of Cruz if they want to go back towards the A side. But it looks like the call has been made for Talon here that they want to contest with B. And I'm wondering in this sort of time, as Nongshim, what are you doing to re-get some information? You don't have a drone from Ivy. You have an operator from Danby. So you're going to have to try and figure out something, right? A drone in towards mid. You don't necessarily know if it's teetering towards A or B.
Yeah, well, that might do it. Especially in with the utility now coming out. Oh, Primi though, he's just going to gate pass all of it on for the sharp blades into the site where Margaret trying to play anchor.
Seconds.
Camera as well. And then for the mid-round calling back into the A site. Francis though, so far so good. Puts up the high tide. Jitboy jumps on over. What?
He needed a shoot. He didn't need a Ferrari peek him.
Unfortunate for Francis, but he's still got Ivy around the corner. Down for the trade. Killua keeping the team afloat. Annihilation now just to push Nongshim away. Margaret back in. Sent out the last second on towards Heaven. Danby, operator into angle.
As soon as it makes noise as well, Sensor will get him. And you just got to call for the save here. Another situation where it's an individual member potentially for Nongshim. Had they tackled that a little bit differently, it could have been the round. I mean, Harbor is not a general pick, especially on this map, right? It's not a common pick regardless. You know, some teams toy with it here and there on Icebox, but that wall, it does slow you a little bit. Jitboys has just jumped on through that one and found you. Had you just gone for the shot as Francis, that probably could have been the round.
It's one of those coulda, shoulda, woulda situations. Definitely bites them in the back. Thankfully, they will have enough to buy up or scrounge up some weaponry for the upcoming round.
Oh, he's done him there. Wow. Really nicely done from Talon, though, despite the time. Bleeding quite low. Still eyes on the prize to finish it up. Now we come into a more stacked ult round of Nongshim, but the weaponry, not the greatest. A couple of pieces that you can certainly work with for sure, but you need to see opener from Danby potentially. All right, he does get out, but the operator, you know, it still looms.
Reckoning, Armageddon. Or at least knowing that it has TP'd away.
Yeah, for sure.
Thinking about it.
I mean, you're still looking just to the early game of Talon in this round as well, making sure they're trying to piece together some sort of information, any more lean of a certain player, right? Again, you're going to confirm that Persia is playing in towards market. There's a couple of bodies in towards mid. You can expect that there's going to be some Cypher bits towards the B site now with that camera there. So if you're Talon, this is the sort of scenario where you got to make a good conscious decision on where you want to try and end up. B split, the name of the game here, and there are 3 members of Nongshim. The thing though, the Reckoning and the Armageddon are on the other side of the map. They are not going to reach towards that B site.
The intensity of the calls right now. Final decision making back into the B site. And Nongshim, they have pieces on the board. Margaret to receive the first.
Play for time. 20 seconds.
20 seconds. And Talon continue forward with their march. Armageddon now at the best possible time. And it puts Talon into a bit of a precarious position, trying to lock down in towards Boathouse though at the very least, and they found those kills! Margaret not able to stay alive either! Killua sticks the plant, and it's just Francis and Ivy. They peeked out, and they get shut down! Francis desperately looking for a kill, anything possible, but Talon denying it outright. Look at that spray from Cruz!
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the positions of Ivy's Armageddon there. If I really want to be, you know, pedantic in this sort of scenario, he's trying to get as close as he can to be able to use it, and he has to drop it from outside into the site. Had it been the other way, towards lane probably, he actually could have forced the hand of Talon, but just not close enough because no one on Nongshim there were getting any extra further information up through me, up through B main, to actually confirm that Talon were going to be ending towards that B site. Bit of a rough one there. Not a bit of a rough one, a really rough one for Nongshim.
Right. Things are incredibly tense right now, and Killua just keeps up the pressure once again. Meanwhile, in towards A, he got the GravNet. Francis trying to get out.
Locating targets.
Again, Talon sending up the stealth drone towards mid.
Oh.
And that's an opening double. Another 5 versus 3. Jip Boys has found both of them, and Darby is on an island by himself. Only good for 1. Down with the ship.
Fortunately, the rest of the team might continue to sink as well. Not too bad though, Margaret.
Hey. But it's still a 3 versus 2. You've got a lot of gaps around the map now that Cruz... Can he shift on towards this trap wire? No, he's going to jump into it. And he will get taken down by Persia. Okay, 2 versus 2 now.
Just finds his scalp. So...
Oh, but this is risky, Quack.
Possibly able to turn things around. Yes, still risky. Jit Boys coming back in with the assistance, and both of them wide swing.
Baited by the GravNet. That's a real rough one. And now it's Margaret. An idea. Do you try and go for a 1 versus 2? Or do you save the gun for the last round, potentially, the next round?
Attempting to go for it. He's had a life game before.
He's got to have the idea, though, that this position is possible. He has to shift into it. It's confirmed, but it doesn't matter. Chip Boys comes through with a 4K. And now it looks like the realization is there for Talon on how they want to navigate this map on the attacking side. Again, another scenario. It's 4 rounds over to Nongshim, and that's enough to get all the information. That loose bullet at the end there, by the way, ridiculous.
You really begin to feel for the Nongshim core.
Map point, series point, elimination point, Talon to try and survive in this lower bracket. For Nongshim, they would bow out here of stage 1. No extra points accumulated, just 3 on the tally, which means they have to do a lot next stage. But let's see what they can do here, because Darby has sleuthed his way in towards mid.
Why, yes. Still got some guns. That said, though, the stealth drone from Cruz could play detective.
Ooh, gate crash. Eventually going to start to fade here for Danby. And then it's a big decision. What do you do? Send another one? Or just get out? Okay. Yep, just gets out.
Out with the drone as well. So that's kind of force out the utility.
Always through mid.
From Talon.
Drone always through mid. Another avenue for Talon that they can choose to go for if they want to. Now you see a lot of members shooting at that one from Ivy.
Okay, Reckoning for info as well.
But what can he do?
Oh, maybe they'll peek out into it to find as many kills as possible. That'd be good for the first. Hops up over to the pop flash, but Primi does get away until he's tagged up. thigh, though. Then looking for the lurk kill. All of a sudden into the A side. Persia had no earthly idea. Dambi and Ivy, though, finding shots right back.
3 versus 2 now. Cruz and Jit Boys to get towards the site. Favor Jit Boys here for a plant instead of Cruz, potentially. Get an Annihilation on board, but they're not going to juggle that one as Dambi sends in the Dimensional Drift for all the information.
Right, just keep it invested as well, so he's not able to really pull out utility just yet, but I assume soon enough. Got a great chance to... Yep. Let that one rip. Straight off through into heaven, and now you know that Dambi's right in hell! Cruz finds a shot, looks for the flick onto Margaret, but Margaret able to snap one right back. Accuracy in spades. And it's just Jit Boys left. Needs to come up with the goods. He's got the first one so far. Can he find the clutch? It's a hopping Ivy! B-hopping off to the sides with a right click! It keeps Nongshim in the game!
Call that a kangaroo hop in my neck of the woods on that one. He's just bouncing up and down to try and get the kill with 10 HP. By the way, it was Jit Boys that went for the plant at the end there to make sure the Annihilation was available, but it didn't actually cocoon anybody. No pretty butterflies in the round. As Nongshim finally will get another round back, but my oh my, these are certainly getting tense, aren't they? 12-9, there was 4 chances total, now 3.
Yeah, that's the other thing though. Talon continues to afford guns.
Yeah, I mean they've done well to get 4 in a row, right? To permit themselves a couple buys with loss bonus. They'll have another one after this.
Armageddon.
If they don't end it here, because then you also do have to contend with the idea of there's eventually a big ult round that can be possible if Cruz holds it and Killua gets out the Steel Guardian in a couple.
Depending on how the situations play out right now, at least it's just a conceded A main and a quick hit from Primi, but instantly gunned down by Ivy as well.
Armageddon used nice and early from Talon towards the top of the A site, but maybe a little bit too early because it doesn't find anything. Meanwhile, a pivot back towards the B site for a couple of these members as Margaret is the lone soldier there, going to call for Francis to assist. So they've got some pieces at this B site.
And so far, Margaret has done his job of putting up those cages at the right times. Meanwhile, for Talon, looking for gaps to slip in.
And they would have a 4 versus 2 at this B side if they wanted to try and slip in there nice and early. As the barrier mesh fades, that's going to be the call for Dambi to start to think that mid might have been exposed. So he starts to reposition. This, with 50 seconds now, is a bit of an interesting one.
Wow. Tree being checked as well. Nongshim doing their due diligence right now.
Yeah.
Down to the anchor positions as well as the flank checks. Killua so far so good on the entry.
Process needs help.
Whoa! And he puts up a big wall just to keep himself alive in the corner, but it gets spotted out by Talon. Now further kills being found. Cruz cutting off on the rotations, and it's just Ivy left. Does he find the clutch? Salvos might be back in 3 seconds, but the TP as well. And that's just further distractions until Cruz swings out from the back. Talon sends Nongshim packing!
13 good rounds from Talon in that one. It took a little bit on both halves for them to wake up and figure out how to do some mid-rounding adaptations on what Nongshim Red Force were trying to send their way. A team of Talon that's had their trials and tribulations through this stage. It's looked awkward, it's looked bad, but it's also looked pretty good, and they are still on a pathway here to be able to potentially go towards champions. You know that this was a series that delivered some pretty damn good Valorant from both teams in a lot of those rounds, but this time Nongshim Red Force will bid adieu to you in this stage, picking up no more championship points, which means, Quack, everything for them relies on delivery in stage 2 for their chances to stay in VCT Pacific.
Just to, make it forward. Well, that said, commiserations to Nongshim, but still a huge round of applause for Talon. It was rocky, it was back and forth. Nongshim tested them all the way through. A lot of progression from this team. I mean, a sudden comp switch up onto Ascent, and they definitely kept Talon very much so invested in the game. I mean, lovely handshakes between both coaches, both coaching staffs.
Yeah. Just let the teams kind of playing towards that one. Talon, congratulations. That's a hard-fought series.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see them heave a huge sigh of relief as soon as they found that win. It came so close, but the adjustments, the wake-up call from Frost being called somewhere in the first half, they just had so much at stake, and they've managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
How does Talon then continue looking forward? We don't entirely know. They're continuing forward with this win-loss pattern, but that said,
true.
It's a triumphant win, and we'll toss it over onto the stage for the winning interview.
Huge congrats to our winners today. Now, Primi and Cruz, please join me for the interview. You got number 6, number 7, lucky 7. 네, 탈론의 프리미 선수 그리고 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 승리로 내일 다시 한번 싸울 수 있는 희망을 만들어냈습니다. 어느 때보다 더 값진 승리일 것 같은데요. 먼저 소감부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, guys. You guys were on the verge of elimination, but you guys get to fight another day tomorrow as well. So, you know, how relieved are you, and what does this win mean to you?
So I think I don't know. It's just I just hope we win the next 2. That's it. Yeah. So I'm not that happy yet because the job's not done.
사실 잘 모르겠고 이번 경기 승리도 중요하지만 이제 남아있는 2경기 이기고 아무래도 마스터즈에 가는 게 중요하지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하고 그리고 사실 아직까지 정해진 게 아무것도 없기 때문에 그렇게 썩 마음에 드는 결과는 아니라고 하는데요. 프리미 선수의 소감도 한번 들어보고 싶네요. What about you, Primi? Tell us about the win today.
I'm feeling good, and yeah, I think we have to win 2 matches, to go to Toronto.
2 more Masters. 프리미 선수는 오늘 경기 만족하고요. 근데 마스터즈를 꼭 가고 싶기 때문에 토론토에 가기 위해서 다음 2경기도 이겼으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그럼 프리미 선수 일단 어센트에서 농심이 하버 조합을 가져왔는데 상대해보니까 어땠는지도 들어보고 싶어요. This one's for Primi. Cruz, if you could translate, you know, 농심 brought Harbor back into their Ascent comp. You know, what was it like going up against that comp? Did anything throw you guys off?
ก็ตอนแรกก็รู้สึกเล่นยากนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าเรายังไม่รู้ว่าต้องแก้ยังไงแล้วก็ตอนหลังๆเราก็สามารถคิดออกครับว่าควรเล่นยังไงอะไรอย่างนี้
It's a bit difficult on both sides at the beginning because we don't know how they play. We gotta see what they do, and then after we figure them out, it became a lot easier.
사실 공격과 수비에서 정말 상대가 뭘 할지 몰라서 좀 파악을 하고 상대를 읽어내는데 좀 시간이 걸리기는 해서 힘들기는 했는데 그래도 이제 상대가 뭘 할지를 예측할 수 있어질 때부터 굉장히 경기가 쉬웠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 크루즈 선수 요즘 탈론이 좀 승패를 보여주는 패턴을 보여주고 있는데 이 퐁당퐁당 더 이상은 할 수 있는 여유가 없거든요. 이 패턴에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. And Cruz, you know, there's a pattern going on. You guys win one, you lose one, win one, you lose one. But then from now on, we really don't have the luxury to lose, right? So what are your thoughts on this ongoing pattern and moving forward facing DRX tomorrow?
We just think that we lost today, I guess. And then the next one will be a win, and then if we win, the next one we think we lost that day again, so we'll win again.
Alright. 그냥 오늘 졌다고 치고 내일 이기면 되고요. 그 다음 경기 이기면 또 졌다고 치고 얘기를 하면서 계속해서 그 패턴을 스스로에게 속이면 될 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 프리미 선수 DRX전 각오 물어보도록 할게요. Lastly, Primi, what's your mindset heading into tomorrow's matchup against DRX?
I hope we have to win.
Because you lost today, right?
Yeah, we lost today, so we win tomorrow.
내일 이겼으면 좋겠고 오늘 졌다고 치고 졌으니까 내일 이겼으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다. 이렇게 해서 크루즈 선수와 프리미 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 2번째 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations once again, guys. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from Talon. Commiserations to them for the quote-unquote loss today. At least that's what they're trying to do. They're kind of trying to... Is it a reverse psychology? Not exactly.
That's so crazy. Why didn't they think of this before? Just pretend you lost.
That is the key. Every match is a loss so that you win the next one.
But to bring it back to reality, they did in fact get the win today. And, you know, we didn't know what to expect from this Ascent. And we feel like there wasn't a lot to go on heading into this. And we saw, you know, of course, Nongshim bring up this different comp, bringing the Harbor back, but Talon the ones who managed to get it across the line and keep their Toronto hopes alive.
Yeah, I think Ascent is a map that suits them a lot better. I'm surprised that Nongshim weren't actually able to get this across the line after the pistol and the bonus wins in both halves, but I think this map definitely suits Talon's style a little bit more than Nongshim. Nongshim doesn't really mix Ascent into their pool, even going back to Ascension. As was mentioned on the cast, I think, you know, they have mixed in the Harbor comp. They like to be a little bit unconventional on this map because it's a map that doesn't really suit their style, whereas I feel like I could see it suiting Talon's style, and they were able to get the win there at the end of the day. I'm surprised we didn't see Icebox be the pick for Nongshim, as they could have chosen between Ascent and Icebox the last two maps, and it's a map that they played quite a lot of, and unfortunately bringing it here onto Ascent despite winning a lot of the opening kills, they haven't been able to convert it, unfortunately, despite a great start to both halves.
Yeah, I felt like, especially when we get into those gun rounds, Talon just understood the map much better. They managed to figure out how to play against this Harbor, and I feel like Nongshim were just never really in the game. You know, they had so much momentum starting each half, but then it doesn't matter when it gradually falls away. I also think credit to the coaching staff, you know, good timeouts, really course corrected for Talon, especially in that first half, and got them winning 8 in a row.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, there was, I think, a universe wherein this was very, very close. Perhaps it went even to overtime because you saw Nongshim actually get a lot of momentum, as you mentioned, in those early rounds, right? And it didn't look good for Talon at first. There were a lot of rounds, actually, that they lost because of errors that Talon is most likely to do.
Yeah, I think, look, honestly, you know, it comes down a little bit to the comp and just the shock factor. You do have some of kind of those set rounds with the Harbor Wall and some of the ults mixed into the equation, so that definitely could have helped out. I think we've got some replays that we can take a look at that do kind of summarize how some of these bonus rounds went, and it's a dimensional drift in a really early timing. Round 3 followed up with some fantastic Harbor utility that really caught the side of Talon off guard. Beautiful Teo missiles straight behind the high tide, and you get that A site for free.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a better start to a map than this. You win the pistol, you have the Yoru for round 3, and I spoke pre-game about how I really believe this map 3 was going to be all about momentum. As soon as I saw that first win, I felt so good, and then I really believed in the comeback after this round. A great set piece on round 3 gets them that bonus win, gets them to 8 rounds essentially for free.
Absolutely. I mean, there was great ideas for Nongshim. They're a very well-prepared team. Here's a great idea of how Talon's defense is so strong, though. You see Senti setups on both sides of the map, and then in the middle of the map, you have both a op posted down into tiles, and then 2 players posted up top mid. So where do you attack, Morgan?
Yeah,
you know, you're into a Senti setup on either side, or you're going into the middle of the map into a 3-way crossfire.
Yeah, that's called the Durka, where you have that up there, just walking down
Classic.
mid.
Classic.
Yes, that's the Durka. That's what I know a lot of teams who call it that. You know, he really defined it, and they just understand how to play it. But Jit Boys is our match MVP here. I felt like he had an electric series, to be honest. Even cast your mind back to Haven, the lurks he was able to find and open up into the deadlock on this map 3. I felt like he really shone bright today.
I thought we were going to get more value out of Jit Boys going back onto the Sentinel role. He was playing controller initially in kickoff. He's had to adapt his role back into the Senti role, and I thought it's Jit Boys time. When I think of peak Jit Boys, I think of Jit Boys lurking up on the attacking side of a map and just taking an aim duel with the small side anchor and winning it time after time. So I thought he was really going to be unlocked in that role here in Talon, but it's taken a little while for him to get rolling, so it's good to see him in the lower bracket come up clutch for Talon in a very important series win.
Especially since we know Talon to, you know, somehow to have difficulty, especially when it's high pressure moments, and, you know, we've seen it before. Once the score lines actually start tying, it starts to become a little bit more than 50-50, and you start getting worried for Talon Esports, right? But they were able to pull through for this one, so very, very happy for them. Congratulations to them. Commiserations, though, to Nongshim. Actually, commiserations to Nongshim.
Yeah.
You know, I saw Francis kind of take it hard, just really absorb what happened, and I'm looking forward to seeing them, of course, in stage 2. There is a lot of hope still for this team. There's still a lot of potential for this team, especially since they were that, you know, team that came out swinging from Ascension. I want to see more of them, especially that next step that we were talking about. Now, of course, we do have a new segment, by the way. We can feature all of you fans here on the broadcast. Just use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments, and we can bring you up on the broadcast like so. We do have something here from, oh my gosh, I can't read your username. game, but you say 418 over there.
That's a great drawing, by the way.
We have amazing artists here.
I wish I could draw.
I know.
Someone in the audience here, teach me.
I am an expert in stick figures. I should have you know. My stick figures are very dynamic. Nothing like this, of course. This is another genre.
We need to go back to like OG 2006, like YouTube, you know, at this point, because that's when that was the peak era.
That's me, of course. And we have another one, of course, sporting the PRX jersey. Probably looking forward to this next series coming up.
Absolutely. I mean, they're fighting in the lower bracket, and look, I think both of these moments here, Pacific moments, are very relevant. We've had a T1 and a PRX back-to-back, so you can see on both sides the fans really getting behind these absolute powerhouses in Pacific. I dare say there's going to be a lot of sad people after the next series is over.
They're saying that they're very loyal to PRX. We do have a lot of fans, but on the other side, we have a lot of fans as well. It's a big one coming up. We have T1 versus PRX up next, so don't go anywhere, guys. VCT Pacific will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We're on to our second series of the day, our second elimination match of the day as well. It's going to be T1 versus PRX. Gentlemen, there is a world in which this is the grand finals of a global event, but today it's an elimination match here for playoffs.
I mean, as if saying goodbye to one team wasn't enough for
This
all
is
of our
painful.
heartstrings.
No.
One of these two Goliaths of Pacific, PRX or T1, will be crashing out of playoffs today and heading home far too early.
Yeah, I think for T1 that's going to be a big shock given that you're current reigning world champions, but unfortunately a very close loss to DRX in the upper bracket there. Both of those maps going into OT, so still these guys are showing the potential to beat the very best in the league, but unfortunately just weren't able to get across the line. They are making some changes. We've seen them shift around a couple of roles, maybe move away from double duelists on certain maps, but overall in Pacific, these guys are dead even. They're just a 50-50 win rate in map score overall in this league, so when it comes to playing here in Korea, T1, you know, they don't have the same level of dominance that you'd expect a world champion team to be having.
Yeah, absolutely not. Pacific is a different game altogether, right? And they're up against PRX. Let's be honest, there are a lot of questions about PRX as they are right now, right? I feel like every time it's a PRX match, what we're saying now is PRX really back? Are they back? Why is it that for a team that was once so consistently good, they're now one of the biggest question marks heading into the discussions of Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are a previous Goliath, right? There's no two ways around it. They're such a storied, such a historic team, and now they're sat here in the lower bracket. But, you know, They came in as that 4th seed, so they've had that time to prepare. It's about how well they can use that.
Yeah, I think against T1, you're seeing them change up a couple of things, but overall, you can really expect T1 to be bringing a lot of the same stuff that you're expecting for them. So that prep time will definitely help out PRX, but yeah, I think to answer your question, Mika, at the end of the day, it just comes down to we've seen their potential. We've seen just how good this core can be, but unfortunately, they just haven't hit their stride so far this year. They will be one game away from getting eliminated here from playoffs with a very difficult opponent to start things off. But you can see when they're playing a lot of the more successful teams in the league, PRX, Gen G, Boom in groups, they do always take a map.
Yeah, and they're still PRX at the end of the day, right? It's still PRX, but looking back at their history with T1, I mean, these two teams, they have clashed often here in Pacific. Of course, it's different rosters, but we do usually see PRX come out on top. It was the same roster, of course, for more or less the same roster, I should say, for PRX and T1. They've switched things out quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, exactly a year ago today, we saw the legendary 13-0 that these guys had over Talon. I mean, we just saw Talon make it through, and, you know, so really, really storied. I mean, 13-0 was, I remember this game so vividly. 12 out of 12 most ones. Just insane.
We remember those. I mean, like, of course, it's never easy to have a 13-0, but they do stick out in our heads. But for, of course, PRX and T1, these are two teams, or rather, the players involved here are so closely tied to each other, especially since they know each other so well. I mean, you go back to Stax and Buzz facing off against PRX when they were on their previous team, right? They would consistently face off against these players. They know them like the back of their hands, pretty much.
Yeah, these are players with a lot of experience that go very deep in these tournaments, and that means in a low bracket pressure match where you have to perform, you shouldn't be getting any choking, you shouldn't be getting any nerves. These guys know how to perform on the stage, and Jing has been doing absolutely that. To be fair, these are stats from the last two series, but these are against Global and DFM, so maybe a little inflated.
You're saying they don't count?
They count. They count. And I know there's a lot of Jing haters out there. I'm not one of them. I've been putting him on my team pretty often. In fact, I haven't done today, and Morgan has. But Jing has been one of the better players, if not the best player on PRX for me. He's been flexing on the controller role, more so over onto Duelist now, and it's been working out a treat for PRX. And I know that a lot of people might have had their criticisms of Jing, but he's been fantastic in the last couple of series for me, and particularly in this stage, he's been great.
Yeah, I really think he's the key to this PRX team, you know. I mean, he's been such a fantastic player for so long. We saw him leave this roster and come back. Now he's had to change roles. There's been all sorts of back and forth, but I felt like from last week he was at home on the Raze, and it looked like vintage Jing.
Yeah, it's Jing, go enter, Jing do Raze stuff, iconic, classic Jing. Of course, looking at the head-to-head, we are seeing PRX come out on top in this head-to-head, but of course, this was an entirely different roster for T1. This was not the Masters Bangkok champions roster of T1.
The thing that's, I guess, in this whole record, the one win for T1 is the one that you hang your hat on, because that's kickoff.
Yeah,
that's
that was just a few weeks ago.
Very close. Kickoff? Come on. That was a little bit longer than a few weeks ago.
Time moves differently when you're at my age.
Okay. Oh my, that feels like an eternity ago. That's so much has changed since
It was
then.
just yesterday. What are you talking about?
I mean, it was one of the earlier games in kickoff, and T1 scraped a very close win over PRX that I felt like PRX definitely could have won, to be honest. I felt like they kind of threw that game in the bin a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one stat I really want to highlight here is the first kill win percentage. We see PRX actually edging out T1 in this stat, and PRX have a reputation for throwing mid-round.
That's it. Stop the count. They've won.
This is what I mean. I think sometimes with PRX, it looks worse than it actually is. You know, we know them to be this hyper-aggressive team, and people always get mad that they're like, why are they throwing these
W Gaming, we just go in!
They do close them out more than 70% of the time, and more than T1 actually managed to. So I think you have to give some credit to PRX.
Not to mention, PRX have been improving in that regard, right? They have been changing, they have been evolving, they have added Padman as well, so it's a different flavor to PRX. And especially with Padman in the Smokes role, of course, something can move over to something he's more uncomfortable in, and we're seeing that sort of harken on PRX that is much more familiar. So going into map vetoes, I'm wondering what is going to come out, especially since this is going to be very crucial. Again, elimination match for both of these teams. We saw how crucial the maps were in the previous series as well.
Okay, Haven taken out by PRX. That is what they've been banning the last couple of series in a row, and it's quite a good ban against T1. T1 taking out Icebox. I don't want to see that anymore. Yeah. I'm glad that's gone. And PRX played some interesting comps on that. Fracture, the choice for PRX. It's been a very solid map for them, but also quite a good map for T1 for the most part. They played a lot of good teams on it.
Yeah, I don't mind the Fracture pick, though. I think they're trying to play to their own comforts. We spoke before about how much of a map it is for PRX in terms of a stylistic match. Yeah. So and then we look across the T1, picking Ascent. That's definitely a stranger pick.
They haven't played it yet. I mean, PRX is going to get to start on that defense. They've been playing that very fluid Fade as well as KO comp, and then Lotus going to be the decider there. That's another map that a lot of these both of these teams have repped quite a lot, but T1 I'm a little bit more convinced by. At the same time, though, I say that results-wise, but lately they've been swapping up the comp a lot. They've been dropping some maps here and there. They got stomped by RRQ as well at the end of the group stage there. So the third map, a bit of a question mark for me. But the first map here, PRX picking into their strength, and a decent strength of T1 shows me that they're not scared of T1 in this series. They're not trying to play games too much with the veto. They're just saying, we think we can beat you on your Fracture, despite the fact that you play pretty close games against very good teams on this map.
Yeah, it's a comfort pick. It's a comfort veto. I feel like they're not even considering T1's Fracture in this. They're going, we know our Fracture is good enough to win, so we will pick it. Last time we saw them play this Breach Teo style that is so popular, but both of these teams, like the Neon, like the Vice.
Yeah.
I think also that T1 at the moment, sure, they're Masters Bangkok champions, but they're not invincible, especially not invincible here in Pacific. If ever there is a chance to strike at T1 for PRX, it's now, especially since T1 have laid out all of the cards for them.
I mean, I'm going to say this as quickly as I can, but I'm a PRX believer. I have 5 words for you, brick by brick.
I believe...
That's it. That's it. Get on board, people. It's the playoff run time.
You had me counting. You had me counting words.
He's still building the rest of the bricks.
Yeah.
He'll come later.
Okay, all right, sure, whatever, Morgan. But I am a PRX believer as well, so I have that. But T1, of course, not a team to be underestimated. We're gonna see who takes this one in this second elimination match of the day. Let's send it over to the stage for T1 versus PRX.
Pacific. T1.
The Masters Bangkok champions are now facing elimination, but stakes like these are nothing new for T1. They have done this before, and T1 know that they can withstand the pressure. They know that they have, but can lightning strike twice for the same team to get them another chance to get a global trophy?
Coming back from Bangkok, this T1 team said Pacific is a different beast. Just because they won there doesn't mean they can roll over everybody here. But I'm sure they're hoping that it didn't play out quite like this, with them being on the brink of elimination here, having to win to keep their hopes alive of defending their Masters title.
Speaking of different beasts, how do you like dinosaurs? How do you like Tyrannosaurus Rexes? I love them. The once tyrants of Pacific. While they didn't start off stage 1 the way they wanted to, here's where they can hold down W in playoffs. PRX, they know that the world is waiting for that big comeback once again. Does it begin here with this match all the way through the lower bracket?
Yeah, they've got a long run through the lower bracket. They've got a very difficult opponent to start things off as well, but these guys have had a lot of time to prep. They've had 2 weeks and they're starting to play their way into form through a lot of those group stage games towards the tail end of things. They look like they're better and better, and they look like they're really embracing a different style of playing that fits a lot of their strengths.
I love that zoom out, by the way. When they zoomed out and you saw Divide kind of in the middle cracking his neck. Man, what a way to start off a series here.
Aura.
Yeah.
So intimidating, so scary.
Very, very scary. You know, he might go fishing and bring you up like a big, giant fish or something. Anyway. He's a fisherman! Divide is a fisherman!
Brick by brick, Morgan.
Brick
Come
by
on, man.
brick.
Sorry, let me look at here.
Going
Brick by
into
brick.
map videos, we're going into Fracture first.
Yes, we are, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, again, like you said, PRX, that's a comfort pick into a T1 that has played quite a lot of Fracture. They played a lot of great teams on Fracture. We did see, I believe these two teams play Fracture against each other in kickoff, if I'm not misremembering, but it was completely different comps back then. You had double duelists for T1. They were running the Neon Rays back then, and I believe PRX was still kind of struggling with what roles to fit in this team, and it was before they brought Patman in.
Yeah, very much so. We've only really seen PRX lose this map to Boom, but apart from then, it's very clear to see why they want to pick this. It's pure comfort.
And look at that! We have a familiar face on the stage. Mind Freak, of course, joining the rest of the team. He is back here in Pacific. And of course, you can see our predictions here, mostly favoring PaperX, but I would say the percentage with regards to voting this, it's 49-51, maybe a 0.59, whatever in there.
Wow, the viewers agreeing with us as well. I think predicting for PRX to win is a bit of a disservice to what T1 have accomplished. They're the current reigning world champions. Yes, they're very shaky in Pacific, but these guys really clutch up when the pressure is on, and they've got their backs against the wall here in the lower bracket with a star-studded roster. I really think that they should be the favorites in this series right now.
I'm going to say it. PRX have plot armor. There's no way they do not crush out of the lower bracket.
Main character, but come on, Stacks, Buzz.
True. They're pretty armored up guys.
Yeah, there's plot armor there as well. And do you really want to be up? I don't want to face Angry Buzz, right? An elimination. But of course, PaperX, they have no choice but to. T1, they have so many good players here. And let's not forget Meteor as well. He can be so deadly. And as we're seeing right now, our compositions going into Fracture.
PRX changing up a lot. Something's on the Brimmy. You got Patman thrown over onto the Breach, and they're playing double duelist here, Forsaken and Jing. So actually, they're playing kind of the comp, a similar-ish comp to what T1 was playing against them in kickoff.
Yeah, big changes here. I think there's a lot of comfort here for the PRX guys. Over on the side of T1, they're not changing anything, which really worries me. PRX have 2 weeks to lead up to this game, 2 weeks to plan, 2 weeks to anti-strat, and T1 are coming in with that same composition, where it's PRX who are the ones who are making the change. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit worried that T1 might be too predictable heading into this.
I think, though, that T1, you know, they played a lot of quality teams on this map. They played a lot of reps. They've got 10 reps on Fracture this year in both Bangkok, Kickoff, and now in Stage 1. So they can be very adaptable. They played a lot of games to where they've had to face a lot of different styles. So I'm not too worried that they're going to lack adaptability in this first map.
Well, I don't know. That just made it even more difficult to predict who is going to take Fracture. But let's see what our casters think. Pass it over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yes, the desk brings up good points, but that said, this is still an elimination match, and you had a pretty good point yourself, Komodo.
Yeah, I got a new point though. These guys, they don't know their build diff teams whatsoever. Pilski is saying Forsaken, and Big Time is saying Jing on the smokes. Nah, how about something to bring out his first ever smokes on the Brimstone, folks? That's something new.
That's true. It really makes you question, like, why are they picking this? But you know, you do. It allows you to put, you know, the Forsaken and Jing back on their comfort duelist roles.
For sure. And I mean, I'm looking at history. I'll take you guys down a trip through memory lane right now. What did 2024 entail for us with the PaperX team? Well, they were second in the grand finals for kickoff, right? So they came runners up. Stage 1, well, they won that one. They got the grand final dub. Stage 2, well, they bowed out in third. Come 2025, I'm turning my head. I'm throwing my hands up. PaperX, where are you? You've scraped by into the playoffs here, but is this where it's going to be done again?
That's the thing, Komodo. I'm going to have to tell you exactly where, because throughout the entirety of 2025, the very first loss that PaperX received was dealt by T1. This being an elimination match between two teams, between lots of players who have so much history between them. It all starts off right here. PaperX on the attack on towards north side.
All of them up at north side as well. It's Buzz, it's Izu, Over towards Dish, and they want to go for the fight. Look at this one, everyone's trying to do it.
The salvos, though, they have punished on towards at least one player until Forsaken trades right back, but low HP, and Izu happily collects.
And Jing's on 3. Meanwhile, Forsaken, full HP, but they got to go back and get the spike, and now they're smoked off. How do you even get through this one?
Maybe you start off by going back into spawn.
Ooh. I mean, maybe you click the... Can we start again? Start over, reset.
Reset. Yeah, I had a tech issue. No.
Damage done. Sorry, mate.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And right now it's looking like T1 are going to be able to come away with the round unless they have some big mistakes here. Sylvan's low, Izu's low, but it is the double duelists, and there's 0 pieces of utility that they're going to be able to run in with.
Unless Jing finds 2 miraculous kills or maybe a bit of mobility for Forsaken, but right now that's a quick tell. Smoked off, Forsaken finds the first frag. He's done things like these before, but oh, the shot's eluding him for now. He tries to slide into safety, picks up the Sheriff, but still, you gotta watch out for the shots through the smoke. Fortunately, that flushes him outside where it's a quick and clean kill from Meteor.
Yeah, if Easy didn't go and try to hunt down Forsaken for the last one, he would have been finding himself an ace, but I think his job was done. He got the trade, or got traded at least at the end there, leaving really no space for Forsaken to come out with anything. Some really sensational damage early on delivered by the salvos and all the utility towards Dish, and then, yeah, it's just kind of, you know, Easy getting the kill and then playing together as a unit for the last kill on a Forsaken. So pistol round, it doesn't work out for the PRX lads. They're going to take a knee here as well, not go for really anything of a force up, just a single bit of light shields in here for Forsaken.
And to make some noise off towards north and south side, closer towards B, where clearly a lot of the defensive utility coming in. Sylvan trying to back himself into safety.
He does get taken out by Devi. It'll be a second one on a Meteor if they're able to try and flush him out on the site, which they do manage to do so successfully. He starts to look for a bit of a plant here, though. Maybe you're giving up a bit of the goods in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Izu, he's been on one. It's only 2 rounds right now, but still very much so aware, and you also have the utility coming back in as well. Outlaw off towards north side, and well, you've gotten what you came for. So the spike planet is all it really is. Well, down to the off angles as well. It's tough shots, something trying to trace it across the head, but still it's buzzing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing that we're going to look to for something, right? Like we were talking about for Jing in the early installments of this map for PRX this stage. It's playing on towards the Brimstone, you drop your smokes and utility, and then you're just shooting, right? You're trying to shoot the opponent. So having somebody who's quite sharp on that role is not necessarily a bad thing when you have to contend with Fracture in the map pool. For the people that don't like it, it's gone soon and Sunset's coming back in, for what it's worth.
Well, it's one of those things again. A lot of public outcry, but that said, down to the agents as well. I mean, could there be a little bit of discomfort right now with the utility down? You know, he does go into duelist mode, but so far not being able to come up with too much. T1, meanwhile, pushing out of tree.
Timing here right now, tagged one up, finished up. Only Devi was at south side. The rest of the squad for PRX over at the north side of the map, and this is the bonus round, remember, as well. So smoking them off on Dish. It's going to be pretty hard for them to get on in. They've got no real drone ability, but they're going to go.
Yeah, and with fast lane as well. Slides under, finds stacks. Buzz, though, also denied. And down to the trades, Izu not able to find too much reprieve for the rest of T1. So just down to the final 2, but can't really count them out.
Incendiary for Sylvan, flash for Meteor. But it is a 2 versus 3.
Okay. And also the door being propped open. Okay. Decent trades. Down to just Sylvan, who has already sent over the Incendiary, so PRX kind of has an inkling. Petman kind of swiveling around. Does get found out. And it's down to the final kill, and Jing biffs it. What?
It feels like Jing found the hard frags in the round, but couldn't get the easy one at the end. The submachine gun of Sylvan getting the job done, which means the bonus round goes the way of T1. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, PRX, you lose the first kill. You know, kind of walk up to the start line at that point, and then you explode right on out. But it feels like you've just had that Red Bull can cracked in your face for the clutch that comes through from the likes of Sylvan. I mean, W Gaming, they got into the site. They were running around with their heads. And
and finding all the T1s, but yeah, just couldn't get the job done at the end. Red Bull clutch for T1. That hurts. So much so, definitely gasping for air off a play like that. Well, PRX, that said, now down with the economy. T1 finding so much confidence to peek out. Remember, this is PRX's map pick, and now they're getting pushed back by salvos. A flashback against Buzz, though, but he's still able to hold down the line.
And you still got to remember that a team like T1, they can still know how to play this map, right? They can still fashion a good victory, but as I say that, these pistols, I mean, let's just have a scrap battle.
Full scrap, PRX comes out on top of the brawl.
2 versus 3 again though, Quack, so you got to get the plant down, you got to contend with the fact that T1 are here relatively early.
That said, Jing does have an ult to work with, and he's playing around drop, a good launch pad if anything. T1 right now, both of them as a duo, marching forward inside of A main. A lot of noise being made known. Off towards Sands as well. Oh, wow, Meteor! Once again, looking for the needle, and he finds it threaded through.
That's disgusting. Oh my god. Illegal. For those that don't know, Quack is a PRX fan.
Well, that aside, you know, if we throw the PRX biases aside, this was 3v2.
I mean,
it was a counter.
look, it's a scenario where everybody has won the duels over at the dish for the PRX squad, and in the 3 versus 1, you've got Meteor that's just getting Patman, finding an individual that'll lean out from Devi, and then individually winning the spray game where Jing's spray, it looked atrocious. I'm not going to lie. 2 rounds so far, we've seen the spray not really look too good for Jing whatsoever. So he needs to make sure that he tosses that to the side. And this is where PRX start to wake up. Blimey.
Maybe.
I knew. As soon as we heard the audio, I'm saying to myself, it's got to be a tech timeout, guys. But no, 4 rounds. 4 rounds, and this is the wake-up call that we saw in the previous one from Talon, right? So maybe this is the wake-up call for PRX.
It's not one where the coach gets to do any talking, though.
Yeah, this is true.
So it still is a really different scenario, but that said, I mean, a lot of great awareness coming out from the T1 players currently, and that's why, you know, what Pilsky said actually bears a lot of weight. While, you know, majority of us are PRX stands, fair enough, you know, we're gonna call it like it is, you cannot discount T1 whatsoever. Yeah. They might have had some rocky performances from before, but
I'm just a fan of good Valorant.
Yep.
And T1 so far have pulled away with a couple of good retakes there. And what I was trying to highlight earlier is you got to remember the T1 aren't a team that don't play Fracture.
Yep.
Right? Close loss to DRX in overtime, beating Zeta Division, playing internationally, you know, having you know, some close losses and a close win. It's not the most comfortable map for T1, but it is a map that they know how to play.
Precisely. Hence the positions once again right now, and hearing so much info towards drop. The smokes have been propped up, and it's Jing trying to launch things with the showstopper. Doesn't really find too much, but just lets it rip straight in towards Spawn. Now hiding inside of the smoke, and he gives Stax a little bit of a kiss until Izu, though, swings back out for the trade. Meteor now trying to play inside the smokes, and he will spot out Devi, where Jing is the only one left. The spike down on the ground. Izu spots out the final player. T1, 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Izu's been pretty phenomenal over this A site at the moment, hasn't he? He's just multi-fragging up a storm, getting set up by the team as well. Everybody dancing around the sky smokes. Working really good for them. I see the timer paused again. Maybe we will have a little tech issue once more. We'll wait to hear if there's going to be any audios. I believe it's a gear issue as well. So something that we can hopefully rectify pretty quickly, and I think we need to for PRX in the grand scheme of things, because that deployment towards the A side again was kind of just all through dish. Okay, it's a normal timeout. Normal. So we got Coach Alex and sub
coach
Mind Freak.
We'll see. All that aside, though, there definitely is something in the water for the Southeast Asian team right now.
Brimstone, Quack.
Well,
he's not in the water. He's in the map. But he's not treading water, I'll tell you that.
You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Definitely not the performance that you were looking forward to.
For sure. Seems like all the
fans out there. Nope.
All the words to come through are done.
Wow. He's shaking his head.
Not happy.
This does not feel good.
I mean, how many times have we seen PRX just try to get through dish so far and it be unsuccessful?
Could be 5.
3?
Yeah.
3 times?
Count them up.
I believe.
Count them up. That's it. T1 on the other hand, phenomenal job so far receiving PRX with every hit that gets sent their way.
And it's going to be another eco scenario for PRX as well here with just something on the Guardian. Meanwhile, you got a little bit of this A control from Izu just spotting by himself. And an attempted transition potentially from Buzz, but they don't need to do anything too unexpected here, T1. Just playing to the numbers, playing with the weaponry, waiting to see what PRX are sending your way. If they're going to go for any orb control, maybe it's going to be on Patman with the Rolling Thunder one away. You can kind of just give it to them at this point in time as well, because you know what the buy is potentially looking like. Forsaken with an overdrive available if they want to try and get in somewhere too. That turret is looking the wrong way, but the alarm bot will be the first thing to give info.
Okay, well, Steel Garden goes all the way through as well. Buzz now in with a Phantom. Look at that beautiful movement straight into the side. Overdrive completely denied as well. Now Buzz with his overdrive of his own straight in towards tower where Petman tries to fend them off, but only good for the first. Meteor once again down to finish.
Yeah, and they will weather through Forsaken's overdrive as well. No other big ultimates or massive investments from PRX, so they'll have a gun round to come through here, but it is 6-0. This is the one that you really need to see them start to pull their heads together on this attacking side as well, right? You have the timeout previously. They had a pretty abysmal conversion rate after. Well, that's just going to get even worse now with dropping that round. So you would expect that the timeout is going to have to be for this round here, and they've got the proper weaponry back in their hands.
See what they're able to scrounge up together. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. You just come up with as many rifles as possible to spray down suppressive fire down Arcade.
He's lucky to get away with that one though, Buzz. Bit of a scenario where you think the PRX would have found the opening kill, which they still will do in a different location around the map.
Yeah, Ezra's been sending out the stealth drone repeatedly now, so decent recognition. The smoke's back up, and then for Stacks to play sneaky around the edge.
Yeah, it's all patience now for PRX. What are you going to beat out? What are you going to try and do together as a team? Are you just going to go back to big old fracture things and try and set Patman in unders to ult in towards the site and try to go in together?
Possibly.
You got the shear over towards Dish, by the way. So that's not going to have to be thought of over at this site, but the operator line for Buzz, if he's good for one here, it would be great.
Ooh, oh, he jumps up and sends in the relay at the right time. Does deter Forsaken straight in towards tower. Now Sylvan holding the off angle. And PRX completely stopped in their tracks.
That's on the back of the Rolling Thunder as well. Now Stacks is in the right location that might not even be expected here with sub 30 seconds to go.
Chance.
No, they're not even thinking about it. There's 1 and 2. This round is done. Now Patman, it's damage control. What are you going to be able to find? And Clack, it's absolutely nothing. That's a scenario where PRX get the opener. But apart from that, nothing.
Nada.
Zilch.
More synonyms.
Donut hole.
The donut hole, that's a lovely one. Egg is another as well.
Oh, we're cracking eggs at the moment right now. We're making an omelet because T1 is having a big old breakfast today.
Complete. What's the Southeast Asian? I got nothing. But nonetheless, yeah.
Timeout, PRX. What do you got for us now? This is the pick of PRX, remember, so big time talking about the fact that we've got 2 weeks of preparations coming into this. It's 2 weeks of preparations for PRX to, you know, get them veto the way they want, or at least get their map pick the way they want, and coming out with the map pick of choice being Fracture here. Starting off with a 0-7 is not the way that you really wanted this to go. I mean, you look towards what they came away against Boom, for example. They lost that one. They beat Gen G, but that was earlier on where Main Freak was playing in the team on that one, and you also saw just like a bit better play from the likes of PRX, but then I also just remember Suggest was playing in towards that one, right? Yeah. So it was a bit of a different scenario for Gen G as well, and they awoke with Foxy9 coming back in towards it. So feels like this one is a bit of a pressure problem for PRX, especially just further accentuated now that this is an elimination.
Call it like we see it. And once again, we are on the outside looking in, so who really knows? But you can definitely say that this is not looking great. Meanwhile, for T1,
it's looking fabulous. They're not really needing to stretch out and do too much in the map, it feels like.
Same defensive setups Once again, marking down into Arcade. You spot them out in full. Sylvan able to receive off of the fault line even. Decent shots now coming through though. Forsaken able to silence Meteor.
But they're in the site now, Quack, and that's something that PRX have not really been able to do successfully so far, right? Get a little bit of time on the back of getting the plant down, which actually has been staved off for quite a few moments as the lockdown will have to be respected. And this is the time where we'll start to see the retake now happen.
Rolling Thunder. Izu in position. Buzz making a bit of noise towards Canteen just to pull some attention away. PRX certainly keeping that in view. Patman though with the off angle right now. The Rolling Thunder not let rip, so just a call to save on to utility while the rest of the team tries to find as much as possible. Patman then able to collect in quad.
Okay, on the board this time, getting some trades, overwhelming the B site, dropping a lockdown in there is what you like to see. Mind you, the reason that I said donut earlier is because I did see the kill department of something, and it's still the circular number, unfortunately. But this time, Patman getting a bunch of great shots out there, and just the team looking a little bit better to overwhelm T1, but they are not chipping away whatsoever. The scoreline, the credits will still be looking good. So T1 have another crack at a good half here to further extend the lead.
Buzz in position up by Tree.
And also you got Izu spotting out over towards the dish. You'll destroy the turret, which actually looked like it got retrieved by Divide just before it got broken.
Drone at minute 20 mark as well.
Oh, Izu, what you got for us here?
Armageddon in towards stuns where he might just be able to find it, but no, PRX. They've got the angles locked down this time, and Forsaken slithers forward to silence Meteor once again.
You can't drop this one though as PRX, 4 versus 2, no ultimates in sight for T1, though you're giving Jules to Sylvan, not like this. A trade, and Buzz now for the 1 versus 2 with an operator.
He's making a lot of noise, so PRX knows exactly where he is, now holding the off angle into the site. You have the spike in view. Surely you're able to find it, and there it is. PRX recovering off the 2 timeouts call.
Could you imagine if he got off the defuse, line up that operator shot for the moment they crossed over? No. I would have removed my headset and walked out the door.
I would have joined you, Komodo.
I would have gone over to Chobra and said, get on the desk. Like, get over here and cast.
Yeah, we'll be having fun together as a whole trio now, wouldn't we?
I mean, hey, look, PRX, you've actually managed to pull away the round besides making us get on our seats a little bit when Sylvan is just winning 2 individual duels there. But they bring it together, they collectively and calmly win the round at the end there to try and get into a reasonable scenario for this scoreline, right? If they can bring it up to 7-5,
yes,
then we're starting to wonder and ponder. Okay. They're starting to get their attacking side known.
Let's reset things. You make a bit of noise towards north side, bait Izu out into the opening, and then you go for the south side push where Buzz has already been made known. So the question is, how do you work around this operator that you're so aware of?
Yeah, well, it is just Buzz here by himself. So he kind of has to play a little bit more on the passive variety. He'll be to at least dodge out the flashpoint, but he's still on the line.
And now it's going to be both ults being let rip from both sides. Rolling Thunder, though, a little bit more impactful, but Forsaken doesn't stop. Just into the smokes with the shorty, takes out Stacks, and looks to reposition. Off towards Heaven now. Sylvan getting peppered down. Suppressive fire from the team is good. We got a minute left, and the spike's still not down.
And this is the time as well for PRX. Generally, they would just look to stick around, go for more challenges, get chaotic, but playing on the more passive variety. Forsaken traded. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has started to already book it towards B. There is the Sheer, though, still here. And 8 seconds to be bought from the Incendiary too. So with the rotation from Buzz now also over here, this is now the more stacked site for T1.
I mean, the whole intention of this rotate is to call in with a possibly Rolling Thunder into sight, but now it's getting blocked off somewhat. The op still firing through. Sylvan in great position to find a little bit more. He kind of almost gets propped up by it, but still, PRX finding a couple more trades down to Buzz.
10 seconds, Spike.
Trading right back.
Irretrievable.
I don't see how Devi is able to make this sprint. He tries though, but the angle's still in position. Salvos soon enough, and Buzz sliding in. Devi caught unaware or caught in the animation itself.
Yeah, there was just no way that he was going to be able to get out of that one, unfortunately, when you've got Buzz and Izu playing together. If there's even a scenario where he's tapping onto the spike to try and win the duel against Buzz, he would have to find Izu in the millisecond as well that the round would almost have left. So just great little allocation play from T1 in the moment there. And for Forsaken, I mean, yeah, maybe overstaying at the A side a little bit. What if he slipped in towards the tower instead and looked to catch up any rotations? It was early rotations from T1 to that B side that really worked the treat, wasn't it, though? Incendiary to stop any numbers of PRX getting through the sheer wall together. Just not able to remove that operator from the equation.
And that's where you really just have to sing the praises of T1 once again. Every single player very aware of to what their role, what their responsibility is. Sylvan putting up that Incendiary just shows great awareness. Next round coming up, and it's slightly different setup with Meteor watching the angle.
Yeah, it's not Buzz on the operator this time, at least, but there'll be no damage on the exchange.
Drone out.
See what PRX want to try and do to end up at this B site when they don't have any, you know, I'll call them large ultimates available, large area effect ultimates. It's just Jing with the showstopper. But it is an opener.
Yeah, trying to be the catalyst for the team into the positions. He does let it rip. Second blast back out, but sidestepped Sylvan. How was he able to Matrix dodge that ult? Now into the kill from Stacks, where he's able to find yet another something through the smoke. Just Buzz off towards the back line, and Devi somewhat finding balance. He picks up the op, but you're down to round 11.
See you later to that gun.
Okay.
No 2 left feet, by the way, for Sylvan in this round. He has just absolutely done Jing dirty. That showstopper dodged, and the kill to come through from Sylvan. Now the 1 versus 3. What can you try to do as Devi? I mean, the spike is down just kind of in the open in a tradable spot. He'd need very sharp shots here.
You got to watch out for players who are trying to play off contact as well. Oh.
You can just salvo him and he's pretty dead. Aftershock as well. Yeah, the round's done. He's just flushed out.
Oh my
That's
god.
Really nice play from T1 yet again.
Perfect util usage.
Are commanding on this defensive side of Fracture here. And guys,
it's disgusting.
I know role changes can sometimes be difficult for a team, but not 0 kill difficult.
I have no words.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are just playing this one perfectly, and PRX, even with coach intervention, scrambling at best to try and figure things out. I mean, there's been a lot of retakes, but T1 have just had the right pieces to go back in towards the retake.
Oh, and look at this now. Buzz feeling confident to go in for the overdrive play. Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes! He's online for the ace! Where is Forsaken? He's all the way across the map by north side. Don't let him ace at the very least, maybe. Forsaken, though, does he look for it? Buzz, low HP, but he still tracks on! Mid-slide! Denied Forsaken!
Buzz has just been sent to the moon in this one, folks. 10-2 half by T1. He's come out with the goods and the entertainment there, hasn't he? Supported by the breach utility, the great fault line, the great flashpoints, and just the individual brilliance to dodge around as well. I mean, 32 HP, and he catches Forsaken sliding through to try and answer back. That is a just destructive half from T1.
Just to put things in perspective, you would have to anticipate. You knew he was going.
Yeah,
for that
you knew he would go for it. Like, Buzz is just the better Neon on this map right now.
Or even the calls for to send Buzz down tree that.
He's not scared. Who's the best flex?
Right now? I'll let you take this one, Komodo.
The giant rock in the sky.
Giant rock in the sky.
It's going to come crashing down and eliminate the dinosaurs.
That was, a line that Paper Thin had last year.
Oh, was it?
Extinction level event, Meteor. And he would be one of the big factors against Paper X. Remember, last year onto Gen G as the Sentinel player. This time onto its T1, and he's kind of doing the same darn thing.
Yeah, I mean...
Really? Oh,
it's the Masters winning team that's had some rocky starts in stage 1 here,
and
of course.
For Meteor, 2 times Masters winner.
Yep. I mean, we've already said and bid adieu to previous champs winner, EDG. They will not be making their name known in the server over at Masters Toronto.
That's the whole thing about VALORANT.
What is on the line for these teams?
Yeah, and also for teams not to stay on top for too long.
Oh,
well, you can't make the same case for T1. T1's staying on top.
Oh, I mean,
kind of.
Weapons up, comes up.
In the middle.
Maybe.
For the playoffs.
They continue playing like this.
We'll see.
Pistol round though. Let's see if PRX is going to be able to convert this one and make something of this defensive side, or if T1 are just going to run away with this map.
Off on the defense, Smoke's instantly propped up off of the flash from Meteor. And also for the rest of PRX to continue pushing out of A main, but what is this? Checking the corners, and Meteor comes up with a double kill, forsaken the trade. And if you can hear my voice, it doesn't feel good.
Job might have been done just there by Meteor to find the double, give an advantage to T1, who still do have the spike in possession, so they're going to push that towards the A site. They can plant to their heart's content.
Do you expect Buzz, though? Off with the angles, and he finds the first. Jumps, relay bolts, slides for the second kill, looking for the third, but shut down so far by Petman.
And now they're not going to overheat. T1 in a 1 versus 3. I mean, Izu, I'm looking at your position, mate. You're just watching the rope. You're playing salvos here. Confirmed that the rope play is not the play, and Sylvan's just going to individually win the duel. So pistol round now over towards T1, and that just makes things so much more difficult for PRX here.
The enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind,
It's probably going to be map point. From then on, who knows?
Yeah, I mean,
even with the force, you can't really count on it too much.
I kind of understand the idea. If you hear some footsteps over towards the other side of the map, like why would somebody have snuck themselves in towards that corner? You're generally checking over towards, you know, the actual tree side of things and the choke. So you kind of understand why Meteor wasn't cleared there, but I mean, just credit to Meteor. Puts himself at the right position at the right time with the right damage. The rest of the team don't falter after that.
True and fair enough.
And now the force-up has to come through for PRX. Otherwise, they concede map point, and 10 of them.
That'll be a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and they're just going to do it bare feet, bare-handed.
Like hobbits.
No tools to assist.
Well, for now at least, with the A main control, and assessing out information towards, the fog of war still kind of plagues PRX.
I mean, T1 in this scenario don't see anything from PRX, right? They see nothing at Dish. They can assume that there might be something happening over at A, but the shield that's been placed there by Meteor is just safeguarding that one at the moment. If they do traverse still towards this Bravo site, I mean, they're only going to have to contend with a Devi who's got the turret at one side to spot info, which now gets removed. And you're going to have some quick rotations come out from the rest of the PRX members.
He's got to find at least one kill, but he's getting peppered by so much utility. The drone, the fault line, now trying to hide inside of the smoke, but T1 has a very good idea of where he is. Ooh, slip past though. Shot towards the back of Sylvan's skull. Down for the rest of PRX to arrive somewhere near the site, but the spike still goes down.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go, and now a bit of stuns up around the site as well. Nothing can come through for PRX at the moment, can it?
Cosmetic stun.
Gotta get the plant. Or maybe not, just get the kills.
Yeah, hunting down for a Jing, and there he is. Meteor once again crashing down upon the dinosaurs.
And now it is the 10 map points to come through for T1. That was the force up for the PRX squad as well. So they're going to try and do what they can come at this next round. And I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, something, get on the board. Don't deliver us a Jemkin effect that we saw on Bind of last year. On their Reina, for those that remember.
Well, if
he has got 9 assists though.
If he's able to turn things around Ascent, maybe, but it's Ascent.
Yeah. Opening kill would be needed for PRX here. You see a lot of bodies in main. You see a stun go your way. You want to try and get out, or you want to try and get one. And unfortunately, that can't be delivered.
Wow.
Okay, I've cursed him.
We've cracked the egg.
He's on the board, and now it's going to be 10 rounds in a row for PRX.
All right, I'm going to cut you right there. 3 players from T1 on the site. You also have Sylvan trying to reposition towards A main. He has a very good idea of where PRX are. Full contact now off the flashes, but PRX will fully collapse and descend onto T1.
Yeah.
Finding all of these rifles.
Well, it's 5 alive for PRX as well. So if you want to start off any chances to get back in towards a map like this in a flawless variety, well, how about starting off with a flawless round? And all doing it together. There you go. Effort by committee.
It's one of those where she's able to surprise T1, but how many surprises can you really pull out? You've been pushing A main for the past several rounds, well, past 3 rounds, a little bit. T1 certainly beginning to read that.
We'll see what the answer is going to be for, I think more importantly, PRX for the next couple of rounds if they have that available, because this is going to be another purchase for T1. Playing north side of the map. I like the idea that they have down towards the south side, by the way, with the arc rows, but it's going to be smoked immediately for some tree control.
Okay. Well, Once again, the A main push.
Just confirming that the information is there.
So much of it.
Yep.
Do have some KJ utility towards drop.
Shia gonna be baited.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but the KJ util's down. This could be very worrisome, although I think maybe something has heard this.
Yeah, he's trying to stay online, but he's not frosty enough. Petman, though, good for the trade. Now flashes out, looking for another, but a little bit too greedy. 4v3.
Angel's still available for Ching here.
Yeah, he's got a good chance to really chuck it in at the right spot, isn't he? But
where?
You got Meteor coming up from the back as well. Yeah, not truly certain. The smokes will dissipate, and now for the rest of PRX to hold this down, a full firefight until Meteor ascends from the back. Forsaken, though, trying to launch himself back in, off towards the 1v1 where he knows where Meteor is. Doesn't really have much to work off of, just the spike, but that is where Meteor will silence the full outright. It's 13-3 at the end of map 1, at the end of PRX's map pick.
Yeah, did not think that was going to be the result scoreline here for the first one of this elimination game, but T1 have certainly come out with something special on that map, a bit of a masterclass that we didn't really see from them at Masters, but they've carried on the information from that one and just the great realizations and calls in this map. 13-3 on PRX's map pick makes you quite worried going into the second one of Ascent, which is T1's choice.
And I believe you do have a really good point about that one as well, Komodo. I mean, Ascent is a map where we don't see too often from either team, but at the same time, just questioning basic things like form, it really, really makes you feel so darn nervous because we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams at the end of this match.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm hoping that there's going to be just a really big reset for PRX in this short little interim before we get onto that second map. Maybe they want to bring something more normal, agent-wise, composition-wise. Felt very uncomfortable in that map for them.
That said, though, again, we are on the outside looking in. We're not in the practice rooms with them. We don't entirely know, but maybe it's just a bit more comfort looking for that. Nonetheless, one thing is for sure, PRX off this first map pick has been absolutely derailed. We'll toss it back over onto our desk.
I can definitely hear Quack choking back a few tears there. Very professional. Good job to you. Of course, this was not easy to watch for PRX fans. And for T1, you saw the smiles on their faces. They know that they own this map. Look at that scoreline. I mean, what else can we say? We can cry.
They cooked him. There's no two ways around it. That is a tough watch for PRX fans.
This was a Fracture masterclass from T1, and this just goes back to what we were kind of touching on. It's like you can have all the prep time you want, you can have all these ideas, but T1 has played a lot of reps of Fracture. They played 10 reps so far this year with very similar looking comps, and they're just going back to what works for them. You saw it on that defensive side, the Teo drone through Dish over and over again, informing their decision making, allowing them to rotate effectively. The way that they played those sites and anchored things down was beautiful to watch, and then getting Buzz on an info line. Buzz has had a poor run of form recently. Like, he's had some pretty poor maps lately, but he's back in prime form in this series in the lower bracket. That was peak Buzz, opping, running around on the Neon, getting active, getting involved in the action, and having some sick Neon ults as well.
I mean, for me, honestly, I don't think T1 particularly overperformed here. I think this is a PRX massive underperformance that's the problem. I don't think they were awake. Something 1-15 when almost the whole game on 0 kills. I don't think T1 won this as much as PRX lost.
At the end of the day, like, he's played Teo, he's played Breach, he's played Brimmy on this map. Like, what role can you put this guy on?
I don't think the roles are the problem here. I think not being awake as you load into the game is the problem for this PRX team. I don't think they even played this map. I think that's the problem. You know, I don't think it's Brimstone that's a limiting 1-15 factor for him, because Brimstone shouldn't be stopping him. It's not something incredibly complicated. The fact is they were not even awake on that stage. They were not in these rounds. They're in really strange, stupid positions. They're throwing rounds that they shouldn't throw. That's the problem, is they have to wake up.
No, I have to agree with you there. This was T1 was normal. Okay, it was like it was normal. I mean, of course, like,
I mean, the normal is very good.
Their normal is very good. It's still T1, right? It's still T1. But yeah, for PRX, unfortunately, just too many mistakes that were just very, very difficult. And of course, I totally forgot that dinosaurs went extinct because there was a big meteor that arrived. Apparently that meteor was buzzing as well, because that's exactly what happened.
It was staxing, some might say.
Staxing? It was staxing. It was a Sylvan meteor.
Yeah, I was going to say, work Sylvan.
Yeah, work easy with there.
Let's
How?
roll the replays.
Get
away from that. Let's roll the replays.
Oh, but we have to talk about these rounds because these were so hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it all went wrong for me, where it's like, this is the very start of the game. This is the bonus round you should be able to win. Sylvan just walks all over them, gets them that bonus conversion, and then the round after, they're in an advantage post-plan. Meteor just walks in, fights one by one, just managing to isolate them so easily. I mean, I feel like this game just slipped out of their fingers from the start here, and they could never quite recover.
I mean, MVP goes to Buzz. He was fantastic getting on those info lines on defense. You know, he's opping over Arcade, opping in towards B main. He uses the Neon so well. I honestly think that you could watch T1. Like, I am not an advocate for playing like T1, especially when they're playing the double duelist, but on Fracture, like, if you try to copy-paste their defense onto a lower-level team, there's a lot of things you can learn from. The way that they use the Teo drone to inform their rotates. Buzz, the way that he plays this Neon, gets on these info lines and allows them to kind of flex around and rotate accordingly. Very, very good approach to Fracture. They're always so active on the map. They're always changing up how they're rotating, whether it's through north or south side. So I just love watching T1 on Fracture. I honestly think they play a fantastic Fracture. And I think that as well, the burst style that you got from PRX was countered very well by the Vice. Like, I think the Sheer actually gave them a lot of problems, and the Thorns gave them a lot of problems with how they wanted to play. A lot of the time it felt like Forsaken was out on the site and no one could really help him, even though they're playing Neon Rays and you want to try to be able to burst and actually get those timings with multiple people inside of the site. It just didn't actually feel like they were able to pull that off at all, and part of that is down to that hesitancy and just not being awake, but part of that is also down to, I think, the way that Meteor played the Senti and the counter util coming out from Stax and Izu.
Yeah, I think that warm-up that PaperX usually has, it's part of the PaperX roller coaster, right? It's like first map and it's like, oh, and then second map, oh, we're back again, and that's how it's gonna be for PaperX fans. Know this.
I mean, I said in the pregame, the whole reason I predicted PaperX is the story of it's so PaperX-like, and what could make it even more PaperX-like is get absolutely smashed.
You know, we have a saying back in the local PH Challengers that, like, you know what? In a hero story, the hero has to get beaten up first. You know, he has trials and he has challenges, and then he emerges, you know, a little bit muddy and stuff, and he opens the doors of Helm's Deep, and that's when you cheer.
Right. So when the good part's coming next stage, right? They have no prep for Ascent. They've had 2 weeks to prep. T1 has never played Ascent before in this kickoff as well as Stage 1 era. They've got absolutely no data on what T1's going to be doing. For PRX, it's been a decent map, to be honest. They lost a very, very close map on it. The other one they won versus Boom. They lost a tight one to DFM. And I don't mind the way they approach this map. I honestly don't mind their Ascent at all, PRX, but you do have something on the Jet. And he is very sleepy today. He needs to really be fired up on this defensive side, or there is absolutely no hope here.
But maybe that was him, like, being, you know, shaking him awake. Like, hey, gotta perform now. Now he's gonna go crazy on Jet.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like Jet is such, you know, it's a much more obvious pick for something where the muscle memory will kick in for him on this agent, where he knows how to play. He can get the op out and just lock lines, where you don't have to kind of land the headshot every time, you just have to hit one bullet. It's a much easier agent for him, and the rolls are pretty natural, you know, so I still feel okay about them here, but now it's T1's turn for that surprise.
Yeah, 100%. I want to see what T1's going to be bringing out on this map. I mean, I don't know how much they've actually first banned it. I know they've been changing up their ban quite a lot. Maybe they've been second banning it a little bit, but Ascent has just not been a map that we've seen from them at all yet. So this is where they know that PRX has been able to sit back. They've got a lot of reps on multiple maps. T1, they love to draw out the series. They love to go to 3 maps. They've played over in Bangkok. So you have the most data on T1 of almost any other team in Pacific. You know, you've seen this team and exactly how they're going to play so many times. So Ascent is just such a fresh peek into the lower bracket here, and clearly something that T1 have prepped on in here for the playoffs.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to see Ascent twice in a row for, like, both of these series today, actually. Yeah. I didn't think we were going here. But hey, going now into Ascent, and after that performance from PaperX, I surely hope that they have indeed woken up. I surely hope that Alex is probably talking them into, okay, now we play. Are you guys okay now? All right, let's go into map number 2.
I mean, I've definitely said this before, but resetting after those stomping losses is easier because you can throw the whole map away. You can go, okay, like something's going to walk backstage and you're just going to go, that's on me, guys. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing.
For sure. I mean, the numbers don't lie. Stats don't lie.
But you can move on from that because there's nothing you could have done to win that game.
Yeah,
when
there's
you
no
get
use.
stomped like
There's
that.
no use talking about it, right? It's
Yeah.
like, okay, all right, we know. Now let's go into that.
Just clear the memory, reset, come into this series fresh because, you know, their ascent has been good, right? So it's still a very winnable series for them.
Okay. I mean, they're going to need Will Smith to come in here and just click the little pen thing. That otherwise,
yeah, the Men in Black.
Guys, they're cooked. We'll see you in stage 2. Like, I think they're cooked here. I'm not going to lie.
I think you don't believe in the story. This is a story team. This is what they want you to think.
You guys,
what they want you to think.
Let me know in the chat.
right?
Let me know on Twitter. Is Morgan a good salesman? Can he sell you a vacuum cleaner that does not work?
I will believe.
Literally doesn't even turn on right
I will believe till the bitter end. I know that, like, we saw in a year ago today, these players have it in them to pull it off. We know that they can do it.
You know what? I was like 2023, PRX EG, come on. But hey, that
We're huffing the copium. Oh, it feels so good.
But
Alright,
hey,
okay.
bringing up the agent comp right now. We do have something on that jet that we were bringing up earlier. Does this mean this is all good for PRX?
We'll see. At T1, they're going to play the same thing they were playing in the off-season, which is... Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, he's going to need to be bringing back some of that. I heard he was winning some aim comps when he was like 12 years old or something. But at the end of the day, T1... back to the meta comp. It's what they played in the off-season. It feels like them and Genji in agreement that comp's still pretty good on Ascent.
Yeah, it's very standard. No more surprises here from PRX. You know, exactly as we would expect. Like you said, Mika, something back on the jet, which I think is exactly what's needed here. Get the muscle memory going. Just believe in yourself and believe in what you've done in the past.
Hey, I love what that fan sign said. Stress, hypertension, migraine, I am all for it as long as we have a banger map. So we'll toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mick, Big Time and Pilsky. Yeah, we're definitely feeling a lot of that, but we'll throw that aside because we've got a job to do. T1 now looking definitely primed for success, but we'll see if PRX are able to come back.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, T1 came out with a masterclass on Fracture for map number 1. PRX is picked 13-3. If you are a PRX fan, the series starts now, guys. You didn't miss anything in map 1.
We just started? Oh, how lovely. No, I don't know about that, but one thing we do know is that there is a lot of history. Again, Buzz, Stacks, even Meteor, PRX, they should be familiar with this. This is a blast of the past with this composition that's being played, but right now, something onto the jet, trying to pepper shots through the smoke. Well, Forsaken's been spotted out as well.
And this is where the reset will happen. Meteor's already starting to get a little bit of a lurk towards the A site. Ooh. We'll see what he's going to be able to fashion here. If he dodges out the Arcros, that will potentially come out from Device soon enough. I think he may have spotted him now. He definitely knows.
Right, if you've done your homework, you would know. Oh, and into the shots as well. Easy on the lurk. Okay, quickly dealt with.
Yep, but it is some damage to Forsaken, don't forget. So a 4 versus 5 retake. Going to be the scenario for PRX. I'm also just wondering, how far forward did these T1 guys go?
Not too far. Still under the site, but you have a lot of the utility positions all set up.
Oh, that actually caught Stacks, by the way, so no flash drive available.
Right, door broken as well. They found Sylvan and Meteor, also all procured, but down to the trade. Stacks able to find a couple of shots in until Patman collects up the third.
PRX is going to come away with the pistol. Good little retake for them there as well. A lot of numbers, a lot of bodies spotted out on that B site for T1. So I'm a little bit surprised they didn't want to take any more forward space and stretch out through his tree, but hey, they wanted to set up for a bit of a post plant on the site itself, and it didn't really work out. On the board though, PRX, it took them, what, 8 rounds to get one on the board over on map number 1. So as Big Time was saying, it's a lot easier to just forget the first map and how that eventuated and really just reset yourself into this one.
Yes, clean slate. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile for T1, not too bothered by any of this either. You do have the outlaw in the hands of something right now.
Standing ahead. Yes, main control that they try to establish here is T1 just on this little eco.
Classic pop flashed over into the smoke.
Yeah, you still got a 0 point for Patman and all the utility in case there is a big pop out, but you also got to contend with the util of Divide. Meanwhile, Meteor finds Forsaken.
Yeah, the Prowler snuck over. Still though, so far so good. You've got the anchors on the site doing their thing.
That's all you need in a sort of scenario like this as well, as long as you're staying on top of the trade game. I mean, I usually say you want to try and survive with everything for PRX in a scenario like this, which they may do so, bar Forsaken.
Whereas to their positions, Stax and Izu looking for a way out, possibly. Peek straight into something, though. Off to the classic pistol duels. There was a little right-click
wrong button, but the rest of your team is there to finish up the prey. So, PRX 2-0. This is where we'll see the buy come through for T1. And, I mean, ever since the addition of KO to this map, how many things can you talk about for these 5 agents in terms of ingenuity? So a lot of positions, a lot of good calls, a lot of mid-round decisions that T1 will have to come out with. There for PRX as well, right? Some adjustments on their defensive side. Device switching up, going to the B site this time instead.
Okay. Something looking for top mid. Be a little bit of a peek into the shots. Ooh, Forsaken to finish the deal. And with a double shot on towards Stax as well. Tailwinds away into safety.
This is good from PRX. Dotting I's, crossing T's, as we've been talking about, right?
Okay.
Making sure you destroy that dart, giving an option for something to be able to find some damage, find some kills. Forsaken to finish one off as well. That's a little bit of advice for Forsaken here, but the C's and Devi.
Oh, looking for the shot off to the head. Izu, though, opening things up towards A short, where Meteor continues to prove to be a roadblock against Forsaken as well as Devi. Just a ghost. Can Forsaken really find the frag? Meanwhile, more mayhem on towards the A side. Forsaken finds the frag. And down to Sylvan, who does get blinded up, looks for the classic right clicks. Oh, and Sylvan will be able to stabilize.
He knew where Forsaken was as well a little bit ago, so it's just going to be this 1 versus 1. Plant going down. A haunt for Forsaken available. He will reveal position with it. Oh, and a ping.
Sylvan has to smoke, though. So to work around the corners now, Forsaken. A little bit of movement and accuracy, and Sylvan will be able to pin him down. The Red Bull clutch for T1 to put one on the board.
Yeah, but a lot of damage from PRX delivered in that round there, Quack. A great start for them as well with the opening double. It's a 5 versus 3 conversion that I feel like we were saying way too bloody much in our first series today. But they do manage to get the job done. Some individuals finding some key trades, some key duels. Say a valiant attempt at the end there for Forsaken to be able to try and win that one.
And speaking of the KOs from before, you know, you love this one, right? Patman
KO
yes.
is generally my favorite agent of his, yep.
Something that he's been playing all throughout his career. Now back into comfort zones. You do have full pop flash. Petman being able to spin around 180. 2 kills until the trade from Izu. Quick launch possibly into the A site and quick rotations from PRX over at the top of heaven.
Yeah, of course, we did see some changes recently to KO with the normal click. If you bank it off a wall, pops a little bit quicker. But the right hand pulling out the gun always works a treat. Speaking of gun work, it's something to try and find another, but he can't quite do so. 5 HP left for Stax, and he'll be polished off. So now it's all down to Meteor, who was lurking. So a minute to go, Quack, for him to try and do something.
Yeah, repositions. A main, somewhat expected. Divide as well as Forsaken. Yeah, you got an outlaw. Forsaken's tucked in as well. They're possibly expecting him to drop off from heaven, but now spots him. And into Meteor, continuing to kind of flutter back and forth around the corners. Puts down the turret for extra cover, but it's still something quickly found by Devi.
Of course, tagged up through the corner of the wall there as well, right? The Outlaw 140 when there was 125 HP for Meteor at the end there. So it was kind of given a little extra chance to potentially win out that round. But again, some nice work to come through from PRX. Good underhanded flash drive to gain some A-main control. Love seeing Jets just try and dance through the air when there's no blade storms and get out of dodge, just to watch that one back. But ultimately, PRX to collect on another round. They will now meet with what they had in the first map.
Hey, just something things also.
Yep.
Does have a judge now in hand, so alongside the Haunt, able to sneak through. Meteor can't really hear a single peep.
Yeah, and unless you're investing a drone here from Izu, for example, you'd have to try and just go with body and hit the headshot, which you're not doing, but you're still getting the kill.
And midair, off towards Buzz, who does have the perfect crosshair placement to pick up 2 kills.
Oh,
Jing, though,
dashed
racks
into
2
him.
up himself as well. TPs into safety into a position where maybe unexpected for Meteor. Oh, snaps on towards the quad. Online for the ace now.
He's not going to be playing directly with Devi.
And you know where the spike is as well, so don't give Sylvan the 1v1s. That's the very least we could ask for.
And Jing does have the regen shields too, so that's back online.
Okay, into the spot. Devi allowing his brethren to pick up the ace. Certainly a huge boost of confidence for the PRX core.
I mean, it absolutely has to be, right? You want to see your individuals coming online. You want to see the team working together as a unit. A little bit awkward for something losing that first duel, but the fact that Jing is able to just get both of them in mid when you've got the dash from Buzz into the crosshairs of Jing. He doesn't need to move that much to be able to strafe that kill over towards him. And then ultimately ending with the ace.
Which then brings us into the next round where T1, having built up, I was going to say a couple, but that's a lot of ultimates. So full rush in towards the B site.
Hunter's Fury in as well. See what damage is going to be able to come out with this one from Izu, as the site itself is going to be fully cleared on out. Meanwhile, Patman can rest, he can wait, and he can rip on his own null command, but they have to kind of respect this lockdown for now.
Could burn further time away. Shearwall prepped up though.
Yeah, because you got to remember, no Sova for PRX, opting for Forsaken on the Fade instead. So Meteor taking this space. Could be cheeky.
Yeah, could definitely play spoiler. He spotted out that smoke as well, but Jing able to sidestep it into the kill.
They know that this is from behind, and now spotted.
Paranoia spots it out, but ooh, something unfortunate with Izu able to hold down ground for the meantime. In towards Buzz then, who's playing around the smokes. Decent trade still coming back forth until Stacks lines them up. Low HP though, and Devi able to possibly just run and gun down into the ground, and PRX will pick up yet another round.
Yeah, Stacks knows that that was a winnable prospect in that one, finding the first ones and then just the 1 versus 1 at the end, but his HP gets the better of him, you think, and Devi's position, just expecting that duel to come, locked in a little bit. Nice try for Stacks, bit of a golf clap there, but ultimately PRX recognizing that they have to shift into a little bit of a retake scenario as well, getting some good flanking action happen with the 3 of them, immediately popping the null command makes it a little bit more difficult for the likes of T1, you would assume, but yeah, the 1 versus 3, and I mean, he was already tagged up by Devi on that drop down, right? So, bit rough for the likes of T1, and they're gonna drop a timeout into the fold.
Fair enough. And also just, you know, anticipation from PRX, so it's seeing that many ultimates. But we'll see what T1 can cook up together now, because it wasn't the entire arsenal of ultimates being dumped into that one round.
But it was a lot. I mean,
true.
Lockdown, Null Command, Hunter's Fury, like that's 3 big ones on a map like Ascent on this attacking side. That take a little bit to come back online, right? 8 or 9 ulti orbs.
Well, it's slumped over into their chairs right now, but also a lot of thought being thrown into the process. They had a banger of a map on Fracture. Ascent, a map which, you know, they were kind of the innovators of things.
Yeah, I mean,
thrown around.
We've seen this map be banned by T1 in their last 3 best of 3s, right?
Not played a single time.
Not played this year.
In regulation, yeah.
And you're definitely thinking it's a curveball scenario for T1, having, you know, banning this map. Usually they would come out and think, all right, well, I'm PRX. They're going to ban it in the second if we don't. But no, they've picked it, so.
Apparently not. We'll see. PRX, so far so good.
Yeah.
Just being able to read things, so kind of redeeming themselves from that first map, and I want to reserve my judgment for now.
We'll have to see if Meteor's going to hang around after being horn revealed on this one. Baited out by the Prowler. Jing to remove his head, but that's going to be the go time for the rest of T1 to get in towards this alpha site.
Jing finding monstrous kill after monstrous kill ever since that ace now, but still.
Do they take forward space? Last time they didn't, and it got the better of them. They're going to still choose not to, and remember, Patman with a 0 point can remove these blades.
I think it's a little bit tough for them to find forward space now, especially knowing so many players nearby. You got to think about A main as well, where another smoke comes out from Jing, so kind of aware. And that's where they all get pinned down by the Steel Garden. Guns robbed away. How do you work around this? Unless you are Buzz.
Here's the flank.
He's got to meet every single hostile with full threat. Finds the first and the second as well, but into the smokes Devi. Buzz though, he's angry. He's finding yet another. Stings onto another kill, but Izu then traded back off. Buzz trying to scrounge this up. He could just send into a right click, but something in with the phantom shots. 5.56 rounds just picks the round up, but no time for the defuse. And, well, Father Time will be smiling for T1 from this one.
Oh, Sylvan will still go down with that one at the end. Got to give him still some credit there with the paranoia that staves off Forsaken from being able to come in with a bit of an early retake when the flank was happening through main. And then also a From the Shadows reposition just to make sure he's in the right location to be able to deny the spike plant, defuse rather, from coming. So, a little heads up Omen plays from him. You get that kill no scope? That was disgusting. Anyways. That's another round for T1, and they will push PRX onto a bit of a more eco variety in this next round. A couple of guns for sure, but nothing too substantial unless they get advantage and they can steal them.
Well, yeah, certainly trying, but pushing all the way out. Quickly read by T1 until not stability found. They're not quite able to hold down this tile's position. The spike, though, will find an open A site.
Going to get straight in towards the site for another 3 versus 3 post-plant scenario. Meanwhile, PRX have picked up these weapons. I think the question is going to be with how deep they are in towards B main, are they going to still go for this? I did just note that Devi picked up the ulti orb before the plant went down. So he's at least, you know, wanting to get that one back online as early as possible.
Still a good chance to use it for the latter half of this first half, but we'll see. Buzz is playing into a really slippery position, shall we say. PRX might not be aware.
Lots of util here for Sylvan and for Izu.
Which could buy further time off of the spike as well. Sends it through. Buzz now making some noise, creating presence where PRX then get distracted. The spike continues to beep away Komodo, and Izu tries to lock down the angle. So far so good. Jing launches the first kill. Buzz then making noise around the backside of Tree Door. Jing still finds another shot though, and it's just Sylvan left. The spike beginning to get tapped away, but still time being bought up now and will go off. T1 coming up with yet another round.
And it takes both of them with it as well. No surviving with the weapons into the next round for PRX, but by the credits, they will have another purchase to come on through. Red Bull clutch out for T1. Able to find a couple of openers, but it looks a little bit risky, doesn't it? Like when you're going for this mid-tiles play in towards B main pushing as well. You know, we see a lot of teams crumble in those sort of scenarios if they're not comboing a dart, for example, on the back of it as well, but you throw it bit of distractor, or a flash for that matter, but it works out a little bit for PRX. So it's good to see that they have a couple of these calls that they can come out and look to go behind them with gusto.
Yeah, so certainly much different performance from map 1, but they are still facing that potential loss coming on. I know it's early on, but the timeout now being called suggests that there could be something in the comms. You know, Alex maybe trying to
Well, it's a couple more rounds in a row for T1, right? So you don't want to give them any sense of confidence that they're going to get back in towards this one. As much confidence as they already will be with the 2 rounds that they've picked up, right? So have a little bit of a discussion as well. You're on this defensive side as PRX, you want to try and gather as much as possible, especially when you're already in the lead. I mean, I think towards Ascent as well, and so far PRX have been the team that have got the most successive rate on defense for this stage.
That's considering, you know, the few maps they have played, but we'll see. You do have an outline in the hands of something right now. It's possible ultimates as well if Forsaken does stay alive. PRX has been pushing out for the past couple of rounds, T1, and playing cautious.
Yeah, just falling back towards a bit of defaults for this PRX side. Prowler in towards B main, not spotting anything. Jing, tempting Fate. Wow. Does it nicely though, doesn't he? Looking for a second, it's absolutely gorgeous. Imagine a third in this one. No, removed. But it is an advantage.
Patman relaying forward, however. But the main thing is you've just lost your smokes.
Yeah, it can make it a little bit difficult on the defensive side, but it is a 4 versus 5. And you do have a Nightfall for Forsaken in for a retake scenario, so you'd be happy in this sort of position. Patman would get the 0 point back online, actually. As I said, they just got it back online at the 55-second mark, so...
Well, that is also precisely why he's trying to play into a more defensive position there. Finds every single one of them, tries to spray and pepper all of them down to possibly allow something to peek out with this Outlaw in position now. Crosshair zeroed in. Chooses to take out the drone, the turret instead. Into the pop flash, but still great Nightfall, and that allows for the rest of PRX to begin marching in. Meteor trying to thread the needle once like he's done before. He might be seized up to 1 HP. where then, even though his feet have been planted firmly into the ground, Forsaken removes him outright.
Yeah, just drags him 6 feet under. Nice retake round again for PRX there, and that's why I highlight the Nightfall, right? That's why I highlight the 4 versus 3, because they're going to be absolutely happy to go in for the retake scenario like that. Patman with the 0 point, it removes the turret. It gives his teammate a little bit of an option to peek out just a little bit with the Outlaw before ultimately having to destroy it when the 8 seconds are up. So a couple of great little moments there for PRX that you can give them a pat on the back. And they set themselves up quite nicely now for another round on the back of that swinger, because there's no real credits in the back pocket for T1, who have to play Hero Stinger. Now, you heard me talking about it earlier, Clark. Hero Stinger percentages have been very strangely potent in Pacific this year.
Buzz is the one wielding it.
Yeah, so let's see if he can do it.
Oh, straight in, close range, but quickly spotted out by Devi.
We return to normal.
Sheer wall as well. Forsaken just happy to lap up every single final target at this point. Ooh!
Nearly.
The fragment. Still though, fully aware of where T1 are. Just gotta play around the position safe enough. T1 begin to stream forward. Divine for the first kill. Forsaken for the off angle. Patman from spawn as well. 7-3.
Yeah, looking to have a pretty damning defensive side here are PRX. They come into this next round as well with, some lesser weaponry, but they've got some ults there that can cut T1 down to size. Something's going to get out the Operator, so they can even change the look on their defensive side as well. And, I mean, you're staving off an aggression, right? You're locking 3 players behind the shear. You contend with the tip of the spear and Buzz trying to upset you on the site with a flash drive support by Stacks. Not going to work. So PRX are starting to recognize what they need to do on this map, specifically on the defensive side here, to try and make it something of a 9-3.
He's beginning with it. Warning shot from the Operator. Forsaken with the peek in towards B main. Meter has been continuously getting shut down.
Yeah, I mean, he's always just been noted at least over at the B site, right? Whether it be by Prowler, by Haunt, or this time by Body.
Possible slight agent diff, but that said, now we do have Stacks snucked in towards Pizza. Something with the op, toying with fate.
Oh,
doesn't really catch it.
Just catch the belt.
Still scoped in though.
Yeah, you're not getting out of that one as Stacks, unfortunately. Another 5 versus 3 now, Quack.
Able to punch through. A main, it's a little bit clear. The fragment and everything all thrown in just to force them off as well. Something with a mid-air shot. Jing in for the spray. And now for the final shot, Something picking up huge numbers as compared to the previous map.
Absolutely smushed down. That is a great shot to come out from Something you would expect.
Smiles.
And yeah, I mean, highlight it again, right? Just forget the result on the first map. Come out of this one as a fresh new one. You still know how to play Ascent, even if you haven't had some good results on it. It's a map that's been in this game for ages, and you've changed 1 player in towards your roster, right? Mindfreak is technically still here, but Patman's in it.
Which then brings to mind also, for T1, any recovery. I haven't really called it any timeout yet.
Yeah. I mean, they'll hold it for the second half. They feel the need to, switching onto their defensive side again. They are playing the old faithful Agents of 5, the normie meta, the boring meta.
The normie meta.
Yeah, it's boring.
Well,
remember, you give me 100 agents, right? People are probably still going to play this 5 set.
It's tried and true. It's optimal.
Yeah, this is true.
It's a team that are so used to.
Is it though? Because PRX are leading quite.
Okay.
8-3.
Fair.
Trying to turn it 9-3 now.
We have modern iterations of the Ascent comp. For that said, though, right now it's a lot of footsteps, a lot of information in towards B until T1 rotates silently in towards A.
And you got to remember, there is a null command for Stacks. Izu with a Hunter's Fury. They can look to set these up as Izu's playing Lurk. Maybe has to think better of overextending by himself too much. 50 seconds to go. 0 point though. Getting what, 2, maybe 3?
Which would be enough to confirm a possible hit. The turret down as well. 50 seconds left for T1, and they have yet to decide.
Are they scared in a situation like this? From the shadows from Sylvan still to spot out some information if they want to pivot, but it's just going to be a pivot up the guts of mid, potentially to still go to the A site if they do want to with that lockdown, pushing them out. But with confirming the information now, the eyes are going to be towards this Bravo site, and Something's guns have to do the delivery here.
Oh, so quick. Well, thankfully Jing does TP down towards Boathouse, though, to hold. Something close by, might push into stairs. Jing gets taken out, and this might be a chance for T1 to get the spike down. Playing post plant as well.
Blaze are going to come back online for Something here. Divide with the Steel Garden too.
in position, but you also do have Meteor kind of lurking back around. PaperX might not be aware. Then you have the Hunter Spear being sent through. Meteor springs forward, and it's just the Vi left.
1v5.
Might have sent over the ult, but can he really find every single shot? If he pushes through that smoke, he might find certain death. So trying to play it safe, but he gets suppressed as well. Into position, then Buzz to pick up the burst. A flawless round for T1 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, you think they might get a little bit locked out of that A site there as well, right? And they're opting not to have Sylvan with the From the Shadows to just book it towards B, open up some space for any lurkers that might be still on the site itself, which technically Jing did get there a little bit early, right? He wasn't taken out. He was given an option to try and win some duels, but just didn't really happen there. And T1, they do make it work, but the plant goes down with the layering of the ultimates and the lurk out from Meteor too. So 4-8 at the half. I think it's quite respectable for PaperX going in towards the second. But I'm also just remembering, right, for T1, 4, whilst it's not the best, it is still manageable with a pistol, with a second, with a couple of slip-ups. So we'll see. Best stacks celebration. Mouse Kiss or Valo?
Okay, Mouse Kiss. that's what it's going down to. I think we've seen a lot. I think one of my favorite ones, though, is the one where he kind of gave that wave for PaperX, you know, against, was it Cloud9 from way back when? Which is scarier?
Good wave, good wave. Which is scarier, Forsaken's Agent Pool or Alex's Punch?
Punch!
Yeah, probably the Punch, because we look at Forsaken's stretch of agents, and I mean, I'm going to do him dirty here. Look how many agents are actually resulting in a negative.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, when you only have like a couple of agents played once, right? It's the smallest of sample sizes.
When you put it like that.
Yeah.
Really, well.
Alex's Punch, I mean, that's a lot more consistent than the agents that Forsaken's playing, so...
Oh my god, all jokes aside, this still could go the distance.
For sure.
Depending on how PaperX starts off on the second half. T1 definitely show signs of life still. We're starting off with Buzz under Sheriff, possibly peeking down mid.
Yeah, let's see what PaperX's offenses do have for us now.
Right, this is where PaperX truly got tested because they haven't seen T1's ascent in the longest time ever, remember?
And they can have as much guesses as they want with what agents will be specifically where and what tendencies T1 are going to come out with. But, you know, defensive side for this 5 was a meta for the longest of times. Generally Killjoy B site, but a change up for T1. A little bit of a different look, and I don't mind it right now. But the test is going to be over to the B choke for Izu.
He spots him. Takes a bit of damage as well. Jing with a flash through. Ooh, that's lovely. Allows them to find Izu, but Stacks and Buzz undetected. They spring forward, Forsaken to trade back. It's 2v2.
Yeah, it was a 4 versus 2 for a mere moment in time, wasn't it? Plants to start to go down by Patman, clearing the site to first. Has the 0 point available. Do you expect Forsaken to have slipped in towards B main here?
Maybe, especially the flash. You do have the smoke up as well, so Sylvan could definitely block things off. Forsaken looking to peek off of the smoke bloom, though, but a little bit early now. He finds himself in a precarious position. Can he find a single shot? Quick for the haunts, but gets cut out the animation.
I like this from Patman. A good reposition, but Sylvan
expecting it, what a shot! And now for the next one, he finds every single bit, and he laps it all up. 1v2 clutch. It's a Red Bull victory for Patman to pick the pistol up in the second half of PaperX.
Man, I'm looking towards the ghost shots to come out in this round, and you're just thinking to yourself, why have they bought armor? Why have they got 25 extra HP that I can't finish him off immediately? But the ones that haven't got that little light shield in there, I mean, they just head removed from the shoulders. Buzz and Stacks, courtesy of Forsaken in that one. But this first shot from Patman, I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting.
And it just tells you how confident he is now. If there were a scenario where he wasn't feeling as confident, was hiding still inside Boathouse, that might have been a very different round. So great round by Patman, but back in.
I mean, let's just put Patman on KO
all the time. Please. We'll see. Depends on what the team demands, but still right now, at least with the Vandal shots being sounded off, T1 then beginning to move on over. Tavai trying to lurk and hold out by top mid. Will be able to clip someone's head in towards the site, though. The hit kind of trails off.
A little bit. Tavai not able to get a second one, but it's a little bit of damage at least.
Yeah, good enough. Then for the site hit to come through, Paranoia sent over. Something looking for a different pathing, knowing that could be, well, Izu kind of tucked in somewhere. Jing then spraying forward with the Bulldog, something to play in towards Spawn. He does find the first one, and then to play Disciplined. Hunt to check out B main as well, but nothing seen. Meteor then slowly creeping forward, in for the shots. Petman finds Meteor.
But it's Sylvan down on 19 HP, courtesy of the damage that Divide dealt before his demise. So this one becomes difficult.
Yeah. In for Petman on the peak as well. Will quickly dispatch Sylvan with that headshot. Decent economical damage as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, something that we think of from T1, right? They're getting a lot of victories, but they're never doing them clean 2-0 style, right? It's always these 3 mappers that we're delivered for them, always keeping us on the edge of our seat. But, you know, still looking to have some deep runs, still looking to do some great damage. Is this another scenario, another page in the book of T1 Map 3 affairs? The way the PRX are playing at the moment, potentially so. But this bonus round here is going to be a potential decisive blow for either which way. It's a great little buyout for PRX, by the way. 3 Vandals, a Bulldog and a Judge. You can definitely work with that.
100% endurance, and Meteor still has some left in the tank until that is. Something bleeds him dry.
Yeah, tagged up by the Shock Dart as well. So 49, Harry Potter's there. See if he's still going to be able to bring some magic in this round for PRX. Meanwhile, bit of a lookout from Sylvan to mid. You've got Stacks there as well, up the guts.
And then possibly for Jing, something to cast Wingardium Leviosa into the A site, but you do have Sylvan sneaking up with an invisible cloak, though.
Patman's aware. He's aware of it, and he's got Sylvan. So now things look a little bit better for PRX. Meanwhile, Patman picking up the null command, removing everything.
Whoa,
Stacks is just trying to send it early.
Dives
and he's
down.
not going to do anything.
Oh, flash play being read as well. Down to Buzz, who's looking for the shots. He does find the first, but Patman, once again, back online. Izu the only one left, and he's right on the other end of that smoke. Jing quickly spots him out.
Bonus round secured for PRX. This is why I mentioned that there's certainly enough that they can do in this round, right? Starting off with something, finishing with Patman, I would have to say, picking up the good mindset, the good awareness that mid is open and T1 could be lurking up there. So the fact that he's able to find that kill, he already had the null command going into that kill before Sylvan, but just popping it in towards the site. I mean, you've got, what, 3 players assisting there for something's kill? I mean, you're getting everybody kind of contributing in this map for PRX in some way or another. That's the bonus round 1, so it's 11 to, tell me the number of T1, 4?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a rough one for the Korean fans.
That's why it's a little bit silent in the S-Flex Stadium for now. But that said, you know, it still is a hell of a map for Petman.
And I mean, if you remove yourself from the equation in this scenario, we were flipping it the other way on Fracture, right? So this very well may be a scenario where you're just trading maps and pushing us to the 3rd.
It certainly looks like that's what both teams want us to do. But I will say, though, you know, the scoreline on Fracture kind of different, right? With how many rounds PRX kind of let slip.
Yep.
This time, however, you know, a lot more stability thanks to the likes of Jing, who's putting up huge kills on the Omen, but also for Patman, again, I mean, I have to mention, because he's so aware, he's been a great addition to the team.
And I mean, I'll highlight something as well, right? He's getting 1 kill almost nearly every round, where in the last map he had 1 kill total.
Can't count Ilya out, but that said, we will have to see what T1 has in stock for us. They've called the timeout now.
Yeah, but it's just the bad buy, right? It's a Stinger, it's some Sheriffs.
Where you might be facing that point.
Yeah, I mean, might be Yeehaw somewhere. But is it in the server today? Lots of Killjoy set up for the A site here. Refresh the one way. You can send in a Prowler as Forsaken to spot some information before ultimately going together as a unit.
Meanwhile, it's just all the defensive utility around the A site. PRX not really reconned out so far.
Yeah, this gets a little bit dangerous as T1 do have 3.
Just trying for the default hold. Yeah, 3 on the side, but we'll see if they can find close range damage. Something. Oh, quick on the snap.
Timmy
for the kills as well. Timmy the turret does find 1, but Buzz in with a ghost 2. Then trying to waterfall off, but still with the pop flash in.
Oh, come on.
It's not quite enough. Stacks tries to line them
So many reveals off Izu's Recon, just can't finish anyone.
Enough. Yep, you got the Razor Vines up now as well. I think they shot it down, but still in for the firefight. It's just PRX with a firing squad, but now they're low HP.
Yeah, both of them are low, aren't they? This is doable.
Izu, slight chance, but PRX trying to hold up for the linear line now, which makes it tough for Izu to swing all the way forward. It would take a massive bunch of cojones for him to really go in for the duel. Waits for the recon, plays it safe. PRX quickly shooting it down. Not quite able to locate the wall bang. He's trying to triangulate their positions, but PRX tucked down, low HP, but Patman still comes out on top.
Just not able to get it. I mean, I'm salivating at the fact that the recon got so much for Izu in that round, just not able to find a kill with the Sheriffs there. I hope we get to see it back in the replays, but of course, you know, a Haunt coming out, you know, an opportunity, a turret getting a kill in there onto Forsaken. I think he ran in towards a molly, which is how that one's eventuated there, but yeah. Nearly a round just stripped back by T1. With it not going their way though, Quack, that means it is a flawless attacking side for PRX so far, and it's now 8 map points.
Flawless in terms of 4 rounds. We'll see Buzz now has an op in his hands. Posted up mid. Doesn't really spot too much though.
Yep, posted up mid.
Oh, nice. I see what you did there. That's it. PRX still kind of eluding a lot of these sight lines. They route back towards B.
And this is where they just need to let it get the better of them. It's only 1 round, it's only 1 round, but we have seen a lot of teams crumble and falter in scenarios like this.
Why, yes.
Some information off the drone.
Well, for the rest of T1, they're still sticking true to their positions.
Oh, good timing on the 0 point, actually. Removing the Nightfall from the equation for a couple of seconds and allowing enough time for T1 to start to rotate towards the B side.
Wow, which is also a great push then for Meteor to go out A main.
And what does he do best? When we think of Meteor, we think of him in this game Valorant. His lurks have always been a treat to witness.
Fine heads-up duels to crash down onto the dinosaurs once again. Do they turn back around? Answer so far, nope. PRX.
And he just had to find one. He's got to go back towards the site for his utility potentially, or play to the numbers.
Which means PRX are then kind of just funneled straight into B. Something trying to fly past a lot of it though. Does hold out towards the top of market, but down towards the exact lane. Something then finding a double kill. Izu stacks. Can they hold it down in Boathouse? So far so good. Izu with the double kill. Something swaps on, pulls out the blades. He finds the right click.
The plant?
2v1. He doesn't quite have the plant, doesn't need it as the Vi has collapsed on towards T1. We end the second map 13-4. A swift victory picked up and pushing us into map number 3.
I mean, this series deserved it. Our last series deserved it. It's elimination games in VCT Pacific playoffs here, baby. And we get map number 3 to hopefully deliver yet again. It's good to see as well that PRX woke up coming in towards that map. We were asking them, where are you, sleepers? They are here.
Right, I was so afraid of what it would feel like in their ready room, but thankfully they've been given a wake-up call. They're back here. But how does that look then on towards our final map? T1, they still got a lot of life into them. They are waking up inside. You can see Buzz going ham at times, so you definitely don't want to count them out.
No, I mean, what? It's 13-3 on map number 1. It's 13-4 on map number 2. I mean, what's in store for the final decider on Lotus? Oh, that is such a tantalizing map to finish this series, isn't it?
Yeah, so much so. I mean, think about T1 going overtime from before. PRX playing this map several times and having rocky performances back and forth. You never quite know what's going to happen, but you can be sure that it's going to be very entertaining Valorant. Komodo, it's all aboard the T1 or PRX Express.
I mean, someone's getting eliminated on the tail end of the next map, not picking up any more points in towards the VCT Pacific chances to get in towards champions later this year. Of course, you can get there through, doing good in stage 2, right? You're picking up points, you're picking up hopefully a top spot to get the direct invite, but you never want to have to rely on trying to do something from a downward position.
That's right. We'll toss it back over onto our desk to break down this map that we just witnessed.
We're back! PRX is back! We're back on the roller coaster, and this is how it goes. 13-4. PRX takes ascent, and something really giving an amazing performance, really bringing to life PRX once again.
We are so back!
We're back!
Which, Pilsky, anything you'd like to say or apologize for?
I'd like to apologize for picking the Metacom on a set. Why on earth have they done that? No, I mean, PRX, it's the same win conditions that we've seen work for them on this map before. They start out beautifully on the defense. They have such a great active defense with the double E knit.
Yeah.
Something got active. Everyone was performing across the board. So, look, fantastic performance for PRX, but if you're going to point out the fact that T1 played well on Fracture and PRX completely underperformed, the exact same thing happened in this second map. I felt like Buzz was the only one who turned up to this game. I've never seen Meteor get bullied so hard on the Killjoy.
They were running at him. He could do nothing. I mean, I do have to agree with you. I have to say this was a T1 underperformance. For me, I'm still confused why T1 picked this map because
well, obviously,
they haven't played it, and then they come out with the default comp.
No, they have to go to map 3. We can't win 2-0.
That's true.
We don't play 2-0 Valorant. We play 2-1. Punch the clock
It's
Valorant.
an elimination match. It's playoffs. There are no more 2-0s. That was in group stages.
It's
not
all
allowed.
about the story. Something had to create the doubters to then prove them wrong in map 2. Where were you when something came alive? Where were you when they ran the railroad?
Have you
all the
been
way
talking
to
to Sideshow? Have you been talking to Sideshow? I'm getting the same vibes. You're missing the tinfoil hat.
I'm just a
here.
believer. I'm just a believer. This is what they want. They want you to think they're gonna lose. That's when they're at their most powerful.
Let's
No,
roll
no,
the
that's
replays.
it. We're gonna check out some replays right now because even I'm overwhelmed.
Look, I think what I really like from PRX this game is, like I said, the active defense. I'm not usually a fan of Fade on this map, but the way that they play Fade and KO on this map is fantastic. You can see they're fighting both mains at once in this clip here. The Fade was prowlering out B main while they're fighting A main. This active retake as well. Paranoia straight through market. Prowler straight down into B main, and they're getting a triple flank off while T1 has taken the B site. They can just be so flexible and active with this comp, and the way that Forsaken plays this Fade is fantastic to watch.
Yeah, the Fade is the real standout. You know, we see he's able to use these prowlers, so hiding in those corners like we just saw Easy do is so much less effective because we have so much less, you just have less util with the Sova, right?
Look how much they're bullying Meteor. Like, you'll see another clip of it later on, but like, literally, they know that Meteor's defaulting B main and they just run at him.
Gotta highlight Alex and the kind of IGL, you know, whoever the IGL technically is for this game plan, because they really bullied him.
Yeah, look at this. Like, this is just Forsaken on his own at B, dry peeking Meteor and one-tapping him. Like, what is this? Meteor's like one of the best players in the world usually. You're just running at him.
I mean, I think PRX are one of the best at doing this, where they realize somebody's having a bad game. And, you know, I think they're really not afraid to kind of adapt their play style to go, oh, this guy's not having a good day. Let's run him down. I felt like they did that there.
I think so as well, especially since Forsaken, you know, on the Fade, he can be so oppressive.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's still a little bit of that duelist in him, no matter what agent he plays, right? We've seen it on so many of the long list of agents that he's played. That's really just him. And Meteor, yes, one of the best players in the world, but hey, so is Forsaken. We're seeing that here. We are going into map number 3 now, though. We are going into Lotus. What are we expecting here?
Well, I think first we wanted to talk about the Joman.
It's
the
Joman time!
The
It's time for the
Joman!
Joman.
It's Joman time.
I don't have a Joman with
I mean, how could we move on without talking about this guy?
Legit.
He's so back!
I can't believe it. Everyone's talking about global esports Yeoman, but what about the Joman? Come on!
I mean, this is a guy who, he didn't have fantastic performances on this Omen before. We saw even Forsaken flexing across, comes back to Ascent, and he lit up in this first half. He said, guys, I'm not happy to go out right now. I'm going to step up and I'll carry this one.
Yeah.
This first half, he was just so sharp, so electric. You would just, you know, like we saw Forsaken do, he would just walk into main by himself and kill 2. He was an absolute demon.
I think Jing's probably the best player on PRX for me in these last couple of games. Like, stage 1 for sure. Jing has been fantastic. He's been playing the controller. He's been playing the secondary duelist. He is fragging, and you love to see it. I think over on the third map, he's going to be unleashed back on the Jays, I believe. And we're going to see the Foeman instead.
Yeah, that's potential. But we could see the Foeman and the Jays. We do have to give it up for something as well, because we were questioning, of course, that performance on the first map where he was totally absent.
Whoa. I was always a something believer.
Yeah.
He's back because he never left.
It was not great, Morgan. It was not great.
I've said, he had to make the doubters.
He had to. So that one kill was on purpose.
Yeah.
He's like, just you wait.
No, but
just you wait.
all
I've heard
credit
the
to him.
speech.
All
I've heard
credit to
it.
him. I mean, like, to be fair, to be able to turn around from 1 kill to 19 is massively admirable. It's a huge reset for him, and that's what PRX
absolutely.
need. They need him to be alive.
He was like this backstage, ladies and gentlemen. This was what Pilsky and I were listening to, and I was like, hey, I'm a PRX believer as well.
This
but
isn't copium. This is genuine belief. This is real emotion.
I did have my copium though. I did have my copium, and I feel like it's all gone now because it's all been Mogan. But yes, we are going into map number 3, and this is an elimination match. Once again, we have to understate that because one of these teams is going home, and it seems unbelievable that it could be T1, it could be PRX.
I think for PRX, I've been liking their Lotus on the last couple of reps. They've recently just swapped onto this double duelist comp with the Raze and the Yoru. I've been liking how they've been playing on it, and they've won their last 2 games on this comp. Most of their losses come with their old comp on the Waylay. For T1, they've also been swapping things up a lot. We saw Meteor on the Teo, and they've swapped away from double duelist. I feel like since they lost in Bangkok, coming back in towards stage 1 here in Pacific, you've seen T1 try a couple of different things. They tried to stay on the double duelist and flex onto a Viper instead of a Cypher, as well as the fade over the Sova. But now I think they've moved entirely away from double duelist, and it's been pretty shaky. Like, they lost pretty hard to RRQ. They lost a close game, I would say, to DRX, so maybe there's still some promise to this comp, but I really don't know what to expect from T1 here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I find it interesting that both of these teams have sort of interpreted the meta oppositely, where we saw T1 start on double duelist, then move away to breach Teo, and we saw PRX start on breach Teo and move away to double duelist. So PRX now prioritizing player comfort, T1 moving away from player comfort to be what is a little bit more meta with that breach Teo. So very different takes on this map, and I think it's all set to be an absolute banger here on Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's also because PRX, when you have players like Jing, when you have players like Forsaken, you really do want to lean into their strengths.
Yeah.
And because they can play in that way, they can perform that way, why not? Why not just go for the double duelist? It's been their signature for so long. I mean, there was even a time where it was even more than that, but why not? It's W gaming for sure. And for T1, you do want to lean into how smart and how adaptable your players are as well. Going into map number 3 though, my big question is the comeback potential, right? Can T1 reset? Is PRX better at doing that? So those are big questions that are going in my head right now.
I think PRX are feeling great backstage. They're saying, hey, we didn't let that map 1 affect us. You know, it was terrible. Something is saying, yeah, that map, he's just forgotten about that map 1, and now all that's in his head is that he can fight these guys. They look at how much they bullied Meteor. I think they are thinking, these T1 guys can't keep up with us now. They have so much confidence going into map 3, where T1 are on the opposite side of this, where they did have that dominant map 1, and now after losing map 2, you start to worry a little bit. You start to doubt. You start to think, okay, now they've woken up. Now it's about the strategy, and I think T1 will be more in their heads about this than PRX. PRX thrive on the chaos, T1 don't.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we get. I think something is the right player to highlight here. On the Yoru on this map, he's been a bit up and down. He had one fantastic game, one kind of lackluster game, but you cannot go past T1. Very close game against DRX the last time they played Lotus, whereas PRX have more so been playing some of the lower tier teams in Pacific. Looking at T1, they're not going to change anything up. So yet again, Meteor is going to be on the Teo. Izu will stay on the Viper. I probably would have preferred them swap those roles, but they're going to back themselves, especially with how close they pushed DRX. I think they're going to think that that was a very winnable map for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm still curious about that. I think the other way around is a much more natural fit, but you know, they gotta know something we don't. Over on the side of PRX, they are sticking with the double duelist with the Foeman. Jing back to that Raze. I like this for PRX. This is what they were built on. This is what PRX built their dynasty on. It was double duelist. It was aggressive. It was in your face. So don't change now. Roll that train all the way to Toronto.
That was the something over on the Jet, where he was really thriving. Now he's back on the Yoru. It's been up and down for him, so if he has a huge game here, this is definitely PRX advancing in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Hey, if not now, when, right? This is the best time to bring it all out, and for both teams as well. T1 versus PRX once more. Now going into Lotus, the final map of the day. Toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Big Time's got a fantastic point. This was built brick by brick, he says. But at the same time, whether or not you're on the hype train for T1 or on the hype train for PRX, this will definitely be a banger map.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what we say, we only have bangers on Split. Oh wait, no, we're on Lotus. T1 actually decided to ban Split, so we don't get that as the third decider. And we get more of a rickety-rockety shaky map here. I mean, Split's not the greatest for both of these teams anyways as well, let's be real. But hey, favoring themselves a little bit more on the Lotus side of things and inside of Split. So let's see how it's going to happen for them. T1 on the attacking side, PRX on defense, and they already having a how do you do up the front of B. Going to think better of that, however, and have to start to transition potentially to A.
And this is exactly what both teams get to do. They have Yorus in their composition, something. Gate crashes in towards Heaven, on towards A, where he might be able to spot things out. T1 playing caution.
Yeah, back around the door as well. See who's going to be first casualty in this round, as it's quite the slow one at the moment. Do have Devi with the Vice Util over at C Mound with a flash still available as well.
Yeah, some smoke's being drawn out by Forsaken as well, though, so we'll see. He does position himself for the Mound push in with the flashes, and Devi finds the first frag.
Yeah, the double flash combo, Paranoia deep, Arcro's close. Try and blind up everybody, but with that kill, you got to transition to the A side of things. Something catching some loose bullets of the right click.
As well as the spike getting planted firmly down. Something in for the peek, though. Takes down Stacks, in for the burst from the rest of PRX. Jing finding two huge shots. The J's doing some damage, but for Buzz as well, he's down low HP, so a little bit unfortunate as Forsaken will clean things up for the Dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's on the foam in there, managing to get the job done, so PRX will pick up the pistol round. Of course, they won both of them over on Ascent, and they lost both of them over on Fracture, so if we play with the common denominator, you win the pistols, you win the map.
Sometimes that's what it comes down to. Still decent work in trying to bait out utility as well as make some moves all the way across the map. T1, that said though, Komodo. Can't believe I am saying this, but we do have to say goodbye to either one of these teams at the end of this map.
I know, right? Like a PRX, a winning team of last year, 2024. Or T1, the Masters winners.
Oh my god.
I mean, there was a world in which, you know, PRX didn't make playoffs as well, remember? So they just narrowly scraped on by in that fourth position.
Yeah, they're still looking for that return to the international stage. Right now, looking for the T1 players, hearing a lot of noise around C once again.
Yeah, we'll see what damage is going to be able to come out for T1.
Arching to hold it, a quick swing, but PRX with the full rifles as well as a stinger from Devi will be able to collect into so many kills. Just Izu left.
3 members, too strong.
And Apes continuing together strong against Izu. He does do a bit of damage though, but you know, that's what happens when you have 100 men against one gorilla. The one gorilla, I guess, being Izu.
I don't know, Chief.
I haven't been on the internet long enough.
No, I stay clear from the internet a lot.
Brain rot memes.
Ah, no, those are not allowed. That's illegal.
What is allowed is the full buy now.
For sure, T1 gonna get their buy up, see if they're gonna be able to get on the board or if we're gonna have another installment of a bonus round going the way of PRX, who don't have the worst buy as well, right? Lots of rifles in here. Combo of util towards the A Rebel side of things. And luckily enough, it was a Yoru to lead the charge and Buzz and gate crash out of there.
Also for then the Yoru to for the side of PRX, play around for possible rebel control if T1 does decide to head back into A.
You got a bit of a big stacking in towards B though for PRX, with the Sheer still at the front of that as well. So confirm that no one's close, at least with the Prowler. Meanwhile, for something, he's going to catch the timing. He's going to catch a double. He can get out of dodge if he wants here, but the gate crash, whilst available, not online on the map. So sticking here to be this scary soldier with the judge. I don't mind it. It's a 5 versus 3.
And then you got the Sheer.
You got a lot of control at A. You got the Sheer still protecting B. And then you've got 2 members at C.
Just thwarting T1's chances of trying to find a round right now. Still, at least the salvo is the TP over, just to bypass the Sheer. Sylvan has to play further up front. He's got to contend with Patman, who's been on a tear right now, right off the rip in towards round 3 of map number 3 as well. Meteor, however, now finding a single kill trying to play off the post-plant positions. Stax being able to block off a little bit as well. Another trade, but low HP for then Forsaken to come in, and once again, cleaning things up.
Yeah, another installment of the bonus round as I was talking about here, right? So, choo-choo, all aboard the PRX train if you're for them, but for T1, yeah, getting a little bit too ahead of themselves with Buzz trying to pull out some utility before getting any assurance that no one's really close towards A here. I mean, generally, why would you, right? Why would somebody be in front of a toxic screen with a judge in that location?
Can't blame them.
Is not normal.
You had no idea.
But it works, and this is PRX we're talking about. Sometimes they can be absolutely unexpected,
which is
catches T1 off guard here.
Just again, a bit of a welcome sight, something, you know, having the worst game on map 1. He has had, you know, worse performances on the Euro on this map as well, but I mean, now starting things off, not too bad.
Has he had a worse performance than 1 kill map?
Okay, not worse than 1 kill, but you know what I mean. We do have T1 trying to fight their way back into the rounds, though. Sylvan TP'd forward in towards the alt orb.
There is buy up for T1 here. See what they can work with, though. A little bit lacking on some key components, you might say. Sylvan with no Shrouded Steps, Meteor, no special delivery now. And Stax, no flashes either on a breach, so you got to rely on buzzes a little bit more prominently, potentially.
On position for now. PRX, meanwhile, peeking out. This time with added cover. He got both flashes dumped in, and Izu collapsed upon.
And now you got another player advantage for PRX, right? Where you spot it out and push them back from Mound over towards A. You're expecting them to end at A.
For full recognition, the Salvos does kind of flush Jing away, though. But with the blastback moment, he makes it away safely. Patman then in for the crouched kill, but Buzz and Stax both pushing up front as well.
Ooh, that
Forsaken.
You feel like you needed to get that kill there, because Stax can settle for a little bit with the Rolling Thunder, and something has been spotted, especially with the gun barrel.
Stax might even hold on to this ult for the upcoming rounds now. Well, Forsaken, though, straight in against Buzz. No chance to pull out the util. Forsaken trying to bring things back. Meteor low, well, on for the swing. Defy to watch.
Doesn't matter that that's a you know, 5 versus 4 advantage, and T1 are looking to bring it back in towards the site. When it comes down to the end, to the wire, the fact that the last little soldier is spotted out from T1 there, and it's just a quick little call from PRX. Stay on the defuse. I've got your cross. It's a bit of a simple one. Valiant's attempt, I'll give it towards them, but you look through these replays and it's trades, it's shots, it's luck a little bit for Forsaken, catching some timing, and then just the last play from Devi just to make sure that he can call again. As I said, stick it. I spotted him. You good? It's 4-0, and it's a timeout for T1.
This is when you gotta need the train conductors for the T1 staff to really...
No, you need like a semi-truck to derail the train. That's what you need.
I was more gonna say they needed maintenance on this.
Yeah, that probably sounds better.
0-4, but trying to fight a round back in together. They have had plants before.
When you consider it was the tail end of 5 rounds in a row to close out map number 2, and now you've got 4. That's 9 in a row technically. No, I like my semi-truck derailing the train. They're on the right track right now.
Putting things into perspective, especially map 2. I see you, Komodo. But that said, still with his timeout, trying to route things back together. T1.
Yep. And these are the sort of scenarios, actually, as a coach as well, that you kind of don't want to change up what your team is doing to derail them yourself.
Because we haven't really seen T1 put in such a dire situation before.
Yeah. So for PRX, it's got to be a positive discussion for them. I mean, this is 10 members of the server to the A side.
All 5 on both sides.
If this ain't counterplay, Clack.
Flash going over. Patman will be able to collect on the first. Blindside out from Buzz, but they have to back off.
And that's Sylvan down, right? So if you want to play with any smoke variety now, it's going to have to be on the back of Izu.
He wants this so bad. He has the Rolling Thunder, but wasn't quite sure. And something just takes full advantage of that situation.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shutdown around the A side, isn't it?
He's back into safety as well off the drone. Buzz trying to play spoiler back in around. But you have PRX just flushing out both sides.
And baited by the Prowler as well, not expecting a little bit of an off angle on the B site too. So on the back of T1's now timeout, they are looking like not being able to convert, as it's just...
Oh, he spotted him.
No, he didn't. It's all right. He's unknown at the moment, but the Hunter's on.
Yeah, apparently know that. Footsteps noted. Meteor back in for the snap, but, you know, that's how the story goes. That's how the cookie crumbles.
I like cookies. Right now, though, PRX 5-0. pretty damaging when that's a non-conversion on the back of the timeout as well. And now I'm going to do the ult check.
Oh my
5 for PRX, 3 for T1. But do T1 have the weaponry behind it with the idea in towards the next round either? I mean, we've seen a couple of change-ups from PRX, right? We've seen some mounds takes, we've seen some rubble takes, we've seen a spot up through towards B pillars. They are changing it up for a team that we are generally not seeing as adaptable lately, you know, throughout the course of the group stage. They have switched up a bit in map number 2 and map number 3 now for the beginning.
Yeah, really tough. A single week to recover off of 2 timeouts against DRX, and T1 now back into Lotus.
Change up now as well with the Sheer going over towards the C side of things. You've also got Something who's going to be playing on the site. If he starts to get peppered by a little bit of utility, could dimensional drift out if needed as well to stay around the site instead of gate crashing towards the A side of the map that's currently available. Some information though up through mid from the Prowler, nothing too close. And this is where the mid-round decisioning needs to be pretty good for PRX and maybe more so for T1 with the lesser weaponry.
A lot more so. Gotta be clear about what your objective is for now, trying to find the spike plant possibly into the A site.
Just noting as well there with the gate crash that comes out from Buzz, he did get blinded either by self or by teammate.
Maybe self, but nonetheless, the spams through from stairs. Forsaken collects onto the first, racks up the second. Maybe onto the third as well. Jing now coming in with additional assistance. Ooh, around the edges of the smoke. Forsaken snaps back into it as well. Jing! This is the Jing that we've all known and come to love.
You will fear my omen is Forsaken. Quote that. No, don't quote that. He didn't say that. 6-0. PRX, they stave off a silly round that could have happened if the pistols were able to get in towards the site, but they managed to hold it down quite nicely. Cheeky spam through the walls and such. Just good little crossfires that they come out with. So now is the real test when the weapons are back for T1.
PRX have kept their ults as well in that round.
Yeah, they have not been pressured enough to be able to utilize them. There may very well be a scenario here where there's 10 ults in the server if Izu picks up the Viper's Pit.
Logically, this would favor PRX as well until possibly for Buzz to play spoiler. Opening kill.
And that's important, right? An opening kill for T1 that we've not really been seeing solidified. Immediately, though, PRX want to regain some of this control, forcing out the dimensional drift. Forsaken going to be removed as well by Stacks at Rubble. So now 5 versus 3. It would be brilliant if they could get more, but Patman to bring one back, then trade it.
And also for Something then to play the position around Rubble, but also with a trade from Meteor. This favors T1 as you find Devi alone in a 1v3.
And where has he been more often than not, Quack? The C side of things that's kind of been untested a little bit by T1. So seeing that nothing's here, they're going to expect him to be off yonder. And I mean, he can look for some kills here. He's swimming in cash. He can drop a teammate still if needed for Patman, but he'll still be able to buy himself anyways. He can look for some damage here.
See what he can do. He's got a flash. He's got Razor Vines to work off of. You've got Meteor though, trying to play around for the headshot angle. Spots him out, whiffing the first shot. Devi able to capitalize.
They're not playing agents that have any damage. It's a blind side for Buzz and a paranoia for Sylvan.
Smoke's coming back in 2 seconds as well. The spike is planted for Tree. Razor Vines, though, baits out the flash. He's looking for the tap into it, but Sylvan able to pull out the guns.
Yeah, much better from T1 in that round. Able to establish the opener, not being scared to run away with the tail between the legs, sticking around for the fight. But the damage, as I was talking about, right? The fact that Devi manages to come away with another kill in that one there. Ill timing for that one, by the way, with the wall just going up and spotted. Regardless, damage is what I'm talking about, right? It's forcing out a bit more of an awkward buy for T1 that they would like, you would expect. So they might have to deploy a couple of the ultimates to offset that come this round. Lots of light shields, for example, with 4 there.
Possibly still another big explosion. PRX, though, pushing all the way out mound. I'm sure the players around Pillar can hear all this.
Yeah, just imagine if Jing was going to be disrespectful and go through for that one, though. This time, change up Vice utility towards the A site. Going to hold them at bay. But meanwhile, it's a double trajectory lineup for T1. They want B. They also want A, but B is better.
Yeah, and that's where Jing will find his mark. Knows that there's another player nearby as well. Silences him off to the next 3 who are still not towards the A site just yet.
If they can get this pit down as Izu, they might be able to hold this one off cleanly.
Rolling Thunder possibly by time. Stacks just trying to get the spike down first. And you do have something sneaking in on towards Drop. He takes down Stacks.
And they know that he was in there as well. The timing.
Up, the Boombot might be able to spot even further. Jing then in for the sprays. He catches Buzz. Just Izu left. He might have to cover, but can he really keep himself alive? Petman alongside another player from the back. Izu stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tries to maneuver back in, on and around. He hears the hops behind. It buys the distraction on over. Poison Cloud's into safety. Off to the wayside, but it's something with the shorty to cut him down at the torso.
Nicely done from PRX on that retake. 3 versus 3 scenario, and it's unfortunate that the Viper's pit didn't provide the full protection for Stacks a little bit earlier on. Just caught when it starts to evolve into the server. Really rough there. I'm talking about, you know, trying to navigate something here for T1. They're trying to get into the B site, they're trying to get into the A site. But who thrives better in the chaos right now? It's the chaos creators, PRX. You can never expect what they're kind of gonna come out with. Nice one out from the shorty there.
True to the story, true to the prophecy.
7-1.
PRX running the story of the comeback.
T1 to, I don't know, P7 instead of X for 10. Maybe we get there. Would have been better for me to say it then. Sylvan dead, Jing, Paint Shells working a treat.
Then having to back off. They got spotted out towards Pillar as well. PRX still controlling the map.
Yeah, just the pistols though for T1. So if they want to get this round over and done with, they could potentially line up to go a bit quicker.
And that's the tough thing for Stacks to deal with against a team like this. He's always got to be on his toes as to where PRX could be, if they're pushing out or not.
What are you doing on the back of this shear though? Buzz has sneakily snuck in towards the A site, very much and so, but you're in the open using that as Meteor. You're not expecting Divide to just dance around the site. He's good for some damage, and now it's all Stacks.
It's not too bad. He has a weapon picked up. He's gotten the spike planted, and that was the main thing that they were looking for. So even if he doesn't find any kills, something, well, good on the cleanup.
Yeah.
But for T1 to get some cash in.
I mean, the fact that that TP comes out from Buzz and it's just kind of already been noted and dealt with as well. Maybe you're thinking towards Meteor on this Teo, just getting caught out by positioning as well, right? We're still looking for him to be learning a little bit on this Agent too. I got to say, from the initial stage, Sylvan trying to try to step across to dodge all the choke entry util, but Paint Shells go over the rubble.
That's just, once again, PRX controlling both extremities of the map. You got to flash on towards Mount. If you're T1, you've got a roadblock at every step of the way.
That's it, right? PRX are playing this defensive side that the way that they kind of should be. They're a little bit more lent towards one side of the map while having your Vice Shield Wall protecting some position. You're having Patman with some good Prowler timing, with some good haunts as well. And Devi is just not overstepping, right? He's helping the team where needed with the Arc Roses. He's trying to buy some time, buy some information. He's now playing this role better as well. So it's looking really good. We're not seeing any scared players on PRX. Like Forsaken's going in for challenges, Something's going in for challenges, Jing's going in for challenges. And this is the defensive side, by the way, where they're running double duelists, right? So imagine what they're still going to be able to translate that to on offense, potentially.
Yeah, precisely that, especially if you're looking at the scoreline right now, 8-1. They're going to continue forward with this, and this just means the pressure continues to mount up on the backs of these T1 players, these storied players. It's a really tough spot for them to be in, and you really look to the coaching staff to help them out in this one.
I mean, we've seen T1 be able to get in towards these sites to establish a plant, but they've just not been able to protect it, right? An opening kill conversion with the one round that they've been able to find. So you'd almost think that they need to get another opener, and they just can't. Jing, very successful with the Paint Shells yet again, and Izu will fall too.
And it's the spams that do it all. That's the darndest thing.
And now if you want to go to the C site, well, the Vice Util's there.
Flash over, maybe you TP into safety, but still Stack's not calling full in just yet. The trade's coming over though, thankfully with a salvo, so T1 finding some form of stability, but you still have PRX hovering nearby.
Stacks and Meteor, early ults. It'll buy them enough time though to actually talk in how they want to play this post plan.
Will it be enough? Meteor kicks things off with a singular kill. Jing then with a showstopper around the back. They have to react to this really quickly. Rolling Thunder to buy some space, and it does allow them to stay alive, but Meteor not able to come up with the goods. Paint shells to flash stacks into a certain position where he's able to hold it down with the off angles, but Padman brings out the shorty. He dives into a victory for PRX.
Right guard at the right time for Patman there to be able to get that trade when he's already low. A classic right click potentially could have got it as well, but picking up the shorty, I mean, when push comes to shove, from beginning to end, PRX great in the round. A double opener, though I will say, coming down to a 1 versus 1 at the end, T1 certainly tried to negotiate some advantage in the round. Stuns, well, they're cosmetic. The first shot just comes on out, and then ultimately Patman getting that one. It's 9-1 now. Another defuse from PRX. I'm saying, T1 can get in these sites. They just can't hold them off.
Exactly, and again, it comes down to these situations. It just feels like utter pandemonium all across the map right now. All of a sudden, it's a kill from Davai with an outlaw towards the A site.
But Jing has to be careful here that they don't go too far forwards, because this could get the better of them. So they will think better of it. Disconnect from the situation.
And possibly back into the outlaw again. Davai watched. He's been smoked off though. Great call by Stacks. Hyper defensive. Corralled in towards the A site. Something's nearby.
Yeah, and he does have the dimensional drift, but he was snuck in towards the sides, just not able to find Izu.
Almost a 90-degree flick, but yes, Izu, stability for the side of T1, and then for the flashes as well, but Davai just dives right in. Another kill coming through, and Sylvan tries to bring things back into T1's favor. Just Jing left, and he gets spotted out by Stacks, climbed onto the top of the ropes, and it's 2-9. T1 find a round back in.
Yeah, that's better from T1 there, but again, it's just another close round where trades are coming through from PRX. They find the opener. I thought by the timing that Davai was going to get another one with the outlaw through the smoke, but T1 get in. And they get the round by elimination.
At least 3-9 Komodo would
He's fully blinded, man! He's done him dirty like that.
Another blind as well. I mean, this is what happens when PRX are truly, fully W-keying every single round of the way.
And on the defensive side as well, right? They are just not scared. Last round of the half now.
Whoa.
Take your rubble control. Force T1 back.
Into a lone Davai around C.
Yeah, again, you can play retake if you want to here. Nightfall, Dimensional Drift, Steel Garden. Very valuable retake ultimates.
Something's already in position.
Gotta be quick now.
Salvos to launch. T1 looking for space, looking to get the spike down. Davai is just biding his time with his ult.
Yeah, but I think something will have to go in first here. Make sure you're sniffing out who's going to be where for the team.
Oh, every single ult at the same time. T1 just completely in disarray. They're calling it Mayday. Where do we go? Meanwhile, PRX says there's no return, pushing up front. Every single kill going through to them, and it's just Izu up by Mound. He's getting dinked up. He's low HP. The spike gets defused, and Patman delivers on the final kill.
He missed the snake spike, but there's not too much you can do at the end there. When your guns get removed on the side itself, when you've got the dimensional drift of something, getting all the information, the shots are being collected by PRX. It's PRX, it's 10. And they are looking to send T1 a packing, unless during this halftime break, there is a different awakening force for T1 to come back.
Unless. My God, Komodo bringing out the Roman numerals now. Again, this is a situation, a scenario that we are so darn unfamiliar with. Yes, T1 has been tested throughout this entire group stage, the playoffs even against DRX, but not a 2-10.
Okay, I know that word, but I don't know the top. So I'm going to say T1 fighting.
It's, yes, cheers of encouragement for T1. They certainly need it right now. Meanwhile, PRX sitting on top, climbing back up towards a possible return to the international stage. T1, though, oh.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider that this would be a bit of a curse breaker for PRX 2 on a 5-match losing streak versus Korean teams in VCT Pacific.
Certainly could mean a lot more for PRX, especially for the upcoming games as well. But for T1, again, can you believe it? You have to eliminate one of these teams at the end of this match. T1 certainly hoping for a lot more. The Masters Bangkok winner.
And then you've also got, you know, our stage 1 winners in DRX, who are in the lower bracket too. they still have an opportunity to fight for getting back on the international stage.
If you're thinking about the first Korean team that beat PRX, it would be T1. Well, now starting things on the defensive side. Got some control. They're pushing out the Teo drone as well.
Important pistol round. Highlighted it earlier. Both on map 2 went the way of PRX. They've got the first one here. Can they get the second and pretty much seal the deal with a cherry on top on this map? Izu tagged up by the Sheriff.
Now forced to play defensive. PRX quickly corralling over onto the A site. Prowler's out. Izu to play close. Every single player rotating over.
Yeah, a lot of numbers here now for T1 towards this A site. I think PRX might just have to go patient a little bit here. At the timing and the smoke, Meteor on the salvos.
Trailing off for the mid-round call, but they're hovering in towards Link. Meanwhile, you got Lurks, Devi hiding inside a tree.
The thing is, PRX are already in front of this Viper util, so Izu doesn't have to worry about the wall now. He just needs to watch the angles on the site with Buzz.
That's exactly what he's trying to do. Quick on the wide swing, takes out Devi, takes out another player. It's something gone. Forsaken, though, able to bring things back into normalcy.
Plant going down, Meteor eventually salvos back online. Fault line for Stacks as well, but the push up from Jing finding more damage.
Insane wallbangs as well, down to the tags. Patman finding out the shots from the back, and Jing in for the double kill. The pistol round has been picked up in the second half. It's 11-2, Komodo.
Things go from bad to worse now if you are a T1 fan or T1 themselves in the server here. The pistol round collected again by PRX. It's 11-2. You'd have to see the force up essentially to keep them off 12, keep them off series point, and I'm casting it back to what we said at the end of map number 2 here, Quack. We had a 13-3, we had a 13-4. Surely we get a map 3 that's going to be close, right? Right now, different universes.
What in the world is this script? The wheels are coming off of T1 right now, but they're trying to bring things back in together. You got Sheriffs, you got Stingers, and they're all positioned up towards B as well as C. Pushed out from C mount. TP's into safety. PRX, they're happy with the info that they've gained.
Yeah, if you're toying with rotations, you're toying with ideas, you've got a lot of space to be able to do that as well with the 11-2. You've just spotted out Meteor at the front of B, and you know that you've lost a bit of control over at C. So how favored do you feel going towards, well, the other side in A? Slow and steady, PRX.
Gotta play careful. They will eliminate the first threat in the form of Meteor. Izu as well as Buzz, Stacks as well, still hovering around near ways. You have the paranoia just to block things off. Buzz has to TP out.
And Stacks has no idea. No idea that Jing's already got up there.
Open B side as well. Spike getting planted soon enough. Izu still trapped.
How far forward does Jing go?
Still hovering around stair. He does spot out the next one. Buzz then coming back in. Because Jing has pushed out so far in front, then Buzz has to play it safe. He's got the Sheriff. He will find the shot, but he's got 3 more hostiles to deal with.
Altogether.
Trying to sling out the shots now, but the gunslinger on the other side, Defy, puts PRX up to map and series point.
Big Time said it was PRX's time. It was not copium. It was a real belief. I mean, you better bloody be believing right now, folks. 12-2. You would need to see an absolute change of affairs here on Lotus from T1 to get back into this one. Will the next round provide us something a little bit different for them on this defensive side? However, you look towards them, and I mean, the attacking side of this map for Lotus for them, I mean, yeah, so-so. Defense also, yeah, so-so. So I don't know.
Really
make work of that one.
Together, but it's just going to be something quickly sending them to their doom. Another kill as Forsaken opens up the C side. This might be it, Komodo. Oh, it's Jake diving straight in. He knows it's almost over.
Absolutely Goomba stomped on him.
Just 100% Stacks. How do you work your way around this? 1v5, you can't bow out, but you only have a singular Guardian, 2 flashes and an Aftershock, and 5 PRX players to kill. Look at the positions they're holding as well. He hears them coming out from the back. He turns back all around. They're going in for the knives! Defy cuts him at his throat, and PRX end this out. Final score, 13-2. They've been going up and down, but here they are in playoffs, and track by track, PRX are not done yet.
They are honking the horn of that train, mate. 13-3 map number 1 on Fracture for T1, but it's an absolutely commanding reverse sweep for PRX. 13-4 into 13-2. That is the most commanding victory they have had on this map through this whole year. We've seen 13-9, 7s, 10s, 7s, 5s, but a 13-2 against the Masters winners in T1? Are you bloody joking?
You'd have to be. You can't imagine this scoreline. You have to watch through the entire series. You wouldn't have been expecting this looking at the first match results. But PRX have done it, and they've turned this entire situation around. What a triumphant win for the Dinos themselves. Meanwhile, for T1, though, your heart goes out to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone who's predicted this playoffs bracket so far with 100% certainty, what have you been blessed with? I would say we have had some unexpected results and maybe a little bit more unexpected in the score lines in the server itself, because PRX looked absolutely flat on Fracture. Don't get me wrong, but they turned it around. They forgot about that one. Something stepped up. Jin stepped up. I mean, everyone stepped up on that roster.
That just means so much to their mentality as well. We'll take a look with how PRX are feeling on the stage as we toss it to Jen over with the victory interview.
What a match from PRX. Winners of tonight, Forsaken. Here you go. I'm gonna need you up over here. 네, PRX의 포세이큰 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아까 경기 끝나고 다바이 선수가 PRX 돌아왔다라고 얘기를 했는데 약간의 정체기가 있었지만 이겨내고 폼을 복구하고 있는 PRX인데요. 오늘의 퍼포먼스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Jason. I mean, just after you guys finished up the match, I heard Dabai saying, "Oh, we're back, we're back." Do you feel like you guys are back? How are we feeling about how the team performed today?
I mean, we perform good, and as well in the practice, we've been like practicing a lot. We've been putting a lot of hard work in our practice. So I guess the result is here. The result is here, and yeah, we're gonna keep practicing.
진짜 너무 기분이 좋고 확실히 이렇게 팀의 폼이 올라오는 것 같고 그동안 연습을 굉장히 열심히 했기 때문에 그 부분이 오늘 결과로 나온 것 같아서 너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 좀 열심히 연습을 했을 텐데 2주간의 시간 동안 어떤 부분에 집중했는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So you guys practiced and practiced, worked really hard, right? What did you specifically worked on, you know?
I mean, since Batman is like new to us, and I think she needs a little bit of time to adjust with our play styles and stuff. But yeah, I think I trust him on that, and we're just practicing on like, I would say, maybe last time we have role issue, right? But now maybe we will fix a bit on some map, you know?
Okay.
Maybe we will to think of fracture again. Yeah.
Okay. 팬맨 선수가 팀에 적응하는 게 먼저 급선무였고 그리고 뭐 워낙 팀원들 모두 팬맨 선수를 믿고 있기 때문에 연습을 하면서 어떻게 이 팀워크를 끌어올리느냐가 문제였고 그리고 그 부분을 굉장히 열심히 연습해서 채워 넣었다고 얘기를 하면서 그리고 지난번까지는 약간의 역할이 겹치는 그런 이슈들이 있었는데 이제 롤 체인지를 어느 정도 정립한 것 같고 다른 맵에서는 조금 더 손봐야 할 부분도 있고 확실히 교통 정리를 해야 할 부분이 있는데 프랙처도 그중 하나가 아닐까라고 얘기를 하는데요. 이어서 이 프랙처에서 굉장히 큰 변화를 도입했는데 이건 또 어떤 과정이 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Speaking of fracture, major changes to that map, right? I don't know. We might see more coming into the future, but can you talk to us about why you guys made those changes?
Because we were thinking like, actually, I think we're just good at double duelists, and even in practice, I think we wreck a lot of teams with this comp, but somehow in tournament it feels different. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is. Yeah.
확실히 PRX는 투 타격대가 맞다라는 생각과 함께 연습과 스크림에서 상당히 이 조합으로 많이 승리를 했기 때문에 좋았는데 이상하게 좀 오늘 무대에서는 잘 나온 것 같지 않아서 다시 한번 생각을 해보든지 아니면 비디오를 돌려보면서 재고를 해봐야 될 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 내일 붐을 만나게 됩니다. 사실 지난번 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 성장한 모습을 보여주고 있는 붐인데 내일 경기 어떻게 예상하는지 마지막으로 물어보겠습니다. Next up is Boom tomorrow. They've grown so much since kickoff and since the last time you guys faced them. So, you know, any thoughts on that upcoming matchup?
I guess it's gonna be our second revenge match after T1. So I'm kind of excited into it. But yeah, I'm just gonna having fun and trust my teammate. Yeah.
아무래도 내일이 이제 페이퍼렉스의 두 번째 복수전이 되지 않을까라고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 T1한테 복수를 했으니까 내일 붐한테 복수하는 걸 목표로 하고 있고 그래도 열심히 하면서 재밌는 경기 치렀으면 좋을 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 포세이큰 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And good night to you all.
A good night indeed for PRX. They take the series 2-1 versus T1. Unfortunately, very, very sad that we have to say goodbye to T1, the Masters Bangkok champions. But for PRX, their journey continues here in the playoffs.
I mean, it goes to show you just how tough Pacific is. You can go and win a Masters, you can go beat G2, Vitality, all the top teams in the world, and you come back home, you're going to have teams like PRX waiting for you just to knock you out.
It still
of that
doesn't
bracket.
guarantee anything. It still doesn't guarantee anything. That's how tough our region is.
Absolutely. I mean, PRX played fantastic. It was exactly what PRX is good at, both on Ascent and Lotus. They were so disruptive. They got in the face of T1. They're always doing something. They're always active. You could see them getting active on the C side of the map with the Arcros. You could see them getting active with the Yoru on the Rubble side of the map all the time. They are always remaining active, and it felt like T1 were just passengers in that game. It felt like they were just connected to the server and expected things to go well for them. And but PRX is a team that forces you to adapt, and T1 just did it.
Yeah, I think especially after that map 1, T1 will have been feeling so confident. Then obviously a bad map 2 from them and the mental has gone. We can see here 13-2 in the first kills. Incredibly dominant. And look at the post plants. T1 managed to get the bomb now 9 times, but only converting 2.
It's just not good enough. That is just not good enough for a team at this level. Like, they completely disappeared in map 2 and 3 of this series, and it really has to come down to some inflexibility or a failure to adapt, either from the coaching staff or the leadership, or players kind of being complacent at the end of the day, because they just did not push back against PRX in this series. So they're going to have to do some soul searching going into stage 2. Like, fantastic performance over at the Masters event in particular, but I feel like in Pacific it's been not great for T1, and they're a team now that map-wise, they don't have an above 50% win rate inside of Pacific. Like, they are not a well-performing team inside of Pacific right now.
Yeah, and that should be alarming, of course, for T1. So you're absolutely right. Some soul searching, deep soul searching indeed, and hopefully they come back in stage 2 with a vengeance, because we would love to see them back on the global stage. But of course, another team that we would love to see back on the global stage is PRX. And you just have to note how dangerous it is when PRX are smiling and laughing and having fun and bringing out the knife kills. You just love it when this team loves to have fun, and it shows in the game.
They're a momentum-based team. Like, honestly, they really are. And you could see they got no momentum at all on Fracture. They said it's a comp that's worked well for them in scrims. It's a comp that's very bursty when they can't get out of the chokes, when they're not able to close out the XVXs and they're playing with nerves. Things are going terribly for them, and that's where teams like T1 will punish. Fantastic series from Jing there. He's going to get our MVP. He's the best player on PRX for me. 100%. But they did it by committee on both Ascent and Lotus, and you could see exactly like I said, they're just playing free flow Valorant. They're getting active. They're always making plays, and if the other team is not punishing those plays and they're constantly starting out around, losing map control, losing a pick, losing 2 players, or, you know, they have a lurk that they want to get active and then that player just goes and gets bullied. You saw it happen to Izu on that C side as well. Like, this is where PRX thrives, and T1 just gets completely shut down.
This is what I've been waiting to see from PRX all year, where it's like, I didn't want them to reinvent the wheel. I didn't want them to play these normal comps. I didn't want them to change who they were. I wanted them to reconnect with who they were in the past.
Nobody wants them to change,
Exactly.
actually.
And that's what it felt like today. It feels like old school PRX, and that makes me very happy.
And that's why their fans love them so much, right? Fans from all around the world, like Finesse, for example, who has been standing by and watch partying and really just standing by PRX. He's been there since the beginning, definitely cheering on his favorite player, David, of course. I'm just happy I have my copium here, my VCT branded copium, all the way from Thailand. Check it out. And I was just like, PRX is back. PRX is back. as a Southeast Asia Valorant fan, of course. But
Smells like Toronto.
it smells, yeah.
Just like maple syrup. And
What does Toronto smell like? Maple syrup and I don't know,
Mousse?
bacon.
Yeah, bacon.
What's the plural of mousse? Anyway.
I don't know, mousse. I had a really cheesy answer for that, but I think I've given you loads already. But I do have to make sure that we check in for our build diff today. How are you guys feeling so far with the performances?
Yeah, hit and miss.
No.
It was hit and miss, I would say. I can't say I'm exactly sure. I think I might have scraped this, or it could be you, because Forsaken
I
did
actually
have some
don't.
good games.
I have no idea who's going to win today.
I think I'm doing good.
I
think I have Jing and Forsaken.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I have
Pretty
both
solid.
of them.
You do have
Primi as
stacks,
well.
though.
Primi as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think
And-
the Meteor and
and
Izu's cooked me a little bit.
It might be you here,
Yeah.
Mika.
Yeah. Ooh. But let's see. We're gonna pull up the results in just a bit. I think that nobody can catch up to Victoria at this point. But hey, we take the daily wins. We take the
Done.
win. Oh, how did you do that?
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Thank
Why?
you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
How did you do that?
What a wonderful day.
What? Why?
Well, just
because
Primi,
just
Francis,
wonderful
overall
roster
Meteor,
performance?
Jing, Margaret.
Yeah,
Huh.
it makes a lot of sense. A lot of doubters.
Okay.
A lot of doubters from around me.
Why am I still last? I felt so good. Why am I still last?
That's so funny that you were so
Oh,
confident.
I was I had Jing, I had Forsaken. Okay, I'm still last. What on earth?
They
This
played
is a-
duelists.
this is rigged.
You just got to
They
This
played
is rigged.
duelists, Mika.
just got to pick better.
This is rigged.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it's a stupid game. Okay, with
Yeah.
with stupid rules.
Okay, Vic.
I got
680, 660. Oh, you're catching me now,
I
Morgan.
might
Oh
scrape
my
second.
God,
Yeah.
6.
That
where's-
would be nice.
Where's my
I would be
copium?
happy with second.
My
I-
copium.
I feel like I'm throwing.
I
I'm
think
throwing
you are. I think
in
you are
Really?
build
throwing.
diff. I'm throwing in predictions. Do I know anything about Valorant?
Are you a
I'm
fraud?
sorry.
Are you washed?
I am a fraud.
You feel like you're throwing? Can you say that to me
Mika.
directly?
You've done your best, and we love you.
I have. I feel like I did do my best. I tried. I tried. But hey, it's a lot of fun. And of course, watching all of these matches are so fun because you know these teams are giving their absolute best here in the playoffs. We're going to take a look at our brackets because, ooh, the matches get even more exciting.
Yes, I mean, look, we'll take first a moment to commiserate. Nongshim has been eliminated again by Talent. The second time in a stage here in Pacific, they've been kicked out of the competition by Talent. That one's got a sting. I think Nongshim has to kind of face the harsh reality that maybe they're not going to be a powerhouse of Pacific, but they are still a very solid team inside of Pacific that can definitely do damage. But I want to see, I'm not really sure what the next step is for them to hit the new ceiling. And T1, they won't be going back to a Masters. They're out.
Yeah. I do think the problem is you win today and it doesn't get any easier. Talent have to go up against PRX tomorrow.
Yikes.
PRX have to play against the once formidable Boom. So winning doesn't guarantee you anything today. It just stops you from going home earlier.
Yeah, it's out of the frying pan and into the fire, it looks like, for every single match that happens here in our playoffs. And because it's the lower bracket as well, everything is just so exciting. And of course, we have come to the end of the show, but before that, we do have a very special segment where you guys can be a part of our broadcast. Just use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments, and we can feature you here, just like our friend Aru, who has attended all the kickoff matches.
Are you living here? Are you in the studio now?
You know,
Say hi.
he actually is. I've seen him a lot. He's a good friend of VCT Pacific. He's been so supportive of every single match. And I first met him last year. He is still here every single day.
Crazy respect. That's a
Good
real
effort.
fan.
That's a really good effort.
You gotta love our fans so much. Just the dedication.
Yeah.
You know, you go downstairs and after the matches and you see familiar faces. They're here for every single match. We love you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, the fan culture around VCT Pacific is fantastic. You get very dedicated people showing up time and time again. So fantastic. Come down to Sangnam Coliseum. Yeah. And grab yourself a VCT Pacific.
Fantastic artists as well.
Grab yourself a
VCT Pacific. Just grab yourself one.
Just the whole thing.
I would love to grab myself one. I'm going to grab myself one tomorrow with all of our amazing matches. But that's
Absolutely.
it for us here today. Go grab yourself a VCT Pacific as well. We are going to see you guys tomorrow for more Valorant action here. Bye. I love that slogan.
20 seconds to go. I needed. Not too bad though with the spam so far. Dambi a bit of damage over, but Primi just fires right back, and now Primi's already gotten him spotted. How quick has all this happened? Quad kill. Unearth himself from this one. The relay bolt though, the stuns. Still, you got decent support. Assistance out from Killua now, but Nongshim, they're nowhere to be found. Persia, good on the first. Just Cruz oscillating back and forth into the crosshairs of Francis.
Pretty swift shot to come through from Francis there with 33 HP.
Killua's got to do a little bit more. Meanwhile, towards the A side, just a full hit and down with a TP. The corner left unchecked. Jit Boy's finally coming up with the goods and play it safe. Oh, and off the flash, it's gonna be a great kill. Just Dambi left and he marches forward.
Yeah. Team of Talon that's had their trials and tribulations through this stage. The retake.
Oh, and look at this now. Buzz feeling confident to go in for the overdrive play. Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes! Low HP, but he still tracks on! Mid-slide! Denied Forsaken!
With body and hit the headshot, which
What? Does have the perfect crosshair placement to pick up 2 kills. Maybe unexpected for Meteor. Okay, into the spot. Zavai allowing his brethren to pick up the ace. Really?
Make work of that one.
Together. Something quickly sending them to their doom. This might be it, Komodo. Oh, it's Jake diving. He hears them coming out from the back. He turns back all around. They're going in for the knives. PRX end this out. Final score 13-2.